Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Passed Relive Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 5:06 p.m., Friday. Ochako loved flying. Well, it wasn't technically flying, like say Hawks or Captain Celebrity, but it was close enough. By making herself weightless, Ochako could leap as far as she wanted and then straighten her body like an arrow to dart through the air at high speeds, her arms tight at her sides. It felt powerfully exhilarating to move like that, to glide way above the world below. Of course, it had taken months of hellish torture before she could even hover in place without violently vomiting up rainbows. Ugh, her soft, green-eyed cinnamon roll turned into a harsh and unforgiving taskmaster when it came time to train quirks, unrelenting until she was completely at her limit. At this point, he knew when she was about to lose her lunch before she did. But all that work had been worth it. Now, Ochako could speed around a cityscape with ease, using all the footholds around her, the green robots, the gray walls, the tall blank buildings to bounce around like a pink ping-pong ball and slam every robot she passed into the concrete. She'd stopped counting her points a while ago, lost in the crashes and lasers and metal. It was just so fun to use zero gravity like this. Ochako finally stopped wrecking robots when the zero-pointer arrived in all of its metal glory, recognizing the enemy from Izuku's memories. Actually watching the giant robot smash through buildings and roll towards her, the street crumbling under its massive tracks, was a very different experience from witnessing it in Izuku's calm mind. Terrifyingly epic, she sprinted away just as debris started to fall around her. 4:31 p.m., Friday. A full, anxious week passed before the two of them finally got their exam results through the mail. They each received a small holographic disc in place of a normal letter because evidently, UA was very, very rich. Izuku carefully opened his first, a slight tremble in his hands, and it lit up to display a small, blue projection of All Might. Hello, young Midoriya, and likely young Uraraka. Small Might grinned. I'm in charge of delivering a bulk of the letters, you see. It's a little tiresome, but very satisfying. If this is what All Might, an exhausted voice called from off-screen. Izuku perked up next to her. Just tell him what he got. Ah, of course. My apologies. The sound of crinkling paper. Young Midoriya, you passed the written exam with flying colors and then achieved an impressive score of 41 billion points on your practical exam. We were all very impressed with your strategy and skill. However, killing robots wasn't all there was to the practical. What? Small Might chuckled. If breaking things was all we cared about, we wouldn't be very good heroes, would we? There was secretly a second point system in the practical hero points. You got some of these bad boys if you saved other examinees out of goodwill, as you certainly did. And so, when we add in your 15 hero points, your total score is a formidable 56, more than enough to earn your spot into the hero course. Congratulations, young Midoriya, and welcome to your hero academia. The recording clicked off, leaving the living room in silence. I passed, Izuku realized belatedly. I actually passed. Ochako couldn't help but grin. Yep, I told you, didn't I? Izuku smiled back at her, tentative but warm. You did. Ochako ripped open her letter next, turning on the disc with her own mix of nerves. It was a miracle she didn't accidentally float the thing. Hello, young Ochako, and likely young Midoriya. You got a high score on the written exam and did absolutely incredible on the practical, young Ochako, earning a stunning 62 billion points. That's already more than enough to win you a spot into UAS hero course. Holy shit, Ochako breathed. However, destroying robots wasn't all there was to this exam. We had a secret, second point system in the practical hero points. You got some of these bad boys if you saved or helped other examinees out of goodwill, just like you did. So when we add in your 20 hero points, your total score comes out to a full 82 points. With that, young Ochako, you've earned first place in the practical exam. Holy shit. Congratulations, young Ochako, and welcome to your hero academia. Ochako looked over at Izuku, stunned, and his smile widened. She pulled him into a tight hug and he didn't resist, both of them feeling just as giddy. She called her parents a couple of minutes later, holding it so that she and Izuku were visible in the frame. Oh, hello. Mama, we got in. Ochako yelled. We got into UA. Mama beamed instantly, full of pride. That's amazing, honey. I know how much you both wanted this. Hold on, let me get your dad over here. Papa poked his head in a few seconds later. I knew it. I bet you showed them all who's boss, Ochako. Yeah, she definitely did. Izuku informed him happily. Ochako got first place. She got first. That's incredible. Hana, you hearing this? Yep. Our daughter's really gotten strong, huh? Ochako waved her hands wildly, feeling a flush creep up her face. Guys, I really didn't do that much. She definitely has. Izuku agreed easily. She destroyed so many robots that she terrified the other students. and she saved a ton of people while she was at it. She wasn't even tired afterward. Papa laughed. She's going to be such a great hero, isn't she? Haha, it seems like it was only yesterday that she was this absolutely adorable little girl seeing 13 on the TV for the first time. Where did all that time go? Awa, I remember. That was so cute. Guys, 6:03 p.m., Friday. Izuku gave her an amused glance. Achako, are you actually complaining about going out to buy matcha? Of course not. Achako rushed to clarify. That'd be blasphemy. I'm just saying that we still have plenty of stuff at home from last time. And this place is a bit expensive, isn't it? A little, yeah, Izuku admitted. But we're celebrating right now, aren't we? Achako couldn't really argue with that. They bought more than enough matcha for both of them before finding somewhere to sit and munch happily across from each other. They talked about what they hoped UA would be, how great it felt to start to realize your dream, and debated whose matcha tasted better. The matcha was simply heavenly, the sweet goodness filling Achako up completely. It was absolute perfection. Every bite just made her want to buy more, an extremely dangerous thought for her wallet. If only she could perfectly immortalize this taste or something. Wait a minute. Achako swallowed down a mouthful of matcha and leaned forward. Izuku-kun, when was the first time you devoured this delicious, divine dessert? Emerald eyes blinked twice. Around 7 years ago. Why? Can you show me the memory, please? Achako realized what she was asking for too late. Memories were what Izuku treasured most. They were the purest part of him. Wasn't it super personal too? Sure. Izuku didn't even hesitate as he reached over to grab her hand. He sat on the living room couch, a half-full notebook sitting snug in his lap. A pencil dangled between his index and middle fingers as he thought of what to write next. He was completely alone, his mom working late today. Again, at 8, Izuku had a pretty good hold on perfect recall. And he really loved having a quirk like this. But at the same time, it was clearly doing something to his mind. Izuku was constantly being drawn towards his 8 years of memories, to experience and travel through them instead of existing in his present. No time passed when he was in a memory. He knew, but being stuck in memories forever would probably be very bad. But today, the house was eerily silent without his mom's warm voice and presence, and there wasn't anything to anchor Izuku to this lonely couch, to this moment. He was in danger of losing his footing and slipping away into his mind. Hence, his desperate quirk analysis. Izuku really liked using hence. It made him feel very smart to use, even if it was just in his thoughts. Izuku was halfway through another page on Hawks's fierce wings when finally, there was a knock on the door. Yes, he bounded over as fast as his small legs could take him, peeking through the peephole before he swung the door open. Mom, Inko flashed him a tired smile, a plastic bag clutched in her left hand. Hello, Izuku. I'm sorry for being late. No, it's fine. I know you're pretty busy and stuff. I'm very sorry for the wait. I did get something for you, though. Izuku blinked owlishly. A present, something like that. Give me a minute. Soon, there was a plate laid out on the table in front of him. He looked on curiously as several small objects piled up on it, some kind of sweet, maybe. What's that, Mom? It's called matcha, Izuku. Try some. They did look very tasty. Izuku picked one up and took a bite. His eyes widened as a sense of bliss warmed his mouth and continued through his entire body. He took another bite, then another, his mind instantly memorizing the taste and ranking this precious sensation just under Katsuden. Delicious. It's so good, Izuku exclaimed, his mouth full. Inko smiled. It is, isn't it? I almost forgot what matcha tasted like. It's been so long since they've sold good matcha in this area. It's almost better than Katsuden, Mom. Why don't we just have this every night? My, that's very high praise. Though every night's a bit much, maybe every once in a while. As a special kind of thing. Yeah, reality suddenly slammed back into her, the memory's taste slipping just out of her grasp. Something wet slid down Achako's cheek. Whoa, Achako, Izuku asked, concerned. Are you okay? Was that too much? She blinked, lifting a hand to her face to find tears. Yeah, I'm fine. Just the memory matcha. You know, I didn't think that it'd work so well. Experiencing something for the first time again was a truly wonderful feeling. She wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, looking up to see him still watching her. Achako smiled back. Your quirk really is beautiful, Izuku-kun. If you don't mind, you should really show me more memories sometime. You know, outside of profit stuff. A bit of red entered his cheeks, one hand reaching up to scratch at his green hair. Maybe. My life before I met you really isn't too interesting, though. His other hand was still holding hers, the two clasped together at the center of the table. I doubt that, Achako told him honestly. And it doesn't have to be something major, I just love experiencing the way you see things. His hand was a bit bigger than hers when she lined them up. And he didn't have little pads along his fingertips as she did. His fingers were also thinner and more dexterous, probably because of all of the writing and drawing he did, but his calluses matched hers. And when she interlocked their fingers like this, their hands fit together perfectly. Izuku hummed, not moving his hand away. But that's not completely fair, is it? I mean, I can't see any of her memories. That's true, Ochako admitted. What if I traded you stories in exchange, then? They might not be as good as actual memories, but I think I'm pretty decent at storytelling. Really, MHM. It's a little embarrassing, though, so I haven't told one in a while. But yeah, sure, then. Izuku smiled softly. I think I'd like that a lot. 7:46 a.m., Monday. You know, we're pretty lucky that we both ended up in 1A, Izuku said thoughtfully. Ochako blinked. Oh, she hadn't even considered that. You're right, what would we even have done if they put us into different classes? Reset and have Yagi convince the rest of the staff, Izuku stated simply. But if they had an actual reason to separate us, well, we'd pretty much stuck. They were both clad in their new UA uniforms. Ochako's consisted of a gray dress jacket that she was forced to wear a tie with and a dark green skirt. She didn't like the gray terribly drab for a school uniform. Really, and she definitely didn't like the tie. Ties just weren't her thing. But the skirt was very pretty, though, and the whole uniform was quite comfortable. She wouldn't even mind fighting in this. Izuku's was mostly the same but with pants. He was also wearing his classic red sneakers instead of the provided UA shoes because the dork absolutely loved that pair. They navigated through the maze of halls easily. Izuku had the school's layout memorized, and soon, they were in front of their new classroom. 1A's door was ridiculously tall, so much so that if she stacked 3 whole Izukus, she'd only barely reach the top. Only 5 other students were already inside. A tall, elegant, dark-haired girl was talking quietly to a shorter girl with ear jacks for ears, both of them wearing small smiles. And near the front of the room, a tall guy with glasses seemed to be lecturing a redhead with spiky hair and a pink girl with horns. And by that, Ochako meant that she was completely colored pink, including her skin color and cotton candy hair. Mutations could be so cool sometimes. Ochako curiously wandered over to the second group, knowing that Izuku was following behind her. And that is why you cannot take off your tie. The glasses guy was scolding, his hands chopping through the air as he talked. It is against the dress standard of this prestigious institution, and by doing so you fail to represent this school's honor and history. The redhead's eyes were wide, his hands raised high in surrender and his tie firmly in place. But the pink girl only pouted at the speech, her hands still fiddling with her uniform. Come on, man. The tie they gave us is this terrible red that doesn't go with my face at all. Be that as it may, as a fellow classmate I still cannot allow you to do this. What if I dye it a different color, then? He sputtered at that, absolutely horrified. Bad idea, Ochako interjected, cutting the guy some slack. I mean, I passed a lot of other students and upperclassmen on the way here and they were all wearing perfect ties. You don't want to look out of place at orientation, do you? The pink girl blinked, exposing black scleers. That's a good point. I'll ask Sensei when he shows up then, see what he says. Thanks, Ochako smiled. Uraraka Ochako. And the guy behind me's Midoriya Izuku. Izuku nodded politely. After so long, it was almost odd to refer to him with his surname. Nice to meet you, Uraraka-chan. Midoriya-kun. The pink girl responded cheerfully. I'm Ashido Mina. The glasses guy actually bowed. I apologize for my late introduction and extended lecture on rules. My name is Ida Tenya, and I look forward to learning with you all. The redhead waved the apology away. Don't worry about it. Man caring about the rules is pretty manly. Oh yeah, I'm Kirishima Ijiru by the way. Ida, Izuku repeated. Like the Ida family that's been in heroics for generations. You're Ingenium's brother. Ida straightened up with pride. Correct. My brother is a truly excellent hero, and I hope to one day follow in his footsteps. That explained why he was so formal. He was totally a rich kid. Speaking of heroes, who do you guys think our homeroom teacher's gonna be? Ashido asked. I heard that everyone on UAS staff is a pro hero. It's probably gonna be someone high up in the rankings, right? Kirishima said. Like alumni or something. UAS a pretty big deal. Like someone in the top 10. Maybe. That'd be so cool. Ida's eyes gleamed. I would be honored to learn from such an experienced individual. Ochako didn't think it'd be someone in the top 10 excluding All Might's special circumstances. All of them were probably busy. But a school that constantly pumped out high-ranking heroes and had a budget bigger than Ochako's total lifetime earnings would no doubt get someone super professional and skilled. A well-known and respectable hero, right? Wrong. Once as all 20 students were present, 1A's homeroom teacher slid through the doorway in a effing yellow sleeping bag. The hell, it was like watching a huge, ugly caterpillar slowly crawl across the floor. And the worst part was that he still managed to be so stealthy that only a handful of students saw him. The caterpillar stood up when he got to the podium, unzipping his bag to reveal a scruffy, black-haired man with the biggest eye bags Ochako had ever seen. His dark clothes and scarf only barely looked like a hero costume. Half the class startled when they finally noticed him, the classroom's conversations fading into surprise. It took you all almost 7 seconds to quiet down. Their new teacher huffed. How inefficient, we're going to have to work on that. My name is Aizawa, and I'm the homeroom teacher for Class 1A. Aizawa was nothing like what they expected. He sounded and looked unkempt and completely exhausted, as if he wanted to be asleep somewhere instead of teaching a class. If he really was a hero, no one was going to recognize who he was. No one, that is, except, "You're Eraserhead," Izuku blurted out in excitement, one of the most skilled underground heroes in Japan. Ochako blinked, gradually seeing the resemblance herself. The rest of the class just looked confused. That's right, Aizawa raised an eyebrow, a slight hint of surprise in his expression. Haven't been recognized in a while. Izuku practically beamed. Anyway, we're not going to be wasting any more time. So all of you, get changed into your gym uniforms and meet me out on the field. You have 10 minutes. But Aizawa-sensei, what about Orienta? Aizawa was already walking out the door. The class stared for a second, dumbfounded, before frantically scrambling after him. He didn't even tell them where the locker rooms were. After a hectic few minutes, 20 students dressed in iconic blue stood in front of their homeroom teacher. Izuku was next to her, his emerald eyes sweeping over their new classmates. Ochako could recognize Bakugo a couple of meters away, a scowl fixed on his very punchable-looking face. There was various exercise equipment strewn about the area, like grip devices and sandboxes. 8 minutes, Aizawa stated flatly, with an expectation, but I definitely expect improvement. The exhausted, messy man they had met back in the classroom had suddenly transformed into a stern, unyielding instructor. He seemed even stricter than Tanaka, and that was really saying something. Instead of attending your UA orientation, we will undergo a quirk apprehension exam in order to properly assess your current limits. Uraraka, you were first in the practical exam, right? Ochako straightened at her name. Yeah, stand in that white circle over there. Aizawa handed her a small bowl. How far was your furthest throw in middle school? How was she supposed to remember that no one cared about those tests? Ochako shot Izuku a pleading glance. 62.4. Her savior mouthed. Thanks. Ochako looked back at Aizawa. 62.4 meters. Aizawa didn't mention their exchange. Alright, now try it with your quirk. Well, alright then. Zero gravity was practically made for this test. Ochako threw the ball with all of her might, activating her quirk at the last possible moment. The projectile glowed pink as it flew off into the sky, higher and higher until the dot was completely out of sight. When Aizawa held up his gauge to display a blinking infinity, Ochako couldn't help but smile. Well, did she just launch it into space? Testing you without your quirks would be simply illogical, Aizawa continued. So instead, to accurately assess your potential, you will all be competing against each other in 8 physical exercises. You're allowed full use of your quirk. You mean we really get to go all out with our quirks? The guy with weirdly shaped elbows repeated. Awesome. Alright, now we're talking. The blonde yelled, a lightning bolt running through his hair. So this is what UAS like. This is going to be so fun. Ashido exclaimed. Yeah, fun, huh? Aizawa's voice sliced through the noise, low and harsh. This isn't some game. All of you are going to be full-fledged pro heroes in 3 years, with all the hardship that entails. If this test isn't serious enough for you, then maybe I need to add some real stakes. His grin turned almost malicious. How about this? Whoever gets last place on the quirk apprehension will be instantly expelled from UA High School. Chaos. What? I can't be expelled. See, can he even do that? There's no way he's allowed to. But I am, Aizawa stated simply. With its prestigious status, UA High School and its teachers are given a lot more freedom in their method. So if you're lacking in potential, I have the ability to kick you out right here. Could their homeroom teacher really expel one of them, just like that, even after they put in all of that effort and passed the entrance exam? It didn't make sense. Ochako met Aizawa's gaze, determined, but she could tell that the hero was 100% serious. And either way, there was no way in hell she was letting herself get last place. And so Wana competed in Aizawa's tests, all of them filled with varying amounts of panic and resolve. Well, except Bakugo, who was always full of rage, and that scarred guy, who just seemed completely indifferent. It was cool to see how everyone used their quirks to their advantage, some more creatively than others. Some students excelled at particular tests. Ochako herself got the highest score on the ball throw, and then later aced the standing long jump by floating across the sandbox. Ada won the 50-meter dash, naturally, and the tall masked guy with multiple arms utterly crushed the grip strength test. Ashido did best on the flexibility exercises, claiming that she was a dancer. The short boy with purple balls for hair got the most side jumps by rapidly bouncing across the line with his quirk. His physical condition was absolutely terrible, though, and he was getting super low scores on all the other tests. And Ochako really hated the way he was staring at her and the rest of the girls. It made her feel uncomfortable, like needles were stabbing into her back. Class 1 only had 6 girls, so it was super obvious too. The tall, dark-haired girl already looked like she wanted to be far away from him. Ochako didn't want to even know what he was saying. The mentioned dark-haired girl easily had the most total points so far. 1. Her quirk's sheer versatility giving her an edge on practically every exercise. She could create anything, making the object she needed pop right out of her skin: a metal clamp for the grip test, a bike for the endurance run, a literal cannon for the ball throw. Ochako could almost feel how badly Izuku wanted to analyze that quirk. The only reason he wasn't already muttering was that he was entirely focused he was on not getting last place himself. This test was a lot tougher for him than it was for her, after all. But Izuku was doing super well nonetheless. His score was currently somewhere near the middle through his sheer physical prowess, just below that guy with a tail. He was almost as flexible as Ashido. He could kick a ball at the perfect angle to get it further than that frog girl, and he was second only to the dark-haired girl on the endurance run. The exercises finally ended with the endurance run, and Aizawa pulled up their complied scores. First place, Momoye Irazu. Second place, Shouto Todoroki. Third place, Katsuki Bakugo. Fourth place, Tenya Ida. Fifth place, Fumikage Takoyami. Sixth place, Mizo Shoji. Seventh place, Ochako Uraraka. Oh, there she was. Seventh place wasn't bad, especially considering that this was a physical test. And the guy in front of her was huge and had like 8 arms. Her eyes slid down further until she found Izuku's name. 10th place, Izuku Midoriya. And beating half the class with a memory quirk was even more impressive. Someone did have to come in last, though, and face Aizawa's wrath. Ochako glanced at the last name on the list. 20th place, Minoru Mineta. The short boy with balls for hair was practically trembling in place, gaping at his name with wide eyes. Ochako felt kinda bad for him. Being expelled really sucked, but she also couldn't deny the pure relief she felt knowing that he wouldn't be in their class. Yikes, Aizawa's voice brought them to attention. Actually, the expulsion was simply a logical ruse. No one will be expelled from UA High School today. Ochako blinked. It was a lie. Ashido breathed out a sigh. Wow, you totally got me there, man. He was motivating us to do her best. And none of us even noticed. The tailed boy realized. The dark-haired girl spoke, her head held high. I did, actually. No hero school can simply punish or expel their students so easily, especially after such a long entrance process. It was simply an impossible 3. Instead, Mineta Minoru will be immediately and permanently transferred into the general education course. Aizawa continued mildly. Silence. While you're really going to kick me out? Mineta sputtered. There's no way. You can't. Why not? I passed the hero exam. Aizawa nodded. You defeated some mindless robots and just made the points cut? Yes. You have decent strategy and planning skills. But that's not all that hero potential is, kid. He gestured back at the scoreboard. Several of your classmates have quirks that are barely helpful or even completely useless for these physical exercises. Izuku shifted next to her. While your pop-off lets you shine in more than a few of them, yet as a result of your lack of effort and training, you still manage to end up in last place and do worse than every single one of them. Mineta's mouth opened, then closed. Damn. Moreover, Aizawa drawled on. The way you treat your female classmates within only minutes of meeting them is a harassment case waiting to happen. That's simply not the kind of student anyone wants to turn into a professional hero, including me, so yes, I can easily justify your transfer to Gen Ed. Pack up your things and we'll discuss the details on that later. Aizawa turned back to them as a very dejected Mineta shuffled away. And for the rest of you, class is dismissed. I'll see you all tomorrow, don't be late. And with that he walked off, leaving the 19 remaining students of one in stunned silence. Did that really just happen? 6:22 p.m. Monday. Sasaki Murai, or as he was better known, Sir Nighteye, considered himself to be a very logical person. It was that very quality that made him one of the best investigative heroes in the business. His calculated decisions based on facts and pure, deductive reasoning were his strongest weapons in solving cases and locking away villainous scum. Ever since that fateful day 5 long years ago, Murai had put those very skills above his quirk, deciding to only rely on foresight at crucial junctures. His loyal sidekicks assumed that he was managing his cooldown, or that he was going to further lengths to keep his activation requirements a secret, both valid reason. However, the truth was far more selfish. Murai was afraid of what he could see, afraid of what terrible future he could lock into existence. Good vision or bad, he'd be overpowered by the rushing stream of fate and dragged towards its inevitable conclusion. Foresight was never, ever wrong. Until profit. Now, when Murai activated foresight on Tsukachi, the visions he saw could actually change. He'd see no incoming calls from Prophet the rest of the week, and then there would suddenly be one the next day. He'd prepare for the fallout of a future incident and then watch it be completely averted. The future was malleable. Prophet's quirk could overpower foresight and, by extension, destiny itself, and fix it to their own whims. How utterly incredible. Where had such a powerful quirk user been all of this time? And why did they suddenly become active within the last 2 years? 6:23 p.m. Monday. Uraraka Taichai was a tall, well-built man with little bits of stubble sprawled across his chin. He had large hands, kind eyes, and a wide smile. On the other hand, Uraraka Hana looked like the spitting image of her daughter. She had the same short, chestnut brown hair, the same round face, and the same constant blush around her cheeks. Both of them were missing the little pads along Achako's fingertips that indicated a touch-based quirk. It's been months since we've gotten to meet face-to-face, Midoriya-kun. Uraraka grinned, always the first one through the doorway. How are you doing, kid? Izuku shook his hand. I'm doing great, Uraraka-san. Just a little busy with my new course load and all. UAS not the top school around for nothing, huh? No, sir. His mother stepped out of the kitchen then with a welcoming smile, fully in host mode. Oh, Taichai-san, Hana-chan, Achako-chan. They're here. Hey, Inko. Sorry that we're late. Hana apologized with a nod. Achako held us up a little. You see, she lost her phone and had us searching all over her apartment for it. And guess where I found it? Achako visibly winced, her cheeks tinting an adorable red. Inko laughed. The couch. Inside the couch. Hana confirmed, amused. Really, I wonder sometimes how my little girl even lives by herself. Mama, don't worry, Achako-chan. I misplace my things all the time too. I'm so lucky my Izuku's memory is so good he can always tell me exactly where everything is. Meanwhile, I can put my phone down somewhere and then immediately forget all about it. Achako perked up. I know, right? He has basically everything tucked away in that big brain of his. He has so many facts. I can ask him totally something random like what the capital of Germany is. That's just common knowledge, though, Izuku interjected. Germany. Inko blinked. It's Berlin, Mom. Thank you, honey. And boom. Achako finished. I don't think that was much of a challenge, Achako. Uraraka put in mildly. How about this? Midoriya-kun, which country invented tea? China, almost 5,000 years ago now. What color is a giraffe's tongue? Purple. When was the First World War? Izuku searched through the history textbooks saved in his memory, flipping through hundreds of boring pages for stuff about there it was. 1914. What mammal has no vocal cords? Giraffes. How many eyes does an ordinary, quirkless bee have? 5. Izuku blinked. Wait, aren't these all just trivia questions? And why were there 2 questions about giraffes? Yep, and you knew the answer to every single one of them. Uraraka exclaimed. I take back the skepticism, kid, you're amazing. I should bring you out to trivia night sometime. I'm pretty sure they ban memory quirks at those things. 6:23 p.m. Monday. As always, Mom's cooking turned out to be absolutely delicious. It automatically brought a smile onto his face, and with his perfect memory, he could capture the exact moment that the taste set in for every person at the table, and they visibly brightened up. How was your first day at UA, you two? Hana asked after a few minutes of bliss. Izuku and Achako exchanged a glance. It was interesting, Achako said. We met our new classmates, and most of them seemed pretty nice, though we didn't really get a chance to talk to them. Our new homeroom teacher, Eraserhead, didn't want us to waste any time with side conversations, Izuku explained. I've never heard of that pro hero, Hana remarked. Does he operate in this area? Izuku nodded. That's because he's an underground hero, one of the best at that. He doesn't care for rankings or appearances. Instead, he's solely focused on logic and efficiency, getting us attentive, dressed, and ready as fast as possible. My, he certainly sounds quite strict, Inko commented. But I'm glad that your new teacher is so serious. Honey, I feel a lot better knowing someone like that is the one teaching you how to stop dangerous villains. Yeah, I get what you mean. And Eraserhead fights with a non-physical quirk, just like I do. But I still kinda wish he hadn't made our first day hadn't been so intense. Intense? Uraraka repeated. He made us skip the student orientation to take his quirk apprehension test. Achako took over. He had everyone compete in these physical exercises with our quirks to see where we were. There was a ball throw, an endurance run, and a bunch of other stuff. Like a pre-test? Hana asked. Yeah, but so much more stressful, Achako exclaimed. He told us that whoever got last place overall would be expelled. Apparently, UA teachers are given free rein to do that. To be fair, a lot of kids weren't taking the test seriously until Eraserhead said that, Izuku said. But wow, that was a lot of pressure. Perfect recall didn't give him an advantage in a single one of the exercises. It had been a tense few minutes as Izuku did his absolute best in every test, knowing that practically everyone he was competing against was better off here than he was. And if he let himself fall to the bottom, everything he had worked so damn hard for the past few years would just slip out of his fingers. So he forced himself to do as many push-ups and sit-ups as he could, full of an odd mix of desperation and determination. His long jump had just been embarrassing. really, but his dash, grip strength, and repeated sidesteps had been decent enough, he thought, and he was able to somewhat replicate that frog girl's kick and shift its angle a little to get a very nice distance on the ball throw. Izuku was super lucky that the last exercise was an endurance run. With all these years of morning jogs and workouts and sparring, he could keep going longer than almost anyone his age. All in all, he ended up in 10th, Ochako said, and I placed 7th. I'm pretty proud that we beat half the class, actually. A lot of them seemed super strong. That's great, Ochako. But what about the kid who got last? Inko asked, worried. Was he really? Izuku winced. The guy in last place didn't seem to take Eraserhead's words seriously at all or put much effort into his tests. His quirk was pretty useful, and I did see him make use of a fair amount of its applications, but he clearly didn't do a single bit of physical conditioning before UA. Not to mention his very unheroic personality. Yeah, Eraserhead didn't expel him, but he did transfer him to general education on the spot. We were all shocked that he actually followed through with the threat and a little scared, honestly. But there wasn't any malice in the way he did it. He calmly and logically explained why he was kicking Minda out of the hero course. Ochako huffed. Minda wasn't prepared to be a hero at all and was a total creep, sure. But just because kicking him out was logical doesn't mean that it was right, Izuku-kun. I don't think he would have made a very good hero, either. But Aizawa shouldn't have made that decision on just the first day using the results of his own weird pre-test, I guess. But he was only moved to general education in the end, Izuku pointed out. Not actually expelled. For all we know, Minda could get transferred back in after he performs decent enough in the sports festival. A few current heroes have gotten into the hero course through that event. That's true. Seems pretty unlikely to me, though. Oh yes, the sports festival's coming up soon. Hana latched instantly onto the new topic. How do you kids think you're going to do? It depends a lot on what the events are this year, mama. Like, I'm totally screwed if we have to do that maze thing. I remember that one. Uraraka chuckled. It blindsided almost all of the freshmen last year. Izuku and I have always loved watching the UA festival every year, and Ko said. It's so incredible to think our own children are actually participating in this one, isn't it? Uraraka nodded in agreement. Yes, in just a few short weeks, it's going to be our daughter up on that podium giving the annual speech to the entire country. I couldn't be more proud of her. Ochako froze in place. Speech? Your speech, Ochako. You know, the one you get to give as the top scorer on the practical exam. A moment of startling realization and pure, dawning horror. Then, language, 11:02 a.m., Tuesday. Every single person on UAS staff was a licensed pro hero. Izuku was still getting used to the idea. Honestly, being taught by actual heroes and seeing them every day was practically a dream come true even when he was stuck in art history or English. The chef was no exception. UA students were served lunch by the cook hero, Lunch Rush, a rescue hero well known for his amazing culinary skills. 6 years ago, he prepared 10,000 full-course French meals for victims of a typhoon all on his own, and in his cafeteria. He served a wide variety of food that Izuku and Ochako both loved. I can't believe you never told me I was giving a speech, Izuku-kun. Today, though, the latter was a bit too distracted to enjoy her food. Honestly, I thought you already knew, Izuku replied. That's why the top practical score is such a big deal in the first place and everything. And you told me you watched the festival every year. I totally forgot about it. Ochako wailed, her face falling into her hands. I never even expected that I'd get the most points. On the bright side, you have a really good chance to get yourself recognized at the festival. A good speech will bring a decent amount of focus onto you before the competition even begins. And you're amazing enough to do the rest. But it's so much pressure, though. There are going to be thousands of people in that stadium, and so many more watching worldwide. If I mess up or say something dumb, you won't, Izuku assured her. We have weeks to prepare for it, Ochako. Ochako sighed. Yeah, I guess I'll just need to practice a lot. Oh yeah, speaking of practicing, we have our first heroics class today, right? Wonder what Yagi-san's gonna make us do. He's going to throw us right into the thick of it, Izuku responded immediately. Really? Yep. I mean, UAS a pretty big deal and it's his first day on the job. He'll probably start us off with something small. 2:04 p.m., Tuesday. A battle trial. All Might grinned wide, standing tall in his Silver Age costume with his hands on his hips. All 20 of you will form 10 teams of 2 and then compete against each other in a designated combat scenario. The symbol of a piece was more a hero than an educator, and his time with Izuku and Ochako plus a few months of a teaching course simply wasn't enough to change that yet. On that note, the symbol of peace himself was currently in front of them in full hero mode, and this time, Izuku wasn't even reeling from a villain attack. If his 4-year-old self was here, he'd probably faint. Heck, current Izuku might faint. One team will be acting as heroes, and the other as villains. All Might explained. The villain team get 5 minutes to hide the paper mache bomb in any room in the building and prepare before the heroes enter. The heroes win if they manage to touch the bomb, while the villains win if they can last the full 10 minutes until time runs out. Alternatively, a team can win by capturing or knocking out both of their opponents. The building will have 5 floors, Eraserhead added, and multiple entry points. You'll be provided with earpieces so that you can hear me once inside. All Might will be stationed inside the fake city and will interfere in the exercise if necessary. Any questions? The purple-haired girl with the ear-jack quirk raised her hand. Isn't this a bit complicated for our first day, All Might Sensei? All Might chuckled. I believe in learning by doing, you see. This is how my mentor taught me as well, and I trust you all are quite capable. Jiru blinked at the response but didn't say anything more. That was a lot of trust to put into a bunch of temperamental teenagers. Wait, where the F are the pins to my gauntlets? Katsuki yelled out a moment later, holding up his grenade-like arms. Sure enough, their firing mechanisms seemed to be missing. Eraserhead didn't even blink. Until you pass the appropriate safety course, offensive support items of extreme magnitude will be disabled. Similarly, Midoriya, your gauntlets will have their electricity function locked until you attend the required lecture. You'll need to sign up for that at some point as well, Kaminari, but you're allowed full use of your quirk for now. Ashido, so he'd gone through all of their support gear, Izuku noted. In contrast to their beloved mentor, Eraserhead seemed to be a very competent teacher. Izuku's costume was a black bodysuit made out of smooth, protective fabric with emerald green highlights along his limbs and sides. His boots were reinforced with iron soles and his forearms and hands were covered with thin, metallic black gauntlets to increase the power of his attacks. With a small button, he could unfold the part around his fingers to transfer memories. He had a green utility belt around his waist that was hooked with 2 hyper-density seals 5 kilograms projectiles modeled after Sir Nightaye's unique, stamp-shaped weapons. There was also a circular device on his palm to deliver a wicked shock, though it was currently disabled. Ochako had given him the idea for that based on the very first villain they had encountered, and it was weirdly symbolic. If that's all, we're going to jump right into it, All Might declared. The first match will be Midoriya Izuku and Kota Koji as heroes versus Todoroki Shoto and Ashido Mina as villains. 2:07 p.m., Tuesday. A minute later, Izuku was staring up at a tall building. If he was with Ochako, they could probably just float up to the roof and work their way down to take the villain team on directly. Sadly, he wasn't working with her for this exercise. He turned to his actual partner, a fairly well-built, quiet boy with a rock-like head. He seemed nervous, his hands currently clasped tight in front of his chest, probably because they were about to face the most powerful recommended student in their year, Todoroki Shoto, the son of the number 2 hero. He was rumored to have a powerful elemental quirk that let him produce both ice and fire in huge amounts and 6 girlfriends. So far, Izuku had only seen him use his right side, the ice part of his abilities. He was very skilled with his quirk and his movements were clean and efficient, casually displaying years of experience. Izuku doubted that a man like Endeavor would loosen up on his son's training. After all, Ashido Mina was an excitable, agile girl whose quirk seemed to let her create acid. She had several mutant aspects as a result, like pink skin, black sclere, and horns. She could control the viscosity of her acid, allowing her to smoothly slide to where she wanted to go or effortlessly dissolve steel. In contrast, Izuku had a good memory and Kota could talk to animals. Not exactly the best odds. Kota, how exactly does your quirk work? Kota gestured something with his hands. Izuku blinked, confused. Kota gestured again. Oh, sign language. Izuku leaned forward, staring closely at the boy's movements. Can you repeat that again, but just a little slower? He'd never actually used JSL before or met anyone who did. However, perfect recall certainly had its perks. And with every hand sign saved into his memory combined with a collection of YouTube videos he watched on nonverbal communication when he was 8, Izuku could translate fluently. My quirk is named N1-50ICE. I can talk to animals and ask for their help. What about you? Oh, my quirk just gives me a good memory, Izuku answered. But I'm pretty skilled at hand-to-hand combat, too. Do you have any combat experience, Kota-san? Kota shook his head. All right, try calling for some animals now. And let's see how many allies we can get before the exercise starts. Unfortunately, it turned out that there just weren't many creatures to be found in a fake cement city. Izuku was beginning to lose hope when finally, Kota found a passing hawk named Gary who agreed to assist them. Gary was enthusiastic to be doing something. Actually, since according to Kota he was very bored and lonely. Izuku had eyed his classmate for a moment, wondering if the rock-like boy was messing with him. It was simple enough to have Gary fly circles around their target building, carefully peeking through every window for the fake bomb until he found it in a room on the 5th floor. According to what Gary told Kota and Kota signed to Izuku, the bomb was placed in the center and the room was otherwise empty and untouched. Todoroki was most likely in the hallway outside the optimal position to attack approaching enemies and use his wide area attacks in an open space without hitting the bomb. Ashido, on the other hand, will definitely split away to confront Izuku and Kota directly. She had the advantage in both mobility and range over them. So we'll enter through the front, Izuku decided, and make our way up with Gary scouting out the way. You didn't use your quirk at all during the apprehension test, so a random hawk inside the building will confuse but not immediately alert her. We can probably eliminate Ashido with the both of us, but it'd take way too much time. Do you think you and Gary can hold her off by yourselves? Kota hesitated. I can try, but I doubt it. My skin is durable, but not nearly durable enough to resist her acid. Sorry, that's fine, Izuku replied. I just need you to buy me enough time to slip past her. Okay, but doesn't this plan leave you to face off against Ice Boy alone? How are you going to beat him? Izuku just shrugged. Honestly, he had no clue. 2:12 p.m. Tuesday. Start. Aizawa's monotone voice resounded throughout the fake city, and the hero team was off and into the building. Kota sent Gary ahead to look out for Ashido, the hawk surprisingly agile in the tight hallways. Designed just for urban scenarios. Everything inside from the floors to the walls to the steps was colored a dull, plain gray. Knowing exactly where the bomb was meant they didn't need to spend any time combing through every room. Instead, Izuku and Kota struck a direct path for the stairs up. They found Ashido on the 3rd floor, sliding down the hallway on a veil of white acid at high speeds. Her limbs swung back and forth in an impressive show of balance as a bright grin graced her face. She never saw Izuku peek around the corner, a small stamp held tight between his fingers. He launched the projectile right into her path, striking her knee at the perfect angle and sending her tumbling down to the floor. Back. But confused villain regained her bearings just in time to get dive-bombed by a hawk. Wings flapping in her face and screeches loud in her ears. Of course, Gary didn't actually hurt her. Kota was way too nice for that, but it was extremely disorienting for the girl nonetheless. Izuku gave Kota a nod before he ran right past their downed and distracted opponent up to the 5th floor. He picked up his fallen seal on the way he'd probably need it. The good news was that he knew exactly which room the bomb was in. Gary had described the interior of it to Kota, who translated the information for him in an interesting game of telephone. And well, the fact that the furthest room in the hallway had its door completely covered in ice and a tall, dual-haired boy standing guard in front of it didn't exactly hurt either. The bad news was that the room he needed to get into was far away, completely covered in ice, and had a tall, dual-haired boy standing guard in front of it. Todoroki turned, and heterochromatic eyes met emerald green. Izuku broke into a sprint. Time slowed to a crawl. The distance between them was approximately 20 meters, all flat ground, and the hallway was only a few ochakos wide. He had 2 hyper-density seals hooked to his belt and stamina left in spades. Beautiful white crystals bloomed into existence, sprawling across the gray floor within moments. He sidestepped the attack with casual ease, spikes piercing nothing but air. Todoroki shifted his weight to his left leg, shoulders loosening out. The fingers on his right hand curled in before the rest of the arm swung forward, his entire body twisting in with the movement. Izuku dodged to the right and a huge wall of ice rushed past him, chilly air brushing over his cheek. His next exhale was visible, his bodysuit tight against his skin. He put a bit more weight into his steps, maintaining his balance on the frozen floor. A twitch of Todoroki's hand and Izuku ducked smoothly, ice shards racing right over his head. Those heterochromatic eyes widened just the tiniest bit, his blank face expressing the slightest sliver of confusion. When Izuku was 5 meters away, the air temperature dropped, ice sliding out from every part of the hallway and stretching rapidly across the ceiling, floor, and walls like a contained glacier. And in the narrow hallway, there was no space to dodge an attack like that. Izuku threw 2 seals. The first one was effortlessly deflected by a mass of ice, making it nowhere near Todoroki and creating a sizable dent in the wall. The second streaked sideways, totally away from his opponent, and shattered the nearby window. Izuku dove after it just before the ice wave hit, tumbling through the new exit and right out of the building. And then he was in terrifying free fall and facing a 5-story drop. He shot out his arm, gloved, desperate fingers grasping a ledge and holding tight. Izuku crawled along the side of the building as quickly as he could, found the bomb room from the outside, and kicked his way in through the window. Surprisingly, Todoroki wasn't inside. Why hadn't he burned through his own ice barrier yet? There was no one to stop Izuku from stalking up to the paper mache bomb and placing his palm on it. And the heroes have captured the bomb, winning them the exercise. All Might's voice rang throughout the building, carrying a hint of pride. Teams, please return to the monitoring room for the review. 2:23 p.m. Tuesday. The large wall of ice outside of the bomb room was melted away just 5 seconds after the exercise ended. This was great for Izuku, who really didn't want to have to climb out the window and go down the long way. But it did make him wonder, why did it take his powerful opponent so long to thaw out his own barrier? Was Todoroki's fireside super weak, or something? Izuku stepped outside to see the dual-haired person in question, surprise practically leaking through the boy's blank expression and fingers twitching at his sides. He gave Todoroki a passing nod as they exited the frosty building, picking up a tied-up Kota and a dazed Ishido on the way together. The four of them walked into the monitoring room to be met with stunned stares and satisfying silence. Clearly, most of the class hadn't expected Izuku and Kota to win. Ochako, however, didn't look the slightest bit surprised, throwing him a proud grin that was wide enough to reach her auburn brown eyes and warm enough to bring Izuku's chilly skin back up to room temperature. He quirked his lips up at her in return, and somehow her smile widened further. Great match, All Might boomed. Now, students, who do you think the MVP of this match was? Yaoyorozu's hand shot up into the air. Midoriya-san, of course. He came up with a simple yet efficient plan that took into account both his and his partner's abilities, then proceeded to capture the bomb and win his team the exercise. She hesitated, eyes flicking to him and back. Though, I must admit that his stunt at the end there was incredibly reckless. A fall like that could have easily resulted in serious injury if it weren't for that handhold. I remembered that ledge was there from when I first saw the building, and with my gauntlets being able to hold onto it wasn't an issue, Izuku interjected quietly. I knew both of those things before I jumped, so it wasn't reckless. A 5-story drop was dangerous, but he knew exactly how to fall to effectively absorb his impact, and Recovery Girl's office was stationed only a few rooms away. So he might have broken something if he did slip from the ledge, but he'd then be carried over to one of the best doctors in Japan and all right within no time. If this exercise had been a real villain situation, of course, there'd be no Recovery Girl on standby and no friendly ally to carry him to safety. But it wasn't a real villain situation. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. I can tell you calculated the risk beforehand, Midoriya, and that was probably the most logical move you could have made. But as your teacher, please don't jump out of a 5-story window over a practice exercise. I slid out from every part of the hallway and stretched rapidly across the ceiling, floor, and walls like a contained glacier. And in the narrow hallway, there was no space to dodge an attack like that. Izuku nodded. Not unless he had to. Yaoyorozu cleared her throat and continued. The other half of the hero team, Kota, performed his role very well by locating the bomb and distracting Ishido. He cooperated well with Midoriya and showed effective teamwork in the initial ambush. The villain team, on the other hand, didn't seem to show the same level of communication. While Todoroki's idea to split up wasn't a bad plan, no alternatives were suggested and all of their actions from then on were entirely separate. Ishido was wholly unprepared for an ambush, and as a result never returned in time to assist her teammate. Todoroki chose a great place to put the bomb and positioned himself well, but he failed to account for the building's exterior, and as a result, lost the objective. So in conclusion, Yaoyorozu finished. Midoriya is the MVP of this exercise. Damn, that was almost a speech. All Might coughed lightly. Ah yes, that is all correct. Thank you for the very thorough analysis, young Yaoyorozu. Anything to add, Aizawa-san? Don't underestimate your opponents next time, Todoroki, Eraserhead stated gruffly, eyes narrowed. The dual-haired boy didn't respond. If that is all, then let's move on to the next match. Izuku settled in to watch the rest of the battles, analyzing the quirks on display as he learned more about his new classmate. Ajiro was a martial artist with a tale that was very confident in his skills, firmly deciding to take on the hero team by himself and leaving his partner, the invisible girl, Hagakure, to guard the bomb alone. He fought against both Ida and Takoyami alone for a few minutes before he was soon overwhelmed by their powerful quirks. Takoyami's Dark Shadow and Ida's engine-powered kicks both possessed an incredible amount of brute force that Ajiro simply wasn't equipped to deal with. Hagakure's quirk gave her an invaluable advantage against her opponents, and in her sneak attack, she managed to wrap her capture tape around Takoyami. But she wasn't nearly fast enough to also stop Ida from capturing the bomb. Kaminari and Jiro made an interesting team with their interactions and personalities, seeming to have met each other before UA. Both of them had useful quirks with decent offensive potential. Unfortunately for them, however, they were up against two of the most level-headed members of their class. Yaoyorozu had a defensive plan to counter both of their quirks well before the start was even called, and Isui turned out to be quite skilled at hand-to-hand combat. The result, Jiru's sound blasts barely affected her opponents before she was promptly knocked out by a rather spectacular dropkick. And Kaminari used every volt of electricity he had in one go only to barely scratch Yaoyorozu's blanket and fry his own brain. Izuku didn't know what the blonde was expecting. That was possibly the single worst way to use his quirk in battle. It left him completely useless and caused uncontrollable damage to enemies, allies, and surroundings alike. Had he not practiced control at all in the past decade, he'd had his abilities. And next up, Bakugo as the sole hero versus Aoyama and Sato as the villains. Sensei, Ida protested immediately, chopping through the air with his hands. Is this matchup not unfair? It's 2 against 1. Now that there were only 19 people in the class, one team had to end up with a member short. Missing a teammate would be a huge disadvantage for anybody. Izuku glanced over to see Katsuki's face twist into a wide, vicious grin. Anybody but Katsuki, of course, the great protagonist who never wanted to take help from anyone. They watched Katsuki dash into the building as soon as the planning period ended, his red eyes bright. Ochako turned to him. Who do you think's gonna win this one, Izuku-kun? Katsuki, Izuku answered simply. Even 1-on-2. I don't know much about Sato or Aoyama, but neither of their quirks have the potential to really overwhelm him. Also, Sato's intelligence decreases rapidly the more he uses his quirk, and Aoyama's stomach hurts the more he uses his, while Katsuki's explosion only gets stronger the longer he fights. Excuse me, Yaoyorozu spoke up, curious. But how exactly do you know what all of their quirks and drawbacks are? I do not recall witnessing Sato's quirk even once during the apprehension test. Don't worry about it, Ochako told her brightly. Izuku-kun just knows these things. That statement only serves to worry me more, Uraraka-san. On screen, Katsuki rapidly made his way through the building, propelling himself forward with small blasts from his palms. A quick glance was all he needed to confirm that each room was bombless before he moved on to the next one. And with every empty floor the blonde passed, he only seemed to get more pissed off. Meanwhile, Sato and Aoyama waited inside the bomb room together, tense and ready. There was a clump of sugar in Sato's hands and a bit of blue light already visible on Aoyama's belt. Izuku had seen him casually destroy some villain bots with that laser at the exam, so it must pack quite a decent punch. So they chose to stick together, Yaoyorozu observed. That's a good decision with their higher numbers. But battling the hero in the bomb room is still very risky, especially when the said hero has considerable mobility. If Bakugo touches the bomb even once, they'll lose the match. Normally, you'd be right, Izuku said. But Katsuki doesn't actually care about the exercise at all. He's just looking for a fight. If that's true, he must be very narrow-minded indeed. And about that, I cannot help but notice that you keep calling him by his given name, Yaoyorozu stated. Are you two friends, Midoriya-san? No, we aren't. Izuku couldn't help the way his lips tugged into a frown. We grew up in the same neighborhood, though, and our moms are on pretty good terms. Katsuki finally found the bomb room and burst in with a fierce glare, smoke rising off his palms. It made for a fairly terrifying sight. And the people who hadn't seen the blonde angry before everyone but Izuku and Ochako seemed to freeze in place. Red Eyes scanned the room and found the paper mache bomb in the center, only to proceed to ignore it entirely in favor of the two villains of the exercise. Katsuki charged right past the objective like it wasn't even there and lunged at his targets. See, Yaoyorozu didn't reply, still staring at the screen in utter disbelief. But why? The bomb is right there. Ochako snorted next to him. Aoyama got his wits back first, firing off a blue beam from his belt only for Katsuki to twist in midair and dodge it effortlessly, striking out in the next instant. An explosion slammed into Aoyama's chest plate, fiery orange glinting off his visor as he was thrown back into the wall. Sato leaped in to help, muscles straining through his hero costume and already buffed up on sugar. His first punch was stopped short by one of Katsuki's grenade-like gauntlets, creating several cracks in the metal, and the second sailed harmlessly over the blonde's head as he ducked under it. Katsuki's fist shot up into Sato's jaw in an uppercut that whipped the taller boy's head back. Bulky arms sluggishly reached out for a counter, only to grab at nothing but empty air as Katsuki propelled himself up and over him with a series of aerial blasts and drove an explosive palm into his open back. Izuku couldn't help but wince, knowing exactly how much that must have hurt. Sato stumbled forward, dazed, and barely turned around in time to block a violent barrage of explosion. The fabric around his crossed arms burned away little by little under the unrelenting assault. Katsuki's grin widened. Bakugo's really running circles around them. Huh, Ochako commented. He certainly is, Yaoyorozu agreed, sounding impressed despite herself. Though he is brash and arrogant, his reflexes and combat prowess are simply undeniable. Aoyama recovered in time to save his teammate, catching Katsuki in the side with a laser beam and knocking him away from poor Sato. Katsuki landed on his side and rolled right by the bomb, once again into a crouch, shouting something with a snarl. Aoyama responded with another beam, this time clipping the angry blonde's ear. Katsuki dove in close and took on both villains at once, dodging and blasting fiercely. He took an enhanced punch from Sato and threw two back in return, twisting around to keep Aoyama in his sights. He seemed to be targeting that villain in particular, likely tired of his ranged attacks. Aizawa was surprisingly agile, sliding out of the other blonde's reaches and blows with grace and a smirk. He was still wearing his huge red visor and seemed to be getting more and more confident the longer he dodged. Then Katsuki finally caught the escaping boy's too long cape in his grasp, and Aoyama's eyes went wide. And that was why neither Izuku nor Ochako had capes on their costumes. Aoyama has been knocked unconscious and eliminated from the match, All Might announced a second later, his voice a touch confused, probably wondering why Katsuki was still beating up his classmates instead of winning the exercise. Izuku watched Sato fall roughly 30 seconds afterward next to the completely forgotten paper mash bomb, unable to hold off his opponent alone. That was just the kind of person Katsuki was. Izuku and Ochako had designed their costumes together over the course of a single afternoon, high on matcha and excitement. She was way better at the whole aesthetic thing than he was, and combined with his ridiculous attention to detail, they had the skill to create two great designs. Her costume had a similar color scheme to his full black with colored highlights, the emerald green replaced with a nice light pink that mimicked the glow of zero gravity, and was made out of the same protective fabric. Her boots were geared towards landings and absorbing impact, giving them a lot of stomping potential. She had open-fingered gloves along with special wrist guards that fired miniature grappling hooks, and several pink accessories all over her costume that pressed into her pressure points to reduce her nausea. They also gave her a bit of that astronaut vibe she loved so much. For our last match, everyone, All Might boomed. We have Kirishima and Shoji as the heroes versus Uraraka and Zero as the villains. Zero was the boy with interesting-looking elbows and a tape quirk, not the strongest offensive-wise, but more than useful in an exercise with capture as a win condition. He seemed nice enough, listening attentively to Ochako as she described her plan. Her open hands gestured wildly as she spoke in the way she always did, and Izuku could almost imagine her voice at the sight. Outside, the hero team seemed to have settled on a frontal assault. Kirishima punched his palm with a grin as he stood next to a stoic Shoji. And begin. Ochako stepped out of the bomb room and Kirishima and Shoji immediately headed off into the building. Meanwhile, Zero started drawing long lines of tape in the space around the objective. Within minutes, he had a giant, white web to trap any approaching heroes. The paper mash bomb itself floated up, higher and higher until it was now resting comfortably on the ceiling. Ochako glowed a bright pink as she activated her quirk on herself. A single jump took her a decent stretch across the hallway before she kicked off a wall to propel herself farther, then another to go even farther. Soon she was flying through the building at high speeds, changing direction and accelerating with sharp twists and pushes. Ochako was easily one of the most mobile members of their class inside an enclosed space like this, and with a 10-minute exercise, she didn't even have to worry about overusing her quirk. Uraraka-chan's so damn fast, Ashido exclaimed. I wish I could bounce around like that. Asui tilted her head. Don't you have your acid surfing thing, Kiro? It just isn't the same, Su-chan. Ochako made her way down the floors as Kirishima and Shoji made their way up, both forces set to collide in the middle. With Shoji's additional ears, the heroes would be able to find the bomb incredibly easily. And unlike Bakugo, Kirishima and Shoji were reasonable opponents that actually cared about completing their objective. So Ochako needed to greatly slow down or stop their opposition before they got near the bomb room if her team was going to have a chance of winning the exercise. A blur of black and pink turned into a long corridor just as a rocky redhead and masked man stepped into view on the other side. Both teams caught sight of the other in the same, frozen moment. Ochako moved first. Kirishima ducked, his mouth open wide in an exclamation as dangling fingers just missed his spiky hair. Shoji reached for Ochako's airborne form a beat too late, grabbing at nothing but air as she flew past them. Ochako pressed her fingertips together and lost her pink glow, dropping to the ground in a smooth roll and whirling back to face her opponents in a crouch. Her lips curved up into a ready grin. Kirishima rushed at her with a similar expression on his face, his quirk active over his entire upper body. His skin was sharp, jagged edges visible even through the camera. He swung for her face, overextending a noticeable amount. Ochako sidestepped the attack, grabbing the hardened arm with both hands to make him weightless before turning with the momentum to throw the poor boy over her shoulder and slam him down behind her. The floor cracked under the impact. A collective wince went through the monitoring room. Kirishima floated up a second later, dazed, confused, and suspended in midair. Shoji seemed far warier now that his teammate had been subdued so easily, making use of his impressive reach to keep Ochako away. His many arms lashed out at her in a burst of powerful punches, yet it wasn't enough. Ochako's smaller form weaved through the storm of fists, deflecting everything she couldn't dodge off her wrist guards. The grin on her face never faded as Shoji was forced to take one step back, then another, and then another. He seemed to be frantically tracking her palms, likely realizing that if she got even a slap off him he'd be just as weightless as his poor partner. but there was no way for him to escape, so it was all he could do to fend her off for another dozen seconds before she finally landed a palm strike on his chest. The attack barely did any damage, but it forcibly lifted the tall boy into the air and let Ochako smoothly wrap her captured tape around his main arms before he could react. Shoji has been captured and eliminated from the match. Then, Ochako stepped over to a still-floating Kirishima and looped the tape around him as well. All Might announced the end of the exercise as she released both members of the hero team, letting them fall to the floor in a heap. 2:47 p.m., Tuesday. Ochako strode confidently back into the monitoring room, basking in the glow of a flawless victory. She scanned the room, seeing Izuku and bounding over. He flashed her a happy thumbs up and she beamed back at him. She seemed to be experiencing a decent bit of nausea, only visible in the minuscule wobble in her step. Floating a hardened Kirishima and the large shoji at the same time must have been a lot of stress on her quirk. He made a mental note to ask his mother to adjust dinner a little. Obviously, the MVP of this exercise is Uraraka, Yaoyorozu stated, tapping a finger against her chin. She constructed an effective plan to defend the bomb and then quickly captured both of her opponents. Shiro nodded, a little put out. Yeah, no complaints here, she totally carried me. Honestly, I sorta wish I'd gotten the chance to do more than stand there. Do not fret, Shiro-san, Ada said. You performed your role in this exercise admirably and set up quite the wonderful trap. And according to my esteemed brother, a pro hero who can reliably defend an objective is invaluable to hero operations. Oh, thanks, Ida. No problem. You are exactly right, young Yaoyorozu. All Might grinned. Young Uraraka calmly looked at the situation and defeated two power-focused combatants with great efficiency. Take this as a lesson. Students' touch-based quirks are very troublesome to face in close combat. Especially you, Kirishima, Aizawa suddenly said, and the redhead jumped. I get that you're a brawler, but rushing in recklessly can get you killed out in the field. Sorry, sensei. When Aizawa didn't say anything else, All Might continued. With that, students, you are all dismissed. Make sure you remember what you have learned today and to pack your hero costumes into your cases before you leave. 5:10 p.m., Tuesday. Izuku turned at the sound of soft footsteps, hearing them easily in the nearly silent park. Hey, Yagi-san. Oh, it's Yagi-san. Yagi waved, sinking into the wooden bench next to them. Good evening, young Midoriya, young Uraraka. The loud and confident symbol of peace that had taught them just hours before was now the quiet, slightly awkward skeleton that they knew once again. It was a shift that Izuku was still getting used to. I called you two here to, ask how my first class went. Yagi rubbed the back of his neck, sheepish. Honest opinions, please. Not too bad, Ochako said. I mean, it was a bit too much for the first day. That bomb scenario was like something you'd see in a movie. But it was very plus ultra. And you did get Eraserhead to sign off on it first. Yagi nodded, surprisingly. He was in favor of the exercise when I explained the details and my safety precautions. I think that as long as you all are physically safe, Aizawa has zero issues with throwing your class into the deep end. Ochako shivered. You personally picked out the teams, right? Izuku stated. Why did you set me and Koji up against Todoroki and Ashido? Yagi chuckled. I should have known that you'd realize that they weren't random. People with incredibly powerful, overwhelming offensive quirks are your greatest weakness, young Midoriya. So I wanted you to have a chance to fight an opponent like that. And, well, from what little I know about you and young Bakugo's shared history, pairing us up against each other wasn't a good idea. Exactly. That all sorta sounded like favoritism, Yagi-san, Ochako commented. Yagi smiled. Did it now? The way I see it, I was simply ensuring that my students had good matches. Fair enough, Izuku hummed. Any luck finding a successor yet? I think so. Sir Nighteye called me the other day. Oh, the ex-boyfriend, Ochako interjected, and said that he has someone in mind for me to meet. I trust his judgment, and the person he chooses will surely be worthy of my sacred torch. Izuku opened his mouth, then closed it. Yagi said that he and Sir Nighteye had fallen out of touch because of a sensitive, personal issue and opinions on All Might's future, so at least a large part of their separation was about One for All's legacy. Izuku didn't have any right to step in there, but you aren't going to offer One for All to this person just because Nighteye thinks they're worthy of it, right? Yagi blinked. Huh, I am mean. The way you phrased that is a little weird when you haven't even met this hero yet, Izuku said, quietly. It's your quirk, isn't it? I trust your judgment, and Nighteye should too. You're right. Thank you, young Midoriya. No problem, Yagi-san. 6:34 a.m., Wednesday. You know, Izuku-kun, we're basically living together right now. Izuku stumbled next to her, nearly tripping over his own feet. What? Ochako jogged on. I mean, every day you wake me up super early every morning so we can go on a run. We come back to your house to eat Inko's delicious breakfast, and then we head off to school together. We eat lunch at the same table with our friends, walk each other home and train, then I have dinner with you guys again. Well, yeah, I guess you have a point. Izuku paused. Is that a bad thing? Nope. Achako replied cheerfully. I like spending time with you. I just think it's a little funny, that's all. Izuku hummed. They had gotten pretty close over the past 2 years, hadn't they? They were woven intricately into each other's lives, far beyond the partnership that had initially tied them together. Izuku couldn't even imagine a day without her now. They ended their jog a few minutes later, careful not to tire themselves out before class, and stopped just in front of his house. Achako pressed her fingertips together in front of her, a slight blue glow shining through her hands at the contact. Save, Wednesday, 6:41 a.m. Achako pulled her hands away to squint curiously at his face. Anything? Nope. Awa, 7:25 a.m. Wednesday. Are you too sure you have everything? Inko asked again. Yes, we're sure, Mom. Really? All of your pencils and notebooks? Even your bentos? What about your handkerchief? I know you both have that field trip today. Mom, 7:50 a.m. Wednesday. There was a huge pack of reporters outside of the school when they arrived, swarming around UAS gate like hungry vultures. The clamor of voices demanded to see All Might as if the man wasn't busy being a teacher and the number one hero. Clearly, the news that Yagi was teaching here had been leaked, though really, it wasn't going to have stayed under wraps for very long. Izuku and Achako pushed through the crowd as quickly as they could. As soon as they told them that they were general education students, they were left alone. Good morning, Uraraka-san, Midoriya-san. Hey, Uda. Hello, Ida-san. I am glad to see both of you arriving at class early. Ida beamed. Our academic studies are of utmost importance, after all. You say that. But Aizawa-sensei himself is probably going to get here late, Jiru said dryly. He doesn't seem to care at all about homeroom. Ada's eye twitched, but he didn't deny it. And all of those aholes crowding the gate don't exactly make arriving on time easy, either. I know, right? Achako exclaimed. Like, come on. Do those vultures have nothing better to do than to harass some teenagers? Oh hey, Midoriya. Kaminari leaned over Jiru's desk to greet him with a smile. I didn't get a chance to tell you how awesome you were against Todoroki yesterday. Where'd you learn to dodge like that, man? Izuku shrugged. It's mostly experience. My quirk helps a lot with that kind of stuff too. The blonde leaned further. It does. Huh. What is your quirk, anyway? Jiru shoved Kaminari off her desk, sending him tumbling to the floor. Izuku blinked. Yeah, I didn't see you use a quirk on the entrance exam either, Jiru noted casually, as if nothing had just happened. So do you have some kind of analysis quirk, then? Or a reflex booster? No, nothing like that, Izuku replied, abruptly realizing that most of the class was now paying very close attention to them. He tapped a finger against his temple. My quirk gives me a photographic memory, letting me instantly recall anything and everything I've experienced in my life. Yaoyorozu clasped her hands together, eyes gleaming. That's an incredibly useful ability, Midoriya-san. Though, what I wouldn't give for an infallible memory. The ability to permanently save all of my formulas. Oh, so my theory was right. Then you can create anything as long as you remember the exact chemical makeup of its components. That's so cool, Yaoyorozu-san, Izuku gasped. It must have taken so much studying just to make the basic items you've utilized so far. No wonder you're a recommended student. But how does the quirk work? An emitter like that must have several supplementary mutations, both physical and mental. How are you circumventing the law of conservation of mass in the first place? Creation does make pink sparks and also seems to drain you ever so slightly, meaning that the quirk is likely using something inside of you as a fuel source. A poke to his side brought him back to reality. Breath, Izuku-kun. You're scaring the poor girl. Izuku winced, glancing at an amused Achako and then back to a stunned Yaoyorozu. Sorry about that, Yaoyorozu-san. I get up really into quirk analysis. Jiru snorted at that. Bit of an understatement there, dude. Yaoyorozu just smiled. Don't worry, Midoriya-san, I found it all quite interesting. Her cheeks tinted an embarrassed red. As for how my quirk functions, well, my lipids are the fuel source you described. They transform into atoms that I use for my creations and therefore, I must intake far more calories than normal to power the process. Siro's eyes lit up with understanding. Oh, so like how poop works. The classroom went dead silent. Then Yaoyorozu's head fell into her hands, the picture of absolute despair. Siro, Jiru growled, her earjacks posed to strike. Apologize. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. Oh, I'll show you sorry. I mean, that sounds great for studying and stuff, Kaminari said thoughtfully, still laid out on the floor. He scratched his head. But how does a good memory help you in a fight, Midoriya? Aren't you just fighting like, quirkless? Achako opened her mouth. Well, are you effing dumb, Pikachu? Katsuki scoffed, his arms crossed over his chest. The nerd can memorize every single thing you do and come up with a counter to your fighting style within seconds. If you think that shit isn't useful, then your brain's even more fried than I thought. Izuku blinked, utterly baffled. Did Katsuki just offend him? Holy shit. 8:01 a.m., Wednesday. As predicted, and in true Eraserhead fashion, their teacher arrived at class over a full minute after the bell had already rung. All conversation was instantly cut off as soon as the ugly sleeping bag got to the podium, no one daring to risk incurring his wrath. So everyone's here, Eraserhead noted, bored. Great. All you need to do in homeroom today is elect a class president and a vice president. I don't care how you do it, just tell me who your representatives are by the end of class. Bye. With that, their homeroom teacher curled into the corner of the room and took a nap. Did Izuku want to be class president of 1A? He had only taken the role once, for a single year of middle school. He didn't have many connections with anyone there, nor did he need it to boost his UA application, so the whole thing had honestly just been a huge waste of time. Being the class president of 1A, though, would be completely different. It was a position that would make finding internships and work studies far easier and also gave him influence in a school that, unlike Aldera, actually mattered. But more importantly, it would make him the leader of 1A. He wanted to create and lead an investigative hero agency like Sir Nightaye's one day. And this would give him invaluable experience towards that goal. And with Reset, well, having people listen to him in a pinch would be wonderful. Achako was looking at him. He gave her a small nod and she smiled back. Izuku raised an eyebrow at her in return, and the smile dropped away with a vehement shake of her head. Phew, Ida sprung out of his seat. Fellow students, I believe that we should decide our representatives through the tried and true method of democracy. The best candidate, the student with the highest number of votes, will win. You say that? Ashido noted slyly. But you really just want to be president yourself? Ada wilted a little, then straightened up again. Yes, I cannot deny my own selfish desire for the position, but I shall endeavor to win it anyway. But won't everyone just vote for themselves, Kiro? Asui wondered. Kaminari glanced at her. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Well, that just means whoever wins deserves it, Kirishima claimed boldly. There were way too many confident, outgoing people in Izuku's class who would probably try for president just for the popularity and prestige of it all. And more than a few people who deserved it. Not necessarily, Izuku spoke up. I don't think that all 19 of us even want the position. I mean, I was class president in middle school and all of those meetings and extra work could be a struggle for some people once UAS course load described by many of its past graduates as terrifyingly vigorous really kicks in. This is one of the best hero schools in Japan, after all. His perfect memory didn't miss how both Ashido and Kaminari flinched. So while voting is a pretty good idea, we should nominate a couple of candidates first, maybe a few people who actually want the position, and then have them come up one by one to give a short speech on why they should be president. Then, after that, the rest of you all vote for your favorite nominee. Izuku finished. Does that work for everyone? He got several nods, and a thumbs up from Ashido. Bakugo rolled his eyes. And naturally, Todoroki wasn't. No, wait, the apathetic Todoroki was actually paying attention to what Izuku was saying, and even watching him intently. Yaoyorozu stood from her seat, narrowing her onyx eyes on Izuku. So are you going to nominate yourself, then, Midoriya-san? Izuku stood up as well to meet her gaze with a smile. It was a good thing that their seats weren't close to each other. She was easily a fair bit taller than he was. Yeah, you. Yaoyorozu nodded. Yes, I will also choose to nominate myself. Great. We have 2 candidates so far, then. Izuku turned to the rest of the class. Does anyone else want to run? No one liked public speaking, so the casual addition of a speech to the whole class was a major factor. And after the exercise yesterday, where Yaoyorozu calmly and intelligently broke down every single person's battle performance, it was clear that she was brilliant and exceptionally driven, the kind of person you did not want to run against. Both of these things further whittled down his number of opponents, and in the end, Class 1 only had 5 people running for class president: Izuku, Yaoyorozu, Asui, Bakugo, and Ida. Greetings, fellow students. My name is Ida Tenya, and I possess the engine quirk. His hands chopped sharply through the air as he spoke. My family has been in heroics for generations, carrying a powerful legacy of honor, courage, and responsibility, and I shall continue this noble line as the next ingenium. As president, I will endeavor to follow and enforce every single rule in our UA student handbook, as well as add some new ones. I will increase the penalty for tardiness and uniform misconduct, as well as the punishments for these 24 other infractions and violations. Asui Tsuyu, Quirk Frog. A short bow. Please call me Tsu. I have been told that I am a very blunt person, so I apologize in advance if that throws any of you off. I will always be honest and upfront with all of you about myself and my actions. You can trust me, Kiro. Hello, everyone. I am Yaoyorozu Momo, the Yaoyorozu heiress and a recommended student for this course, and my quirk is called Creation, a polite yet genuine smile. You might have heard about it earlier, but please allow me to explain my abilities once again. Essentially, my quirk lets me transform atoms into whatever I wish, a feat that requires no small amount of intelligence and management ability to perform. Luckily, Those are two qualities I possess in droves. If you elect me as president, I will transform each and every one of you into brighter, better versions of yourselves as we head towards our shared dream of becoming pro-heroes. Furthermore, I'm Bakugo Katsuki, and my quirks explosion, a deep huff, hands shoved into his pockets. Why should you vote for me? Well, that's effing obvious. See, I'm the strongest. I'll take down every shitty villain in my way. And if you follow me, I'll make all of you dumbasses stronger too. My name is Midoriya Izuku, and my quirk is called Perfect Recall, a warm grin, emerald green eyes sweeping over every single one of his classmates. Simply put, I believe that I'm the best candidate for this position. My photographic memory will make the tasks and duties of the role as easy as can be, giving me plenty of time to lead and connect with all of you. I'm an expert in quirk analysis and know exactly how to improve each and every one of your capabilities. I will always be here to talk, listen, or help. I will never give up on any of you. Izuku and the other 4 candidates stayed at the front of the room as the voting box went around, each student dropping in a single slip of paper. The results came in. Midoriya Izuku, 7. Yaoyorozu Momo, 4. Asui Tsuyu, 2. Bakugo Katsuki, 1. Ida Tenya, 0. Nice. 10:05 a.m., Wednesday. Yaoyorozu slid into her seat with a sigh, setting her huge bento down on the lunch table. You had that one from the start. Izuku paused, a spoon held halfway to his mouth. You took total control of the class and was the one to propose the whole election process in the first place, Yaoyorozu continued, and your speech was certainly praiseworthy as well. I must admit that you are far more fit for the position than I, Midoriya-san. Izuku smiled. I think you're giving me a bit too much credit there. Yaoyorozu-san, I just did my best to win. If I hadn't made myself look like a good leader before the vote, you would have won by a landslide. Heck, I would have voted for you if I wasn't running. Ah, thank you. Besides, I had votes from Ochako and Koji before I even started talking. Izuku shrugged. Still have no idea why Todoroki voted for me, though. Probably cause you beat him soundly in yesterday's exercise. Ochako piped up from next to him. Maybe, but isn't that an even better reason not to vote for someone? Ochako shrugged. I think you impressed him, or something, by jumping out of a window. Izuku tilted his head, skeptical, and still tagging the objective. Yeah, wait a minute, Yaoyorozu requested, confused. How do you know who voted for you? Did Todoroki and Koji tell you that they did? He gave her a puzzled glance. Did she forget what his quirk was? We watched everyone write down their votes. I just traced their pencil movements. I suppose I'm going to have to get used to that. Yeah, Izuku agreed. I'm looking forward to working with you this year, Yaoyorozu-san. Yaoyorozu smiled back. To you as well, Midoriya-san. The 3 of them enjoyed a peaceful, uninterrupted lunch period. 11:02 a.m., Wednesday. We don't need to arrange the seating for a bus ride, Izuku explained patiently, standing at the front of the class. They were all decked out in their hero costumes once again, all of their gear fully repaired. No one seemed to have made any changes yet except Aoyama, who, thankfully, was now missing his long and flashy cape. Ida blinked, an action that was barely visible behind his helmet. But as students and future heroes, should we not proceed into our transport in an orderly, organized fashion? We can do that by simply lining everyone up. Izuku told him. We only have 19 people in the class and don't actually know what kind of bus it is yet. Oh, I see. Ida bowed at a complete 90 degrees. I apologize for hastily questioning your judgment then, Midoriya-san. Don't worry about it. Now that he was president, Ida was treating him with even more respect than before. It was pretty jarring to someone like Izuku, who had had exactly one friend before entering UA. Mona filled into the bus in an orderly line after Eraserhead and settled in. Ochako took a window seat around the middle, and Izuku slid in next to her. The bus automatically started moving once everyone was seated because of course the school had self-driving buses. Todoroki-san, can I ask you something? Asui spoke up, drawing the class's attention to her. Todoroki seemed slightly surprised to be spoken to. Yes, I heard that you actually have 2 parts to your quirk, the ability to create ice from one side and fire from the other. Why do you never use that fire? Todoroki narrowed his heterochromatic eyes. I don't need it. Why not? The air temperature started to drop, and Izuku hurriedly intervened. Hey, I'm sure that Todoroki has his reasons, Asui. Call me Tsu, Kiro. Wasn't that a derivative of her first name? That was super informal. Tsu, he held back a cough. And it seems pretty personal, too, so we really shouldn't pry. Asui nodded in acknowledgement. She turned back to Todoroki. Sorry, Todoroki-san. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. It's fine. But man, even with just his ice, Todoroki's quirk is so damn awesome, Kirishima said, staring down at his palm. I wish my hardening was nearly as flashy as that. Ashido elbowed him lightly. Don't sell yourself short, Ijiru-kun. Your quirk's pretty great in a fight, isn't it? But, Ochako nodded brightly. Yeah, I couldn't risk taking a single one of your reinforced punches yesterday. I had to float you off first, Kirishima, since you were the most troublesome opponent there. No offense to you, Shoji-kun. Shoji just shrugged. None taken. Kirishima blinked, then burst into a grin. Thanks, Uraraka. No problem. Hardening is a really useful quirk for a hero, Kirishima-san, Izuku chimed in. You've got the perfect defense to protect yourself and civilians, and can pack a punch when needed. Yeah, Ijiru's totally Oz. Wait, Kaminari, are you okay? Izuku followed her eyes to see said blonde hunched forward in his seat, hands clasped together tightly. His skin was paler than usual, and there was a single bead of sweat trickling down his temple. And then a millisecond later Kaminari was looking up at them with a bright grin, his arms wide and his posture as cheerfully open as always. The change had been so quick that if Izuku didn't have his quirk he would have missed it. Yeah, sorry, I'm good. Just a little car sick. That's all, or is it bus sick? I'll be fine in a bit. You really gotta sleep more. Man, you've almost got bigger eye bags than Aizawa-sensei. Zero joked. Kaminari rubbed the back of his neck at that, sheepish. Yeah, honestly, I was too worried about this exercise thing to get much shut-eye. I mean, Aizawa-sensei told us literally nothing about what we were gonna have to do today. Jiru snorted. So you were so excited about the field trip today that you couldn't fall asleep. What are you, a primary school kid? I mean, the man has a point, Zero said. All we know is that this heroics class is gonna take all day. With a teacher like ours, who knows what'll happen? What if he puts us in some kind of weird death maze? Dude, you've been watching way too many shitty movies. You never know, Jiru. It could happen. Jiru rolled her eyes. Yeah, and pigs can fly. Zero beamed. Yes, exactly. I heard about this awesome quirked zoo in China the other day. Oh, for FS sake, Zero. 11:24 a.m., Wednesday. Class 1 followed their teacher off the bus and through a huge gate, stepping into a massive plaza. There were different areas visible in the distance, each with some kind of distinct terrain. A pro hero walked up to greet them. Ochako screeched, bouncing up and down like an adorable mass of excitement. Oh my god, it's 13. Izuku-kun, look. Izuku stifled a smile, reaching out a hand to steady her. Yeah, I see her. It's really her, Ochako breathed, starstruck. What do I do? I feel like I'm gonna faint. I don't think that'd make a very good first impression on her. Ochako, Izuku teased lightly. Izuku-kun, Eraserhead asked the space hero something, and 13 raised 3 gloved fingers in response. So Yagi had used up all of his time in his hero form. Izuku frowned. Unexpected situations and attacks happen sometimes, sure, but how on earth had the man managed to burn through all 3 of his hours before he even arrived in UA? If Eraserhead's scowl was anything to go by, the underground hero felt the same way. 13 moved to introduce herself, her steps light and delicate despite the bulky white spacesuit she wore. Hello, students, and welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, otherwise known as the USJ. My name is 13, and I am a teacher and pro hero that specializes in rescue operations. As you all experienced in Aizawa's quirk apprehension exam and later in All Might's battle trial, your quirks are all incredibly powerful. This is wonderful for your future career, of course, but with that power, you carry a dangerous risk, 13 said, her voice lowering into something more serious. Take my quirk. For example, Black Hole has served me well in rescuing hundreds of people, yet at the same time it has the capacity to turn people into atoms with the slightest mistake. If we aren't careful as pro heroes, our abilities can easily harm or even kill other people. He wasn't expecting her to bring that up, but it was true. Every single person in one except Hagakure, Zero, and Izuku had potentially lethal quirks, and even then, all it took to kill someone was a hard blow to the head. Every hero needed to be careful and trained. That said, 13 continued. You students will have plenty of time to learn that control over your next 3 years at this prestigious school. That journey starts today, and then a portal formed into existence down in the main plaza, cutting her sentence off short. The purple darkness widened further and further until it was wide enough for 2 figures to step out of it, a man with scruffy blue hair covered in severed hands and a huge, hulking figure with a beak and inky black skin. The darkness itself revealed 2 glowing, yellow eyes in its center and settled in next to them. Behind the 3 walked out dozens and dozens of more strange individuals, all wearing malicious smirks and grins and a variety of activated quirks. Villains, Eraserhead cursed, stepping in front of them. Izuku watched as in less than a second their lazy, unkempt teacher transformed into full hero mode, his usually slouched frame turning tense and straight, his gray scarf uncurling from his neck to float threateningly off his shoulders. 13, get the kids out the gate and back to the bus. All right, what are you going to do? 13 asked. I'll hold them off. There were at least 30 villains down there, Izuku realized, ignoring the main 3 ringleaders. Eraserhead's style was specialized to quick and efficient takedowns. not fighting a huge group at a disadvantage, yet he was about to charge into them without hesitation any way to buy their class time to escape. Kaminari, use your quirk to push a signal through to the school. There was no response. Izuku glanced over to see the blonde staring at the approaching villains and frozen in fear, hands trembling at his sides. Kaminari, their teacher called again, stern and grounding. Kaminari startled back to reality, fiddling with the device strapped to his costume. WHOK, Aizawa sensei. The racerhead pulled his gold goggles over his eyes and leaped into battle. He was down the stairs in 2 seconds and facing the villains in 3. They turned a variety of quirks on him, from sharpened hair to fired projectiles, but every single one suddenly failed at the crucial moment and their confused users were easily and cleanly knocked out. Eraserhead fought with cool, calm efficiency. Every punch and kick landed with a pained hiss as he took down every single opponent in his path with brutal focus. His capture weapon almost seemed alive as it struck out at enemies, blocked attacks, and threw villains into each other. It was awesome. Izuku tore his eyes away from the sight at 13's shout. Okay, let's go. Through the gate, students. Hurry. They rushed to the large doors in a panicked, anxious mess, half the class terrified and the other half itching to go back for their teacher. But he had ordered that they get out of here, and getting reinforcements would help him more than anything. They were almost at the gate. Then the portal villain warped in right in front of them, cutting their escape short. And where do you think you're going? He asked in a deep voice, sounding almost amused. There was a glint of something silver in his dark, misty body. Before any of them respond, Katsuki and Kirishima attacked, a large explosion and a hardened fist striking the villain in the same instant. Guys, no, 13 called out. The smoke vanished to reveal the villain entirely unharmed. His yellow eyes now narrowed. How scary. I suppose you all are the cream of the crop after all, even if you are merely kids. Unfortunately, none of your attacks will ever reach me. We'll see about that. A hole, Katsuki growled, launching another blast at where the villain's face was. Izuku yanked Katsuki away as the misty void expanded through where he just was. Kirishima, get back. If you touch that darkness, he's going to warp you away. Kirishima hurriedly complied, his eyes wide. And the rest of Wanna took a step back as well. Oh, you've already figured out how my quirk works, boy. I mean, you clearly warped all of those villains in here. It was pretty obvious. Fair enough. 13 moved in front of Izuku, her finger pointed at the villain in an obvious threat. Surrender now, villain. Or else, don't use your quirk on him, 13-san. Izuku advised quietly. If he can create portals, then Black Hole is way too much of a risk to use. 13 flinched, then turned to Kaminari. Kaminari, have you gotten through to the school yet? Kaminari shook his head, pale. I effing can't. They have somebody jamming all the signals. No reinforcements until they physically got someone out, something that wasn't going to happen with this villain in the way. Should they reset now? No, it was still way too early. He could get so much more information if he kept this loop going. He needed to focus on beating this warper. Unfortunately, warp quirks were incredibly rare. He didn't have the slightest idea what their weakness was. Katsuki and Kirishima's physical attacks had done nothing, meaning that the darkness wasn't a part of the villain's body. So was he entirely intangible, or was there something underneath? A strange, eerie chuckle. So your brain's behind this group, Midoriya. What an interesting child. It's going to be a shame to kill Yo. Todoroki, freeze him, Izuku yelled. A huge mass of ice erupted in front of him, all-encompassing frost covering the misty villain in an instant. It seemed like they had got him for a second. Then it was all torn apart by 2 dark, purple discs that combined back into darkness as the villain flowed upward, rising above the shattered crystals to his full, massive height. How rude. The amusement was gone, replaced with cold apathy. That's enough of that, then. This time, Izuku wasn't nearly fast enough to escape the advancing void. 11:28 a.m., Wednesday. Izuku snapped back into focus as his body hit the water and sank through, a thick yet slippery weight present around his skin and a new jolt of pain running through his side. He closed his mouth, oriented himself vertically, and kicked hard to the surface. His head broke through, arms keeping him afloat over the waves, and he took a greedy gulp of air. It looked like he was in some kind of lake. A glint of white. Izuku whirled around just in time to dodge a lunge from a effing shark, gleaming teeth chomping down where his arm was. Cruel laughter followed the near miss. A lake filled with villains. Oh, there's one. And this one actually landed in the water. Haha. Finally, those creepy FS pulled through. I can't wait to rip him apart. No thanks. Izuku desperately swam in the opposite direction, but from the gaining voices behind him, it was no use. Every villain here seemed to have some kind of water-based quirk, most of them aquatic mutations. He threw an elbow behind him, his gauntlet-covered arm bashing a woman who looked like an octopus in the face, and swam even harder. He stood zero chance in a fight against all of them in the water. He needed to get to land. Midoriya, over here. Kirishima. Izuku glanced over to see a giant white ship just floating in place and a familiar boy with spiky hair leaning over the railing. Ashido was next to him, her usual excited smile replaced with a tense frown. Izuku doubled in speed, frantically shaking off villains to reach the ship. He scrambled up to the top, and Kirishima's strong grip pulled him over. He let out a relieved breath as he stepped onto the deck, his bodysuit dripping wet. "So you two got dropped here, too?" Ashido bobbed her head. "Yeah, we got trapped in the darkness before we could get away, and next thing I knew, I was on this ship and staring at a bunch of villains." She shivered. "Who all want to brutally murder us. At least we landed on the ship." Kirishima clenched his fist. "He warped you right into them." Izuku nodded. "And they'll be climbing up here to get us in less than a minute. We need a plan. If only Ochako was here." "We all have my acid," Ashido suggested nervously. "I haven't used my quirk at all today, so I can spam him from up here for a while. But we can't hold off that many holes with just the three of us forever, and as soon as this ship goes under me and Ajiru are like, super screwed." Kirishima winced. "Yeah, with my hardening activated, I sink like a stone. And Mina's acid doesn't really mix well with water, so we need to get off this ship and onto land as fast as we can." Izuku concluded. "From the glass dome right above our heads we're still in the USJ, and I can just make out the plaza over there. There's probably more villains about in the rest of the facility, but our chances of fighting them off will be far better over there than here." This USJ seemed to be a place to train their rescue capabilities. A huge facility filled with terrain simulations like this lake. That's how Izuku knew that this ship wasn't operable in the slightest and that there were no rafts or anything on board. The three of them could try and swim for it, but they wouldn't make it very far before being caught by all of those aquatic villains. What to do? Izuku looked down at his palms, uncurling and curling his gloved hands. He had been recently cleared to use electric-based support gear, hadn't he? No, this wasn't an effing movie. If he electrocuted all of those villains, they would be seriously injured and maybe even drown. These were people, even if they were horrible ones trying to kill them. He couldn't just do that. "They're almost here, Midoriya-kun." But did he have a choice? "Okay, here's the plan," Izuku decided, unclasping his left gauntlet with deliberate, robotic movements. There was a slight chill as the air hit his now bare forearm. "I'm going to drop this in there. And when they stop moving, we're swimming for it." Ashido blinked. "Wait, what?" "No time to explain." Izuku cut her off as he stepped over to the railing, watching the villains greedily swarm the boat like a bunch of hungry piranhas. He flicked on the circular device on his removed gauntlet, held it over the edge, and let go. The screams weren't satisfying in the slightest. 11:33 a.m., Wednesday. The swim back to shore was silent. Neither Ashido nor Kirishima seemed to hate him for what he just did, or even fault him for the decision, but it had thrown them off all the same. He didn't blame them. And when they finally made it back to glorious, precious land and set foot onto the plaza again, they were greeted with a horrifying sight. The huge, hulking figure they had seen earlier had Eraserhead's head slammed into the cement, bits of blood visible around the point of impact. His elbow looked like part of it had been torn off somehow, or even disintegrated. And the villain covered in hands was laughing down at the fallen hero. "Your quirk's pretty neat, I've gotta admit," the villain told him casually. "Especially against people like me. But my Nomu here was built to fight All Might." The name was said with scathing, audible hatred. "Your Eraser's effing useless against something that's just that strong. That said, the bastard still isn't effing here. What kind of boss doesn't show up to his own boss fight?" So the goal of this attack was to kill All Might, then? A familiar darkness materialized next to the hand villain. "Shigaraki Tamura, I have finished dispersing the students. Effing finally. I've already dealt with Eraserhead over here. What about your mini-boss, Kirigiri?" 13 has been killed, Kirigiri responded, and Izuku's blood froze. Ashido and Kirishima went just as still next to him, though unfortunately, one student managed to escape during the battle. "Seriously? Damn it, this place is totally gonna be swarming with heroes soon and All Might still isn't here yet." Shigaraki scratched at his neck, agitated. Then he paused. "Though, I wonder, would killing some NPCs get him here faster?" He knew they were there. There was a blur of black and gray as Shigaraki suddenly sprinted towards them, accelerating to ridiculous speeds in under a second. His hand reached out, centimeters from touching Ashido's face. Izuku's reinforced boot slammed into Shigaraki's solar plexus with every bit of force he possessed, sending the villain tumbling across the concrete in a jumbled mess of pale limbs. The hand on his face flew clean off from the impact and landed in the water with an audible splash as Ashido took a delayed step back, stunned. Shigaraki finally came to a stop several meters away and rolled to his feet. His head snapped up in a harsh glare, chapped lips and burning red eyes freshly revealed to an unfortunate world. "Father, how dare you came here to kill All Might," Izuku stated. "I don't know why, and honestly, I don't care. 26 different dumbasses have tried to kill him this week alone. You're not going to be reasoned by anything I tell you. What I want to know is why you're trying to kill my class instead. Why don't you just F off already and go fight the man himself? Surprisingly, the villain actually laughed at that. Wasn't expecting that kind of language from a hero brat. Smashing him to pieces may be the main objective. Yeah, but I'm not above completing some measly side quests beforehand. All of you heroes need to be destroyed eventually. Anyway, the words were said as a simple fact, as easy as one might say that the world isn't flat or that katsudon was delicious. Shigaraki's face twisted into a smirk. And more importantly, well, I'd never turn down the chance to get some free EXP. The portal villain, Kirigiri, and the giant hulking figure were still standing still near Eraserhead's fallen form. It didn't look like they were hurting him, but the man clearly needed medical attention. For that, Izuku would need to get past these holes first. He unclipped a hyperdensity seal from his belt and threw it right at the villain's face in a single, fluid motion. Shigaraki's grin only widened as he tilted his head to dodge it, the projectile grazing his cheek by a hair. Damn it. Then he was dashing forward again, crossing the distance between them in an instant. Burning red eyes met emerald green. Shigaraki clearly had some kind of offensive touch-based quirk, but its actual effect was unknown. He could very well be the villain who destroyed Aizawa's elbow. Ashido and Kirishima were still at Izuku's sides, Ashido now an extra step behind him. He didn't know skilled Ashido was, but Kirishima didn't seem to have much combat experience or training beyond some basic boxing skills. Neither of them had been able to react to Shigaraki's lunge at all. With his hand-to-hand combat quirk and zero support gear, he was the worst off out of the three of them here, and Izuku leaped backward, yanking both students roughly with him by their costumes, making Shigaraki grab at nothing but air. Both of you, behind me, Izuku ordered, firm. Ashido, aim at his arms and legs. Kirishima, stay here and watch our backs. Gotcha, please. All right, Midoriya. Despite the situation they were in, the instant trust they put in him made him feel warm, reliable. He wouldn't waste it. Shigaraki pounced for his neck, his fingers curling in like claws into a motion that was far too practiced for Izuku's taste, and he ducked low to avoid it. His right arm rose up, the one still covered in a metallic gauntlet, to smash hard into the villain's solar plexus in the exact same place he'd struck him before. But this time, Shigaraki didn't even flinch under the impact. He simply swung his forehead forward to crash into Izuku's with an audible crack. Pain exploded in Izuku's skull as he stumbled back, desperately blinking away stars. Shigaraki lunged again in the opening, and Izuku brought his arms up just in time. Right arm stopping the pale hand short, only to watch in horror as his gauntlet suddenly started to disintegrate before his eyes. Black metal crumbling away into nothing under the villain's touch. Holy shit! Izuku jerked his arm away, horrified, and Shigaraki cackled at the sight. It wasn't a pretty sound. There it is, haha. How I love the reactions. So what now, little NPC? Something white flashed by Izuku's vision. Arg! Shigaraki's voice broke into a startled scream as the glob of acid burned through his black pant leg. The Ashido fired again, and the villain was forced to leap back, acid dissolving through the cement where he stood. It didn't look like she was lowering her dangerous solubility much at all. Back off, basic beach. Basic, Shigaraki repeated, indignant. Take that back right now, you low-leveled piece of shit. Make me, you pathetic excuse for a tutorial boss. Ashido hissed, full of venom. I mean, all black and a bunch of severed hands, how effing emo can you get? Get the F out of my school. Shigaraki screeched. I'll kill you. Shigaraki Tamura, do you require assistance? Stay out of this. Izuku snuck in another kick on Shigaraki while he was distracted, his favorite red sneakers crashing hard against the villain's side. Shigaraki bounced back against the concrete, and this time Izuku followed, dashing in before Shigaraki could recover and hurling blows with reckless precision. Deadly pale hands flickered out in response, aiming to disintegrate Izuku's face and neck and limbs, but none of them came close to touching him. Izuku had already memorized exactly how long the man's arms were, exactly how far he could reach. All of Shigaraki's attacks were fluid and blindingly fast, but the fact that every single one of them were attempting to achieve five-finger contact made them ridiculously predictable to Izuku, who had more than enough experience against touch-based quirks. As a result, the once terrifying villain ringleader faced a total, one-sided beatdown as a first-year hero student weaved through every one of his grabs with calculated ease, sliding just out of reach and breaking him down with brutal focus. The gauntlets lining Izuku's forearms were gone, one thrown away and the other destroyed, but he had one glove left, and his iron-soled boots were still entirely intact. He had designed his hero costume like this for a reason, to make his normal punches and kicks into reinforced blows that struck hard enough to do actual damage. And it was working. Shigaraki only seemed to be getting more and more frustrated as all of his attacks failed to connect, and every single one of Izuku's slammed into his body with painful accuracy. Stop effing moving. Get him, please. A strike to the gut bent Shigaraki over with a harsh cough. A fierce uppercut sent him stumbling back, and a punch to the jaw nearly knocked him over. Izuku thrust his gloved palm into Shigaraki's chest and the electricity glowed bright, a beautiful blue that glinted off Shigaraki's wide red eyes. And then it was over, the villain's muscles locking up as he fell backward onto the cement. Finally, Izuku swung low to knock out the downed villain, only to instead hit something very, very solid with a sudden flash of pain. Izuku's right arm broke against it on impact with a loud crack. He screamed, "What the F?" He hadn't looked away. He hadn't blinked. In one frame of memory he was attacking Shigaraki, and in the next the hulking Birdman had stepped in between them like a massive, inky black wall. Beady eyes stared down at him, completely emotionless. Some kind of teleportation quirk. He had arrived with the warper, but a short-range type was still possible. Wait, no, the concrete between him and a fallen Eraserhead was visibly damaged. He had simply dashed here. It was pure speed. But my Nomu here was built to fight All Might. The name was said with scathing, audible hatred. Your Eraser's effing useless against something that's just that strong. This was why Shigaraki was so confident they could kill All Might. He had some kind of overpowered monster that could match him. No wonder Eraserhead had been smashed into the ground so easily. Nomu, Shigaraki barked from the ground. Kill the NPCs. Izuku's brain kicked into overdrive. Anything near All Might's level of speed of power was going to smash Izuku to pieces within a second. He only had time for one move. The Nomu was currently in front of him, with the muscles in its inkai black arm already bulging out. The most direct route to killing him would be a straight punch through his skull, and he instantly dropped to the ground, arms and body flat against the cement. A millisecond later a massive black fist burst into existence where Izuku's upper torso just was, the wind blowing over his face and sweeping back his hair. The air shook with the impact, and somewhere behind him, Ashido shrieked, "Holy effing shit." Izuku rolled to the side and stood, ignoring the jolt of pain in his broken arm. The Namu's head snapped to him and its beak clacked shut. "Ashido, aim for the legs." Izuku screamed. Two large globs of acid splashed onto the monster's massive knees. Ashido's control seemed to have vanished entirely now, her acid actually starting to dissolve through its durable flesh. The Nomu paused, looking down at its damaged, immobile legs curiously, but it didn't seem to register the pain at all. Kirishima leaped in fearlessly with a hardened punch to the monster's head that didn't even make it blink. Izuku climbed up its huge body frantically, letting loose his electric glove into its brain at maximum output. That finally seemed to do something. The disgusting smell of burning flesh and ozone hitting his nostrils and almost flashing him back to the day at the cafe. And then a massive backhand hit him with the force of a train and Izuku was suddenly weightless, flying through the open air at supersonic speeds and tumbling down for a single, strange moment until he finally slammed into the ground dozens of meters away and rolled to a stop in a heap of broken, aching limbs. Every single part of Izuku's body hurt. He couldn't even tell what was broken and what effing wasn't. Wait. That wasn't true. His arms and ribs were definitely broken. And his collarbone too. Turns out that being punched by something made to fight All Might fed you up. Izuku tried to stand and realized he simply couldn't, settling for raising his head. The Nomu was right in front of him, its inkai black skin taking up all of his vision, probably here to finish him off. But for some reason, Izuku wasn't dead. Its huge fist, bigger than Izuku's entire head, had been stopped centimeters from his face by an equally huge palm that was far lighter in color. Izuku blinked, his head swimming and aching like hell. Wait a minute, he knew that palm. "You are safe now, young Midoriya," All Might boomed, voice ringing through the plaza, and even through the haze that was Izuku's mind, he could recognize the burning anger in the hero's voice. "Well, because I am here." The symbol of peace had finally arrived. Izuku coughed, and a new wave of pain racked through his body. "Pretty effing late, though." All Might's huge, sturdy back flinched at that. "I'm glad you're here, though," Izuku added, black flooding into the edges of his vision. His eyelids felt impossibly heavy, he was so damn exhausted, but now that All Might was here, everything was finally all right. "Have you seen Ochako, by the way?" "I have, yes. She was by the gate when I arrived." Izuku smiled at that. "When you beat up all of the villains, can you tell her to come here? There's something I need to tell her to do." "Of course, young Midoriya." "Thanks, Yagi-san." Izuku let the comforting darkness creep in, and everything finally went black. 9:04 p.m., Wednesday. Awareness came back in waves, his consciousness gradually building itself up block by block until his thoughts and feelings and memories were solid again once more. Izuku opened his eyes to an unfamiliar room of clean, white walls, a soft bed lying underneath his body, and warm sheets resting over his chest. It was entirely silent, save for the quiet sound of pages turning, almost automatically. He flipped back through his most recent memories. There were the past few seconds of waking up here, a few hours of dreamless, peaceful sleep, and then pain, a fierce agony coursing through his entire body, an endless feeling of helplessness and resignation, and then finally a single moment of blissful relief. For a minute, Izuku just let himself breathe and stare up at the ceiling tiles. His body wasn't broken anymore, but everything was still sore in a way that he could feel in his very being. So this was what Recovery Girl's quirk felt like. Every bit of remaining stamina he had must have been used up mending his injuries the way it did, which explained how utterly spent he still was. Even then, the amount his natural healing process had been accelerated was simply incredible. There was a reason she was one of the best healing heroes in Japan, after all, and Izuku was experiencing it firsthand. "Thanks for healing me, Recovery Girl," Izuku said to the ceiling. The rustling papers paused for a moment, then started up again. "Ah, you're awake. How are you feeling, Midoriya?" "Tired," Izuku admitted. "I don't think I can move at all right now." "That's perfectly normal for a healing of this scale," Recovery Girl reassured him kindly. "You were severely injured, but he got you here before anything could become too permanent. You'll be just fine with some rest, sweetie." "Is Aizawa okay?" "I patched up his elbow and dealt with that nasty head injury already. Yes, it's going to be at least a few weeks before he's up and moving again. But he's going to be okay as well." "That boy's a stubborn one," Ochako screeched, bouncing up and down like an adorable mass of excitement. "Oh my god, it's 13. Izuku-kun, look." Izuku stifled a smile, reaching out a hand to steady her. Yeah, I see her." "Yeah, Portal Villain said that he killed 13. Izuku whispered softly. "Was he lying?" A measured pause. Then, "No, he wasn't." Izuku let out a short breath. He didn't know 13 well. She had been his teacher for all of minutes, really. But in that short time, she had defended his class with everything she had, even while stuck in one of the worst quirk matchups possible. Was it his advice? Was what Izuku told her the reason she died? Had he helped her when she needed it most? What else could Izuku have done in that situation? "But all of your classmates are fine, if a little bruised and scraped up here and there," Recovery Girl added. "You don't have to worry about that. The only student seriously injured was." The door burst open. Izuku only had a moment to react before a familiar blur of green had her arms wrapped around him, loud sobs filling his ears and wet tears dampening his shirt. He wished he could move to hug her back. "Hi, Mom. I was so worried," Inko cried. "All they said was that there had been a villain attack and that you were badly hurt. I got here as fast as I could. I even ran a red light or two. And you know I never do that, and when I finally got here you were completely out of it." He had been unconscious for a full 10 hours. "If it weren't for Ochako-chan here, I would have lost it." Izuku glanced over to see the mentioned girl standing by the foot of his bed, unusually quiet. Her brown hair was messy and full of dust, and she was still in her hero costume, the bodysuit scuffed and damaged in several places. Her eyes were puffy and red as they scanned over every part of him. She was worried, but all right. "What a relief. I'm okay now. You too," Izuku told them with a smile. Recovery Girl said I'd be just fine with a little rest. "Her quirk really is amazing." "Thank you, Young-un. Like I could move right now. I'd totally be getting her autograph," Izuku quipped. From the way all three women just looked at him blankly, they clearly hadn't found that as funny as he did. "You have very nice classmates, Izuku," Inko said as her tears finally dried up. "The red and pink ones seemed very kind. The glasses boy led me all the way here. And that tall, responsible girl was there to hand me handkerchiefs before I even asked for them. Though I dearly wish I got to meet them under different circumstances. I'm so glad that you've made such good friends here." "Thanks, Mom." She bit her lip. "And also, I need you to know that I still support you. In becoming a hero, I mean. I always will. You know that, right?" Izuku opened his mouth and nothing came out. He nodded instead. Inko nodded firmly. "Good." His mom's eyes glanced over at Ochako for a split second, then looked to Recovery Girl. She pulled something small out of her purse and stepped over to the hero. "Since, as he pointed out, Izuku can't ask you for an autograph himself at the moment, I'll do so in his stead," Inko said. "And I would like also one as well. I cannot thank you enough for what you did to save my son." Recovery Girl just nodded. "Simply doing my job, Midoriya-san. Come over here, I have a pen in my office." His mom really was amazing. Izuku waited until their gradually fading voices were completely out of earshot before he looked up at Ochako. Emerald green eyes met auburn brown ones. And he said the first thing that slipped into his groggy mind. "I'm glad that you're okay, Ochako." "But you aren't," she responded instantly, sharp. It was the first time she had spoken since she had walked into the room. "I am now, though. It was bad, Izuku-kun," Ochako said, wringing her hands together as she spoke. "You were bleeding way too much and both of your arms were bent out of shape and you were barely even breathing when Yagi-san laid you onto that bed. And if he had been a millisecond slower getting to the USJ, you wouldn't have even been that." Izuku frowned. That must have been a horrible sight to see. No wonder she was so worried. "And I don't even have to tell you all of that, because I know that every single second of it is already burned into your ridiculous memory. So whatever pain I think you went through must be so much effing worse, and I hate that I can't do anything to fix that." But you know what's the worst part of it all, Izuku-kun? You barely survived something that terrible. And the very first thing you think of when you were finally safe is that you want to go back and do it all over again. Achako's voice trembled, hands curling into fists at her sides. She looked tired, almost tired enough to pass out. Had she even slept since the battle? Yeah, Izuku admitted. I want you to reset. A sigh, low and resigned. He hated that sigh. I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize, Achako said. I know you have to do this, Izuku-kun, and I'm going to help you. She reached out with a dusty, gloved hand and gently brushed back some of the emerald curls on his forehead. Izuku blinked up at her, worried. And if anything, I'm the one who should be apologizing to you. In a minute, you're the only one who's going to remember all of the shit that just happened. I am, Izuku agreed. But I don't mind that. You never do, somehow. Achako sighed again, but this time it was lighter. You're way too self-sacrificial for your own good. Izuku-kun. He didn't know what to say to that. Achako broke into a huge, wide yawn, stretching out her arms with it and then letting them fall listlessly to her sides. He felt himself smile. We do still have over 58 hours until our checkpoint expires, Izuku murmured. That's more than enough time to take a nap before we reset, isn't it? Achako paused, considering. A nap? Oh, and here I thought you wanted to go back as soon as possible. I changed my mind, Izuku told her. Achako smiled a little at that. She tugged off her helmet, finally freeing her hair from its grasp, and placed it down on the table. Then she turned back to him. Scoot over. Izuku shifted to the side and Achako lifted the thin white sheets to squeeze in snugly next to him. There wasn't nearly enough space for both of them on the tiny hospital cot, so she ended up curled up against him, armored hero costume jostling against his aching side. Her arms fell over him carefully, her head landing on his chest not carefully enough. Watch the ribs, Achako. Sorry, but she didn't move away. And he didn't ask her to. Instead, he just let himself melt into the contact, warm and safe, and felt himself finally relax as his breathing evened out with hers. It was perfect. 1:46 a.m., Thursday. Izuku woke up again to soft rumbling in his ears and a comforting weight on his chest. He opened his eyes to the precious sight that was a sleeping Achako. A sleeping, snoring Achako, which explained the rumbling. All of the lights were off in Recovery Girl's office. The hero must have come back and then decided against waking them. He could just barely make out his notebook in the darkness, laid carefully on the desk next to Achako's helmet. Achako, the adorable snores cut off. The girl on him slowly stirred at the sound of her name, brown eyes blinking wide open. Oh, hi. Izuku's smile widened. Hello. I didn't know you snored, Achako. Achako's cheeks blushed a deep red, bright enough to be visible in the darkness. I live alone, okay. It's not exactly something that I need to worry about. Really? Izuku asked. Even when you're so loud that Recovery Girl could hear you from a different room. What? Izuku nodded, making his expression appear as solemn as he could. It's true. She came over here all worried and everything. I can show you the memory, actually, if you want. Achako laughed, warm, and he felt it through his entire body. Liar. I can literally see your mouth twitching. Izuku-kun. Oh, I almost got you though, didn't I? Maybe. Izuku let the moment last just a little bit longer, waiting out 5 more precious seconds of peace. Then he forced himself back on track. Hey, Achako, what happened to you after Kurogiri warped you away? Her smile fell a little, but didn't fade completely. She'd clearly expected him to ask. The same thing that happened to the rest of our class. I was with you, suddenly got swallowed up in darkness, and then suddenly whoosh, I'm in another part of the USJ, surrounded by broken buildings and mean-looking villains. Achako shrugged, her shoulder brushing against his arm with the motion. None of them were very tough, but there were so many of them that it was a pretty tiring fight anyway. And the ruins I ended up in were specifically designed for rescue training. So all of the structures were super unstable and just ready to collapse on me. Not exactly the best place to use a quirk that throws debris around. Then I ran into Bakugo, of all people, who seemed just as happy about being stranded here as I was. We found a path out and made our way back to the plaza together though, by the time we did. Achako trailed off, meeting his eyes again. I was unconscious, and All Might was finally here, Izuku finished. Yeah, he got you and Aizawa-sensei to safety before going head-to-head with that giant bird thing, using even more power than he did against Muscular. I didn't really, watch most of the fight, but from what I saw it was pretty incredible. They almost made a hurricane every time their fists met, and moved so fast that I could barely keep track of them. The annoying hand guy was taunting him the entire time, bragging about how strong his Nomu was. Apparently, the thing was able to endure Yaga's punches because it had a shock absorption quirk. Izuku blinked. Wait, the villain really just told you guys it's quirk? Seriously? He didn't seem very smart, Achako agreed. So Yagi used that knowledge to overwhelm the Nomu completely, hitting it so many times that it reached the limits of its absorption. Then he yeeted it up through the dome and into the sky. and we haven't seen it since. The one All Might fight I miss, huh? Achako's lips tugged up slightly at that. Yep, after the Nomu was taken down, the two other ringleaders escaped through a portal. Yagi couldn't stop them since he was pretty much out of time by that point, but he stayed in buffed form until the teachers finally arrived, and zoomed you over to Recovery Girl. And well, you know the rest. Izuku nodded. Is that all you wanted to know, Izuku-kun? Are you ready for me to, rewind, now? Was he ready to relive all of yesterday, including the terrifying villain attack that his class had only barely survived? Probably not, but he knew, deep in his newly mended bones, that the longer he stayed here warm and safe and cuddled in Achako's arms, the harder it would be to go back. Yeah, I am. Achako raised her fingerless gloves into the space between them and pressed her hands together. They glowed a soft blue at the contact, just enough to light up her face in the darkness. Wide, worried eyes, stiff features, and pursed lips. Izuku took her in with a smile. I'll be all right, Achako. I have almost an entire day to prepare for this thing. Hell, maybe I'll even stop any of it from happening at all. Don't worry about me. A light scoff. I'm always going to worry about you, Izuku-kun, especially when you tell me to reset. Reset. 6:41 a.m., Wednesday, 6:41 a.m. Achako pulled her hands away to squint curiously at his face. Anything, from save to reset, from start to finish, every single loop began and ended with Achako. Izuku was always perfectly positioned to notice the differences between her future and present selves. And there were always differences, of course, slight changes in the expression on her face and in the way the light wherever they were fell across her hair, or maybe missing scruffs along her clothes and absent bruises along her skin if they'd done some particularly intense training before they reset. Humans changed with the steady passage of time, so therefore future Achako would never seem exactly the same as present Achako. So unlike the girl in the last second of his memory, present Achako had hair entirely empty of dust and bright orange sunlight falling across her face instead of the dim, blue glow of her own quirk. Her winded grin and spotless gray school jacket struck an even sharper contrast to future Achako's tired smile and battered bodysuit. It was the first time that Izuku had really felt like he had just rewinded his best friend. Hi, something's wrong, Achako noted, already frowning. Are you okay, Izuku-kun? What happened, or well, what's about to happen? But she was still his Achako. Izuku took a deep breath. So, you know that heroics field trip we have later today, right? 6:50 a.m., Wednesday. It seemed like they had got him for a second. Then it was all torn apart by two dark, purple discs that combined back into darkness as the villain flowed upward, rising above the shattered crystals to his full, massive height. How rude. The amusement was gone, replaced with cold apathy. That's enough of that, then. This time, Izuku wasn't nearly fast enough to escape the advancing void. And that's when he separated the entire class, Izuku explained as the memory faded from their vision. When I opened my eyes again, I had been warped away to an entirely different part of the USJ, a flooded area with a cruise ship that had several aquatic villains already there. Later I found out that everyone else had also been sent to different zones by those portals, with enemies ready for them at each and every one. Divide and conquer, huh? Achako mused. Where was I sent to? A destroyed mock city filled with broken and unstable buildings, Izuku answered. You told me that Katsuki ended up there too, and helped you fight your way out. Achako wrinkled her nose. Out of everyone, I got stuck with him, and in a place horrible for both of our quirks, too. Hiroshima, Ashido, and I managed to fight off the aquatic villains and get back to land. There, we found Eraserhead badly injured by the ringleaders of that attack. Shigaraki, the weirdo covered in severed hands, went on a monologue and revealed that the goal of their attack was to kill All Might. They implied that their giant bird monster thing was engineered for that very purpose. Seriously? Izuku nodded. It was almost as fast and strong as All Might, and even had shock absorption to counter his punches. Luckily for us, the thing couldn't move or do anything without Shigaraki's orders, and it was mainly focused on attacking All Might. So the three of us just held off the other villains for a few minutes until the teachers arrived to save the day. After that, I met up with the rest of the class, Recovery Girl checked us over, and we reset. Izuku finished. Achako met his eyes, searching for something. He watched her back. You aren't actually going to show me the rest of the attack, huh? No, Izuku agreed. Not yet, at least. Sorry. Achako simply nodded. All right, what do we do next, Izuku-kun? 7:02 a.m., Wednesday. The phone rang, a low noise that quickly filled the silence of Nezu's office. He picked up before it sounded again. One paw curled tight around the device. He hadn't been expecting a call right now, much less one from a detective. How interesting. Sukachi, Nezu greeted cheerfully. What a pleasant surprise. Hello, Nezu-san. Sorry for calling out of blue like this. Don't worry, I wasn't busy. Nezu dismissed the man's concerns. What can I do for one of my favorite humans today? I got an urgent message from an informant a few minutes ago, Tsukachi stated, straight to the point as always. Nezu appreciated that. They told me that you have a field trip scheduled for 1 to a place called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint at around 11 am and that the entire class was going to be attacked by villains there. Nezu narrowed his eyes. Who is this informant? They go by the codename Prophet and have assisted me in dozens of cases over the past 2 years. Their quirk lets them see visions of the future, something that I couldn't help but doubt at first. Even with my quirk, but every single prediction they have ever given me has come true. It's absolutely incredible. Their very first vision to me is what allowed me and Toshi to capture Muscular. If Tsukachi believed this strongly that the informant was the real deal, then it would serve him well to listen to the warning. Nezu did not take any chances when it came to the safety of his students. What exactly did this prophet tell you, Tsukachi? 7:29 am, Wednesday. Are you too sure you have everything? Inko asked again. Yep, really. All of your pencils and notebooks? Even your bentos? What about your handkerchief? I know you both have that field trip today and everything. Do you need to bring something special for it? It's important to be prepared, Izuku. And also, I need you to know that I still support you. In becoming a hero, I always will. You know that, right? Izuku smiled back, bright. Yeah, we have everything we need. Thanks, Mom. 7:47 am, Wednesday. Izuku quickly hurried them through the swarm of reporters and into the gate, saving them both a few minutes of being fiercely questioned by a nosy crowd. He walked through UA's familiar maze of hallways and stepped through the classroom door, Ochako right behind him. The exact same students as before seemed to be present save for Kaminari, who hadn't arrived yet. Izuku's eyes immediately flicked to Eda. The tall boy saw the two of them a moment later, his eyes widening behind his glasses in recognition. Then his posture straightened a fraction, mouth already opening to deliver a practice greeting. Good morning, Uraraka-san, Midoriya-san. Good morning, Uraraka-san, Midoriya-san. Hey, Eda. Hello, Eda-san. I am glad to see both of you arriving at class early. Eda beamed. Our academic studies are of utmost importance, after all. Izuku glanced over at Jiru. You say that, but Aizawa-sensei himself is probably going to get here late, Jiru said dryly. He doesn't seem to care at all about homeroom. Ada's eye twitched, but he didn't deny it. And all of those aholes crowding the gate don't exactly make arriving on time easy, either. I know, right? Ochako exclaimed. Like, come on. Do those vultures have nothing better to do than to harass some teenagers? Probably not, Jiru replied. UA's new hero course is pretty big news. And getting anything on All Might is like the scoop of the century. Izuku nodded. Yeah, everyone's pretty shocked that their number one's a teacher now. I don't think the media attention on us is gonna die down anytime soon. Ochako dropped down into her seat with a sigh. Man, I just want to walk to class without being interrogated, Perfectly understandable. Unfortunately, dealing with the press is a skill absolutely necessary for heroes to hone throughout their careers, Ida told her. Even if you become an underground hero, you'll need to interact with the public at some point or another. Your brother's pretty good at that, Izuku commented. I've seen almost all of his interviews, and they all feel so kind and reassuring. He cut himself off as Kaminari stumbled into the classroom, breathing hard, and fell into his seat next to Jiru. What's got you in such a rush, jamming way? Jiru raised an eyebrow up at the blonde. We still have 10 minutes until class starts. Kaminari took another second to catch his breath. I was making pretty good time over here, even left sorta early and everything. But then I ran into someone I knew on the street, and they had something they needed from me. Oh, a friend? Ochako asked. Kaminari chuckled. Low. Something like that. Anyway, I finally get to UA, only to find a effing army of reporters blocking the gate. They asked me if I was in the hero course, so I was like, yeah, why? Izuku winced. And then they all closed around me like sharks, asking all sorts of stuff. Kaminari exclaimed. I had to sprint out of there as fast as I could to get away. It was terrifying. And that is why none of us answered any questions, Jiru said dryly. Izuku and Ochako nodded along. Silence is a very effective tactic in dealing with the press, Yaoyorozu stated. Matter of fact, they are here to find interesting details on us and All Might. Whether those details are true or not, keeping quiet will leave them with nothing to work with. As the young heiress of the extremely prestigious Yaoyorozu family, she was no doubt speaking from experience. And anyway, they should not be hounding us like this until we're licensed heroes, or at the very least adults. You think those reporters would piss off if we sixed Aizawa-sensei on him? Siro wondered. Ochako's eyes lit up. Oh, definitely. I'd love to see that. I mean, the guy's absolutely terrifying. And I get the feeling that he likes media attention even less than we do. Come to think of it, we've still never seen Aizawa-sensei's quirk, Kaminari mused. Maybe it's like some kind of stealthy underground thing. That'd be cool. Izuku shook his head. Nah, it's nothing like that. His quirk's called Erasure. It's an emitter that lets him temporarily erase any non-mutant quirk in his line of sight. It's extremely effective in ambushes. Kirishima's eyes widened at that. Well, that's a real game changer. Like you're in the middle of a fight and boom, your quirk suddenly stops working. Damn. I mean, I can definitely see how it's useful, Kaminari said thoughtfully. He scratched his head. But in an actual fight, isn't that quirk pretty weak? Doesn't that mean he has to fight, quirkless? Ochako opened her mouth. Well, are you effing dumb, Pikachu? Katsuki scoffed. His arms crossed over his chest. That prick can render you powerless when you least expect it and has decades of hand-to-hand combat experience that you don't. If you think the ability to nullify someone's quirk isn't strong, then your brain's even more fried than I thought. 10:05 a.m., Wednesday. 1A's field trip wasn't cancelled. Prophet had made a rather desperate call to Tsukachi that morning, one that they were quite lucky he was available for, and the detective had assured them that he would handle the situation and immediately contact Nezu. And as weird as it was, the incredibly well-connected detective probably did have a direct line to such an important figure. But with 1 hour left, 1A's field trip still hadn't been cancelled. So all Izuku could do was hope Nezu did something with the information. If he dismissed it completely, well, they were kinda effed. Yaoyorozu slid into her seat with a sigh, setting her huge bento down on the lunch table. You had that one from the start. You took total control of the class and were the one to propose the whole election process in the first place. And your speech was certainly praiseworthy as well. I must admit that you are far more fit for the position than I, Midoriya-san. Izuku smiled, past memories flashing through his mind. I think you're giving me a bit too much credit there. Yaoyorozu-san, I just did my best to win. If I hadn't made myself look like a good leader before the vote, you would have won by a landslide. Heck, if I didn't run, I would have even voted for you. And then there was the fact that Izuku had already won this election, and just had to repeat the exact same things he said before to win again. He even got an extra vote this time, likely due to the additional confidence he had in delivering his speech. Yaoyorozu blinked owlishly back at him. Ah, thank you. 11:06 a.m., Wednesday. Hey, Kaminari. What? The blonde startled in his seat at the sound of his name, completely yanked out of his thoughts. Wide eyes flicked over to meet Izuku's green ones. Izuku held out a soda can, tilting it slightly so Kaminari could read the label. Do you want some ginger ale? It's pretty good for dealing with nausea. Kaminari blinked at him, taken aback for a second. Then his lips curved up into a tiny, grateful smile as he reached out to take it. Thanks, Midoriya. I didn't really take you for the kind of guy to drink soda. He wasn't. It had felt weird even buying the can from a vending machine an hour ago. Izuku shrugged. Yeah, I don't drink stuff like that very often. Ochako here, on the other hand. Soda's awesome. Ochako chimed in. It just has that nice, bubbly taste, Should you really be saying that as like an ex-cafe employee? Izuku wondered. Well, I don't work at a cafe anymore, do I? Ochako hummed. If anything, you're weirder for not liking soft drinks. Izuku-kun. Kaminari took a sip from his can with a smirk. But carbonated drinks are terrible for you. So is coffee. And I don't see you swearing off that anytime soon. 11:24 a.m., Wednesday. Izuku stepped off the bus and immediately noted a crucial change. Cementos and Present Mike were here. Both men were in hero costume, as usual, and stood to greet them in front of USJ's gate. Izuku couldn't read anything off Cementos's face, but Present Mike appeared distinctly cautious, almost wary, a sharp contrast to the loud and kind English teacher Izuku had come to know. Aizawa exchanged a few words with both of them before the group walked further in. Catching sight of another member of UAS staff, Ochako screeched, bouncing up and down next to him like an adorable mass of excitement. Oh my god, it's 13. Izuku-kun, look. A thick, puffy white jacket joined with a high-tech helmet to form a durable hero costume that looked just like a spacesuit. Two wide eyes shone through the front of the helmet that blinked once, then twice as they approached. Izuku's mouth set into something determined, fingers twitching towards his utility belt. Yeah, I see her. It's really her, Ochako breathed, starstruck. He glanced over to see his best friend just as purely excited as she was before. A smile stretched wide across her face. What do I do? I feel like I'm gonna faint. Aizawa asked the space hero a question, and 13 raised one finger in response. Wait, no, she was actually pointing up at the sky. Right on cue, a blur of red and blue crashed down from above. Izuku's eyes went wide. Greetings, everyone. All Might boomed. I am here for another heroics lesson. No way. Man, I still can't believe we're actually being taught by All Might. I know, right? I'm not sure I'll ever get used to it. Instead of only having 2 pro heroes protecting the class, they now had 5, one of which was the symbol of peace himself. Prophet's warning had clearly managed to reach Nezu, with almost unbelievable results. Thanks to Reset, Izuku now had a golden chance to save everyone, to minimize the damage to his class and make sure not a single person here was hurt or killed. He wasn't going to waste it. 11:26 a.m. Wednesday. 3. If we aren't careful as pro-heroes, our abilities can easily harm or even kill other people. 2. That said, you students will have plenty of time to learn that control over your next 3 years at this prestigious school. 1. That journey starts today with, right on time, the portal materialized before Izuku's waiting eyes. The purple darkness widened further and further until it was big enough for Shigaraki and the Nomu to step through, dozens and dozens of villains walking in behind them. 13. Cut herself off short. Aizawa's slouched frame suddenly turned tense and straight, his capture scarf uncurling from his neck. Present Mike's smile fell off his face. Cementos bent low, his blocky hands within reach of the ground. All Might's powerful blue eyes narrowed, and Shigaraki grinned, almost feral, severed hand back on his face. There you are, All Might. You're a hard effing guy to find, you know that. Haha, I have heard that before. Yes, mostly from news reporters. All Might agreed. But you fellows don't exactly look like the press. So why are you all here? I'm here to kill you. All Might, Shigaraki interrupted, gleefully honest. I'm going to effing rip you apart in front of all of your students, limb from limb, until there is nothing peaceful or mighty left of you. It's going to be awesome. The malice was practically tangible in his voice. Izuku couldn't help the shiver that ran down his spine. I see. All Might grinned back, entirely unfazed. Quite the bold declaration, villain. But can you back it up? You effing bet I can. Nomu. The monster left Shigaraki's side in a blur of black, faster than Izuku's eyes could track. And then All Might was in front of him, holding the Nomu's massive black fists in place with his palms. His suit was suddenly torn in several places, likely from moving so fast so quickly, and the heroic grin on his face had faded into something more serious. That was quite the reckless attack, there, All Might told his opponent. Do you not know how to hold back? There are kids right behind me, you know. The Nomu's beak clacked. Hold back. You want me to hold back? Shigaraki repeated. Now, why the F would I do that? I brought this super opus tank here to end your city life, but if I happen to take out some of those worthless NPCs too, well, that's perfect. All of you heroes deserve to die. All Might threw a mighty punch onto his opponent, and it only shifted back a few meters, scarred skin effortlessly absorbing the blow. He landed another blow, then another, and then another, to almost no effect. The Nomu's attacks were slower than the hero's but just as powerful. Every time the two combatants clashed, the air shook and the concrete cracked under their feet, huge gusts of wind rushing out on either side of the collision. It was almost as if they were standing in front of a tornado. Damn, if Izuku wasn't so terrified, he'd probably be fanboying like hell right now. 13. Take the students and get out of here. Aizawa's voice cut through his thoughts, firm and grounding. Present Mike, go with them. Cementos, All Might. And I'll take care of the villains here. 13 nodded. All right, Kaminari, use your quirk to push a signal through to the school. There was no response. Izuku glanced over to see the blonde staring at the approaching villains and frozen in fear, hands trembling at his sides. Kaminari startled back to reality, fiddling with the device strapped to his costume. WHOK, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa's eyes shone red as he turned back to the villains. Then the hero grimaced after a second, eyes dimming back to black. A mutant, huh? Izuku had really been hoping that his teacher could erase that overpowered shock absorption quirk. Besides that, there was no way for them to help All Might except. Okay, let's go. 13 shouted. Through the gates, students. Hurry, getting all of the students out of his way. The class rushed to the large doors together, Ochako right at Izuku's side, with Present Mike leading them and 13 bringing up the rear. They were almost to the gate when Kurogiri warped in front of them once again, cutting their escape short. And where do you think you're going? A deep voice that sounded almost amused, coming from somewhere deep inside that misty body. Izuku swiftly stepped in front of the class, his gloved hands reaching out to stop Katsuki and Kirishima before they could move. Back to the school, of course, Izuku answered lightly. Are you going to stop us? I am, Kurogiri confirmed. Eliminating you children is the secondary objective of this mission, a side quest if you will. I cannot let any of you leave this facility alive. The students behind him stiffened in a mix of shock and horror. Well, that's awfully cruel, isn't it? Present Mike said. From what your hand-covered weirdo a boss said, you guys are just here to take out the big guy. What issue do you people have with a couple of kids? Nothing, Kurogiri replied. But orders are orders, and quite frankly, your attempts at stalling are simply a waste of my time. With that, the villain lunged for them, cloudy darkness expanding forward in a massive mist. Yeah, only to be blasted back by a wave of pure sound. Kurogiri's wispy form shrank in with the force of it, his attack completely forced away. Orders are orders, huh? Then I guess you won't have any problems with me kicking your ass. Present Mike grinned fiercely. A sound quirk, Kurogiri mused. How interesting. Rock on. The second yell threw the villain back again. but this time he recovered from it even faster. The third passed harmlessly through Kurogiri's form without a trace, and the fourth was caught and directed back at Present Mike through a portal, nearly taking out the hero with his own attack. Present Mike's quirk could affect Kurogiri and buy them time, but it couldn't do any damage since that darkness the villain used to warp people wasn't part of his actual body. To take down Kurogiri, Izuku needed to target his weak spot. Todoroki, I need you to freeze only the bottom part of the villain, Izuku said quietly. Be precise. Todoroki looked at him for a moment, expression unreadable. Then he threw his right hand forward. The rush of ice was just as beautiful as it was the last loop, a chilling wave of frost that enveloped Kurogiri in just a second. The villain broke free instantly again, misty darkness bursting outward. There, a metal brace hidden within the mist, shaped to fit a neck with interesting markings along its side. It was exposed for barely a fraction of a second, but that was more than enough time for perfect recall to save its location. Izuku turned to the scowling boy next to him. How good's your aim, Katsuki? Huh? What kind of effing question is that? Izuku poked his shoulder. There, a metal brace hidden within the mist, shaped to fit a neck with interesting markings along its side. Izuku handed over one of his hyperdensity seals, and Katsuki's lips stretched into an unsettling grin. The sharp bang drew Kurogiri's attention, but he was still too slow to react to the explosively propelled, stamp-shaped projectile that slammed into his neck with brutal force. The villain committed the cloud equivalent of a full-body flinch under the blow, glowing yellow eyes going wide. Gotcha. He's not entirely intangible, sensei, Izuku called out. There's something solid you can hit under all of that mist. Present Mike flashed a thumbs up over his shoulder. Thanks for the assist, little listeners. It was a testament to the severity of the situation that neither Present Mike nor 13 scolded them for actively attacking a villain. Kurogiri's eyes landed on Izuku, noticeably warier now. What a dangerous attack. It's impressive that you children figured out my weakness so soon. I suppose you are the cream of the crop, after all. Especially you there, Midoriya. So you're the brains behind this group, Midoriya. It's going to be a shame to kill you. How do you know my name? Izuku cut him off sharply. That isn't public information. And no one here has referred to me by name once in the past few minutes that we've been here. I'm afraid I cannot tell you that, Kurogiri responded. They must have hacked into UA's servers somehow, either using that same person they currently had jamming communications, or some other technopathy quirk, or maybe even just pure skill. If they bypassed UA's security, they would have all the information they needed, including when this field trip would take place, and what all of the students' names and quirks were. It all made sense. They almost never give us straight answers, little listener, Present Mike said. Leave that part to the police. Our job, you see, is to save people and capture the villains. Amplified to an incredible degree by his quirk and precisely aimed through the directional speaker, Present Mike's voice was an incredibly potent weapon. Faced with the said weapon pointed right at his weak spot, all Kurogiri could do was raise a massive mist in front of him like a shield to protect himself. Even then, the vibrations were still visibly affecting his wispy form. How long can you keep that up, villain? It was working. Mike Sensei's so cool, Kirishima marveled. He's taking on that terrifying guy all by himself. And he's totally kicking ass. Ashido finished. He is certainly impressive, 13 agreed. But stay alert, students. We need to evacuate as soon as Mike creates an opening for us. Are those strong enough? Yaoyorozu asked Jiru. The purple-haired girl had new, durable-looking earmuffs over her ears, though there was still a wince on her face. Kinda. Jiru mouthed back. Thanks, Yamomo. Holy shit, Mike's quirk is strong. Izuku glanced back at the fight to see Present Mike advancing on the villain, triumphant, as Kurogiri shrunk further and further under the onslaught of sound. The villain's eyes were getting lower and lower on his misty form, almost as if he was sinking. Wait, Izuku looked down just in time to see a massive portal opening right under their feet, purple darkness stealthily stretching underneath them entirely unnoticed. A split second of realization before dawning horror set deep into his bones, immediately followed by a wave of dread and utter helplessness. Izuku opened his mouth. On check, 11:31 a.m., Wednesday. Izuku snapped back into focus at the sensation of freefall, of a plummeting feeling in his stomach and wind rushing by his face. He tucked in on instinct and hit the ground in a roll, mitigating the impact throughout his entire body. He pushed himself to his feet and stood up. Fire. Every building around him was on fire, a bright orange-red coloring his entire field of vision. The heat pressed up against his face and wrapped around his skin. A bead of sweat ran down his forehead. He hadn't been sent to the shipwreck. This was a completely different part of the USJ. Another carefully created rescue zone. None of the flames were actually spreading to anything else and were instead just burning in place. But even if it was man-made, Izuku was still trapped in a world on fire. Aha, there's one. Finally, that misty effer actually pulled through. Let's burn him up. A world on fire filled with villains. They came from every side, casually stepping through the flaming landscape to surround him. Almost all of them seemed to have some type of heat resistance or fire quirk. How much did Shigaraki pay you guys to do this? Izuku asked. Oddly enough, he didn't feel any fear right now. There was only a strange sort of numbness at the situation before him, at everyone and everything caught under his eyes. A pause. Then a woman at the front chuckled. So you already know the boss's name? Huh, the villain mused. Didn't think he was that popular. As for how much yen we're getting, well, it's plenty. It must have cost a lot to get so many villains in on such a risky plan. For all of his immaturity, Shigaraki seemed to be incredibly well funded. Not that it's gonna matter much to you, kid. A man jeered. He had a bear mutation that manifested in his face and arms, covering them both in brown fur and extending deadly claws from his hands. You're about to be dead meat. What a useful quirk. Obviously enhanced strength, extra fire resistance, and sharp limbs that were absolutely perfect for removing debris. He would make an excellent rescue hero or firefighter, or be successful in many other types of physically demanding jobs. But instead, he was using it to kill children for some yen. Another villain in a ski mask laughed. This voice came from about a meter to the left, marking him as the closest enemy. Huh, you tell him, Kuma. Izuku twisted into a sprint, within range before the masked man could even react. He feinted at his face and startled arms shot up to block, leaving the villain completely open to the iron-soled boot that struck him between the legs. Hard. The villain crumpled to his knees with a scream. Without pause, Izuku laced his fingers together and brought them down on his head to knock him out. A flash of light lit up at the edge of his vision and he ducked on instinct, a ball of fire flying right over him. He could feel the heat glide along his scalp. The female villain whistled, a fireball now resting in each of her open palms. Damn, now that was ruthless, kid. A simple emitter quirk that produced flames from the user's hands. Her fire seemed to be above average in temperature among quirks of the type, though still far lower than Endeavor. It had taken less than a second for her to conjure up another projectile after that first attack. Yet again, countless usages in various jobs or hero work. But instead, she was using it to kill children for some yen. No wonder that weirdo sent so many of us. Izuku rushed her. Her right arm thrust forward in response, hand curling in like a newbie baseball pitcher. Izuku read the trajectory before the fireball even left her palm and twisted to avoid it without breaking stride. It would take her too much time to create more fire on her right hand after that miss, so she was going to attack with her left next. He threw his last seal. It zipped through the air before striking the back of her left hand at the perfect angle, knocking her flaming palm up, and into her own jaw. The villain reeled away with a shout, in obvious pain but not visibly burnt in the slightest. So that was the limit of her heat resistance. What the F? Izuku's gauntlet slammed into the exact same place on her jaw and sent her flying backward against the concrete. She rolled to a stop a few meters away, unconscious. Loud footsteps beat against the ground and Izuku whirled around just in time to see two massive paws aimed at his face. He crossed his arms to block on reflex, sharp claws screeching harshly off his metal-covered forearms. The bear man named Kuma by the ski mask guy laughed harshly. Did those two dumbasses really just get taken down by a kid? Let me guess, you're gonna try and beat me down the same way? Huh. Izuku kicked at the villain's ankle in response, earning a satisfying hiss. Then he threw all of his weight into a punch at the villain's solar plexus. Kuma caught the blow effortlessly in a large paw, bare features twisting into something that resembled a grin. I barely even felt that one. You don't even have a strength mutation, do you, kid? The backhand struck Izuku across the face with the force of a train, knocking him clean off his feet and up into the air. The world spun for a dizzying second before he hit the ground in a painful tumble of limbs. Izuku blinked away at the stars floating in his vision and pushed himself to his feet. The bodysuit helped absorb the impact on the rest of his body, but that one blow to the head had almost given him a concussion. You even have a physical quirk? The villain wondered. I didn't see you use any set against those two either. Are we not good enough for your quirk? Wait, someone suddenly grabbed him from behind, roughly holding his arms against his back. Izuku struggled on instinct, stomping hard on the new villain's foot, but their grip didn't budge an inch. Gotcha, kiddo. Another man stepped up next to Kuma, this one wearing an odd-looking dragon mask over the top half of his face. Two fangs were visible over his exposed mouth. Kuma laughed at Izuku's obvious surprise. What, did you think the rest of us were gonna come at you one by one? You kicked that guy over there in the balls without even hesitating. We're not gonna line up for you like dominoes. Though, I could kill you by myself if I wanted to, of course. Are you sure about that? Izuku tried to taunt. You seem to need a lot of help, actually. Pretty sure, Kuma replied, not pausing and advanced toward Izuku. Immobile as he was, a single slash from those claws would probably rip Izuku's face apart. Izuku reached out blindly behind him, fingers grasping for contact. It took a desperate second of useless fumbling before he finally felt the warm skin of his captor's wrist. Pain. Izuku's vision went white for a moment. He felt like he was on fire as a sharp sting ran through his entire body. His mind stilted as it was forced to memorize the sensation before he toppled to the ground, completely numb. And then the iron-tight hold on him was suddenly gone, a chilling scream sounding right next to Izuku's ear. Izuku grit his teeth and then threw his elbow back into the villain's stomach, creating distance. Then he whirled around to knock him out with a hastily thrown left hook, perfect form wavering the slightest bit as he regained his composure. The electrocution effing hurt. Izuku glanced back to see the dragon-masked villain open his mouth wide. Flames spewed out in a scorching stream as Izuku leaped to the side, burning the ground where he just was. An emitter that let the user breathe out flames. Decent range, with far more intense heat than the fireball woman. Speaking of heat, Izuku thought as he wiped a hand across his sweat-covered face. If he fought in an area covered in fire much longer, he was probably going to collapse. He could already feel his stamina draining away faster than normal. He needed to hurry up. Izuku watched the villain's mouth open again, shoulders rising and chest expanding with the breath, and rolled out of the way of another blast. He picked up his fallen seal as he stood and launched it with all of his might. The stamp-shaped projectile struck the villain dead center in the middle of his forehead and he fell like a sack of bricks. Kuma lunged at him while he was distracted, extended claws just barely missing his eyes. Izuku ducked and weaved under the following swipes, carefully dodging the attacks he could and blocking the ones that he couldn't. His gauntlets held up against the villain's claws, but the force of each blow still shook his entire body. And then the bear man finally made a mistake, paws curling in for a swing that was just a bit too wide. Izuku seized the opening to step in close and grabbed the villain's face in his gloved palm. Real bears had big, thick fur coats and several layers of insulating fat, so electricity wasn't very effective on their bodies. But their faces were a different story. Their super-sensitive lips, nose, and tongue took a sudden shock as a very unpleasant occurrence. Izuku's glove activated, electricity glowing a bright, beautiful blue as Kuma's eyes widened. He let out a deep sigh as the bear villain finally collapsed, his heart racing in his chest. Slow, deliberate footsteps sounded behind him. Izuku whirled around, hands raised up for another opponent only to see a familiar dual-haired boy blinking back at him. Todoroki, Midoriya, Todoroki returned. His face appeared just as expressionless as usual, despite the fact that they were in an active villain attack. His eyes swept over the clearing, glancing at all of the unconscious villains strewn about, before looking back at Izuku. "I see you've dealt with things over here." "I have," Izuku agreed. "What about you, Todoroki? Are you injured?" Todoroki shook his head. "No, none of the opponents here provided me with any challenge." "Of course they didn't," Izuku muttered, glad for it yet slightly bitter all the same. 11:37 a.m., Wednesday. By the time they made it back to the plaza together, the battle there was over. The entire plaza was a mess, formerly pristine concrete now filled with cracks and craters. Dozens of unconscious villains were laid out around these ruined areas, some of them trapped in various blocky-looking constructions. In a place like this, Cementos seemed to be practically unstoppable. Aizawa had Shigaraki roughly pressed into the ground, eyes gleaming red behind his golden goggles. The hero's elbow was partially decayed again, but it didn't seem as serious. Kirigiri was similarly held down near the plaza steps. Present Mike keeping a tight hold on the villain's metal brace as 13 and a couple of students watched on. The purple darkness had receded so much that Kirigiri's form seemed almost humanoid. And at the center of it All Might was beaming wide, his fist raised high into the air. The Nomu was gone, probably through that new hole in the glass ceiling. The numbness in Izuku's chest finally fled, washed away completely by the pure, endless relief settling in its place. He almost fell to his knees with the force of it. They'd won. They'd really, actually won. 12:01 a.m., Wednesday. With the help of the pro heroes, the rest of the students made their way back to the plaza. Kaminari was finally able to contact the school, and Nezu was swiftly informed of how everything went down. Both Kirigiri and Shigaraki were taken away. Recovery Girl arrived almost immediately to check everyone over. Most of the students were exhausted and bruised in places, but no one had any serious injuries except Yaoyorozu, who had her broken left arm held in a self-made sling. It turned out that she was the one that had been warped to the shipwreck in Izuku's stead. She had found a way out without having to kill all of the villains there. She really was brilliant. He was not. His memory was a terribly cruel thing. As soon as the adrenaline faded, as soon as he knew that everybody was okay, the choice he made on that ship was free to come rushing back in perfect clarity. He flicked on the circular device on his removed gauntlet, held it over the edge, and let go. Even if he had erased it from the timeline, the fact didn't change that Izuku consciously drowned a bunch of living, breathing humans to survive. He had seen a whole 16 villains in the water, and there had likely been more of them around the ship. If those villains were no longer dead, did the fact that Izuku killed them even matter? They were effectively only dead in Izuku's mind and memories, after all. If he told someone everything and they believed him, they probably wouldn't consider the villains dead. But since Izuku himself had experienced the event, he felt like he had killed them. He had killed people. Was he a murderer? The law wouldn't say so. 3 15-year-olds up against over a dozen villains in an unexpected attack was clear self-defense. He had also passed that safety course before even being allowed access to the electricity function on his gauntlet. And Izuku knew that heroes sometimes needed to use lethal force in desperate situations. But the disturbing part was that in all of his emotions over this, there wasn't an ounce of regret. He absolutely hated the fact that he had caused deaths when his entire purpose and very drive was to save, and was sad that was forced to make the decision to do so. But flicking through the memory once, twice, thrice, and 4 times, Izuku still couldn't think of a single other choice he could have made. There was no other way to defeat all of those villains with the equipment, body, and skills that he had, even taking into account Ashido and Kirishima's abilities. So Izuku felt absolutely no regret over killing the villains, because he would make the exact same choice again if he had to. Did that make him a monster? Izuku looked down at his gloved hands. It probably. Izuku-kun. The familiar voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He glanced over to see Ochako run up to him. Her hair was messy and dusty, and her bodysuit was scuffed and damaged in several places, just like before. But this time her eyes were adorably bright in her helmet, and there was a tired yet happy smile stretched across her face. Izuku's heart caught in his chest. Auburn brown eyes scanned him back merrily. "You're okay, Izuku-kun. I was super worried about it all from what you told me, but it looks like everything went well." Izuku smiled back, already feeling lighter. "Yeah, it did. How was the ruined zone?" "Pretty annoying," Ochako said. "But that was more cause of Blasty over there." "F you too, round face." "Than the actual villains," Ochako continued, ignoring the shout. "Where were you sent?" "Some place made for fire rescue," Izuku answered. "It was a bit tough, but I managed." Ochako smiled at that. "That's good." They watched Recovery Girl fret over the other students for a while, kindly speeding up their healing and handing out cute bandages. The heroes weren't exempt. Either Aizawa and 13 were promptly dragged over for a checkup as well when they got too close to the older woman. "Hey, Izuku-kun, can I borrow your notebook?" Izuku blinked, pulling out his treasured notebook from its place in his costume and handing it over to her. "Sure, but why?" Ochako grinned. "You'll see." She rushed over to the heroes, so excited her boots were practically floating off the ground, and eventually came to a stop in front of 13. Oh, of course she wanted an autograph. Ochako gushed to 13 for almost a minute, hands gesturing wildly as she spoke. The rescue hero looked more and more flustered the longer it continued. Then Ochako skipped back to him, precious prize in hand, and proudly shoved the notebook in his face. There were 2 autographs on the page. Izuku's eyes went wide. He looked up at Ochako to see her beaming from ear to ear. "I promised, didn't I?" Izuku felt a warm laugh tumble from his lips. Yeah, I guess you did." "Thanks, Ochako." "Anytime, Izuku-kun." 7:58 a.m., Friday. The seal was a grounding weight in the palm of Izuku's hand. His thumb brushed absent-mindedly back and forth over the blunt end of it, automatically memorizing its size, mass, and texture. A fascinatingly simple support item, small and easy to carry, yet dense and heavy enough to pack a powerful punch when thrown right. Nighteye modeled his projectiles after office stamps to fit his image of a typical, everyday salaryman, and Izuku couldn't help but take after one of his favorite heroes when it finally came time to design his own costume. Getting to use the support gear of your heroes was a dream come true for any fanboy. But out of the 2 precious seals he had been given, Izuku had already lost one attacking Kurogiri. He was glad that he took action then, of course, and was fully prepared to not get the projectile back after tossing it at a guy who was literally a human portal. Yet Izuku couldn't help but be annoyed about it all the same. It was almost like he'd lost a piece of his hero merch. Maybe he could ask for more from the support labs. A quiet rustle pricked the edge of his awareness, barely audible over the conversations taking place all over the classroom. Izuku glanced up just in time to see Aizawa smoothly slide through the door and over to the podium. 5 seconds, Aizawa observed as all came to a halt, his voice as monotone as always. "Not bad, but there's still plenty of room for improvement. By the end of this year, I expect all of you to be able to notice my presence and react accordingly, not just Midoriya, Jiru, and Shoji. Staying aware of your surroundings is a crucial skill for any pro hero. Moving on, I'm sure every one of you knows what event is coming up in just a few weeks. The UA Sports Festival is one of the important programs in Japan, with millions upon millions of live viewers every year. This makes it the perfect chance to test your skills under pressure. Those of you that are aiming to be limelight heroes in the future will have the golden opportunity to show off your capability, while those of you going for the underground can more subtly catch the attention of pro heroes like me. I expect this entire class to put in its best effort. Aizawa's eyes narrowed in on them, heavy with intent. So I hope you all enjoyed your day off because over the next few weeks, all of you are going to be training harder than ever. 9:28 a.m., Friday. Izuku idly doodled in the margins of his completed English assignment, tracing out a tiny dark shadow from memory, a cute, bird-shaped head complete with wide eyes and a pointed beak on its end. He added little claws to the figure like the ones he'd seen the sentient quirk use during the battle trial. What a truly fascinating quirk. That's pretty good, listener. Izuku nearly startled in his seat at the sound of present Mike's voice, so zoned out he hadn't even noticed the man leaning over his shoulder. For a hero so loud and lively, he could be surprisingly stealthy when he wanted to be. He looks just like Dark Shadow Kun, present Mike praised. And you got everything right on the assignment, too. Nice work. Several students looked over. Izuku resisted the urge to curl in on himself. Though I am a little concerned about just how quickly you finished it, the teacher continued. His voice changed as he suddenly switched languages, his accent growing noticeably stronger. You said you were already fluent in English, right? Izuku nodded, responding in English as well. I started learning pretty early on, yeah. I've always been a huge All Might fan. Present Mike grinned at that. The big man's pretty great, huh? People say that he's single-handedly increased our nation's goodwill towards the states. I've gotten distracted. I actually came over here to ask you to stay behind after class, Midoriya-kun. Am I in trouble, sensei? No, nothing like that. See, the thing is, 10:02 a.m., Friday. Word around the other teachers is that you've been breezing right through all of your assignments. Present Mike claimed, his voice echoing throughout the now empty classroom. Even Midnight tells me that you already know everything in her art history curriculum, and that's not exactly common for heroic students, you know. Izuku scratched his cheek. I did some self-study before UA. You aced ectoplasm's pre-test, listener. Trust me, impressing that guy's a real feat. It's clear that you aren't being challenged at all where you are now. What kind of educators would we be if we didn't try to fix that? Not a single one of Izuku's teachers in the past had tried to fix that. To that end, present Mike continued cheerfully. Our esteemed principal wishes to personally assess your abilities himself. Izuku's blood froze in his veins. Isn't that great? Yeah, when did he say he wanted to see me? Right now, actually. He said you could take your lunch break in his office. Do you need me to show you where it is, listener? Izuku forced a smile onto his face. No, I think I can find it. Thanks though, Mike-sensei. No problem. 10:06 a.m., Friday. Izuku was a huge fan of Nezu, despite how incredibly hard it was to find any information on the hero's career and past operations. Nezu wasn't a frontline fighter who brawled openly in the spotlight, nor an underground agent who quietly patrolled the streets in the night. He was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes to make sure both types of heroes survive. Because of this, Nezu was far more known to the public as UA High's principal than as the licensed pro hero he was. Yet the fact remained that Nezu was one of the smartest beings in Japan, if not the entire world. He possessed an intelligence quirk potent enough to calculate complex scenarios and solutions within seconds, and the planning skills to utilize that to maximum effect. Izuku had a very, very important secret he needed to keep from the world. Getting the attention of someone like that was the opposite of what he wanted, especially when said someone had just found out about Prophet's existence through a major event. However, there still wasn't a single thing actually connecting Midoriya Izuku to Prophet as of now. There wasn't much risk in meeting the hero as long as he was careful. If anything, it would be way weirder if a hero student went out of his way to avoid the head of his own school. And Izuku kinda really wanted to see Nezu in person. So he headed for Nezu's office as requested, following his memorized map of UA, until he arrived at a room near the center of the school. He raised his hand to knock. Come in, only for a cheerful voice from inside to acknowledge him before his knuckles even touched the door. Izuku stepped in to see a modest-looking office, simple and sparsely decorated. A couple of school awards were proudly hung throughout the room, boasting various student achievements in bright yellow text. Most of the office's space was taken up by a desk of beautiful, polished wood in its center. It was cluttered with stacks upon stacks of documents, a mountain of paperwork that nearly covered up the creature sitting behind said desk. Nezu had gleaming white fur and adorable mouse-like facial features, complete with little box ears and a very round nose. He wore a sharp suit with the same red tie as the student uniform. A hint of a tail peeked out from behind his chair. The only thing that didn't fit in with his cute image was the eye-catching scar stretching over the creature's right eye. Izuku couldn't help but wonder how he'd gotten it. Am I a dog, a mouse, or a bear? Who knows? I'm the principal, Nezu. And you must be Midoriya Izuku? Yes. Izuku blinked at the puzzling introduction, then nodded. Why yeah, that's me. It's nice to meet you, Nezu-san. Likewise, Nezu chirped. Please, take a seat. Izuku did. Now, as Mike told you, I've called you here to assess your academic capabilities and rework your future courses accordingly, Nezu stated. I understand that this is a little sudden, and also taking over your lunch break, but hopefully it'll be worth your time. The head of the school himself was worrying about Izuku's time. How are you going to be, assessing me? Izuku asked. Through a special written exam that I've created myself. You'll enjoy it, but we can get to that later. First, Nezu reached under his desk and pulled out a small bento box. Let's eat. Your brain needs energy to function, after all, and I wish to test you at your very best. Izuku set his own bento box down on the desk, careful not to knock over any stacks of paper as he opened it up. Mom had packed him some onigiri today, simple and deliciously homemade, and he dug into the rice with a small smile. It was incredibly hard to ignore the fact that he was sitting across Nezu while he did so, of course, but Izuku did his best anyway as the minutes passed. He'd never felt so painfully awkward just eating a meal before. Why do you want to become a hero, Midoriya-kun? I need to save people, Izuku replied before his conscious mind even processed the question. Then his chopsticks froze halfway to his mouth, emerald green eyes flicking up to meet beady black ones. I've always wanted to. Nezu nodded. An admirable response, if not a slightly cliché one. I hope for all of my hero students to have an answer to that question before their second year. Then if you don't mind me asking, why did you become a hero, Nezu-san? I suppose it's only fair if I answer that as well, Simply put, I wish to punish evil beings and make all of them suffer. The air in the cozy office suddenly felt far heavier. Izuku shivered a little with it. Then Nezu clapped his paws and the odd feeling vanished. I see that you're done eating, Midoriya-kun. Are you ready to begin your test now? Izuku folded his chopsticks and napkin back into his bento box, placing them carefully off to the side before returning his full attention back to the hero. I am. Wonderful. Then, without further ado, the test turned out to be a small packet of paper, barely 3 pages long and almost entirely made up of free response questions. The first one asked him something basic about math, prompting some age-old formula from the depths of his perfect memory. The second was just as easy, requiring him to balance a simple equation of chemistry elements. Then the assessment leaped up to the level of the entrance exam, with questions similar to those he had faced just weeks ago. He breezed through them and flipped to the next page, only to see stuff that was most decidedly not high school level, even by prestigious, best hero academy in the nation plus ultra standards. Izuku only barely resisted the urge to glance up at Nezu as he continued, his pace slowing the further along he went. The third page didn't have anything academic on it at all. There was only one question printed on its front, a seemingly simple puzzle that he soon realized was far more layered and complex than it appeared. He needed to come up with a solution to perfectly satisfy a set of easy requirements, yet every single one of said requirements contradicted the others in some way. It was almost as if he was being forced to think outside the box. It took all of Izuku's remaining lunch break to figure out a loophole that would actually work, and he found himself filling in the last page with an almost euphoric burst of accomplishment. Then he finally looked up at Nezu and handed in his test. It took the principal a mere 5 seconds to grade the fruits of Izuku's labor, beady black eyes scanning each page at inhuman speed before small paws flipped to the next. A smile formed across Nezu's mouse-like features when he finished reading and set the paper down. That was a good sign, right? So, how well do you think you did, Midoriya-kun? Nezu prompted. I have no idea, Izuku admitted honestly. That was the hardest test I have ever taken. I'm glad I could challenge you, then. In fact, you did extremely well, so well, in fact, that you are already far beyond UA's academic curriculum. I am, indeed, Nezu confirmed happily. You are quite fond of self-study, it seems, and that paired with your clear genius and memory quirk has let you learn anything you desire. Though, this does mean that as an academic institution, UA has been left completely in the dust. I must apologize for not noticing your plight sooner, Midoriya-kun. It's fine, Nezu-san. Really, I don't want to create any more work for you and the rest of the staff. Nonsense. Nezu cut in with a chuckle. Helping humans like you is the very reason that I'm here. So effective immediately. You will be unenrolled out of all of your current classes except for heroics. You can still attend them if wish to spend time with your fellow classmates, of course, but they are no longer part of your schedule and workload. In place of them, you will instead have personal lessons with me in this office. I will teach you everything I can about tactics in your future career, and do my best to develop your potential over your next 3 years here. Izuku stared at the hero, stunned. You want to mentor me? Nezu grinned in response. Correct. What do you say? On one hand, spending the majority of his academic career with the smartest being in the country was a very easy way to accidentally reveal his most important secret. But on the other, how could Izuku possibly pass up an opportunity like this? Learning under a hero like Nezu would be everything. So would it be selfish for him to accept? Or would it be more ridiculous to even consider saying no? What would Ochako say? 2:58 p.m., Friday. It's about time a teacher recognized how smart you were, Ochako exclaimed proudly when he told her, almost sounding happier than he was. Seriously, you were just wasting your time listening to present Mike lecture you on a language you're already fluent in. Yeah, I'm going to miss you in ectoplasm's class, though, Ochako sighed. I need someone to suffer through the pain with. I'm sure that you aren't the only one in our class who hates calculus, Ochako, Izuku said, amused. True. Besides, if you think that's bad, you'd absolutely hate to see the questions Nezu made me do. I've never taken a scarier test in my life. Izuku then tapped a finger against his chin, as if he'd just been hit with an idea. Wait, actually, why don't I just show you the memory? Ochako shook her head rapidly at the very thought, eyes wide. No, I think I'm good. Really? Izuku tilted his head to the side, all curious innocence. But I thought you loved seeing my memories. I do. This one could help you in your studies, though. Are you sure you don't want to see it? I mean, maybe. But in this case, wouldn't it be better to, not? I mean, as far as test integrity goes and all, it'd be bad if we. Izuku's lips twitched up against his will. His best friend abruptly cut herself off at the movement, auburn brown eyes narrowing in on him. He broke. Izuku-kun, you should have seen her face. That wasn't funny. I really thought you were going to make me live through some kind of hell exam. This is serious. Izuku-kun, stop laughing. 3:03 p.m., Friday. A thick and sturdy-looking steel door marked the entrance to UA's first-year support labs, striking a sharp contrast to the ordinary wooden ones present all over the rest of the school. There was even a card reader on the side required to open it. Ochako's gloved knuckles hit metal once, then twice before her hand dropped back to her side. Nothing happened. Ochako knocked again. This time, the door instantly slid wide open to reveal a pink-haired girl in a dusty tank top and overalls. There were an odd pair of steampunk goggles plastered tight over her forehead and a golden utility belt full of tools tied to her hip. Her most defining feature, though, was her eyes. Colored an odd greenish yellow and shaped with little crosses in their center, they shrunk in an infinitesimal amount as the girl caught sight of them, irises adjusting and focusing in a manner similar to that of the lens of a camera. They seemed to scan Ochako in under a second, passing over her hair and face in uniform before narrowing in on her hands. With the special black gloves covering 3 fingers on each of Ochako's hands and defined pads along the fingertips that were exposed, she had clearly noticed that Ochako had a touch-based quirk. Then the pink-haired girl looked over Izuku's hair and face in uniform and limbs to try to figure out what his was. She found nothing at all, of course, but oddly enough that only appeared to make her more curious. A support student, one that had a fascinating visual-based quirk and an obvious amount of intelligence. Ochako opened his mouth. Hey, hero students. A bright exclamation cut her off. I didn't know any hero students were gonna be swinging by. What do you want? She leaned further forward with every word, her face already pressed deep into Ochako's personal space. Ochako somehow took her energy in stride. Yeah, sorry that we just kinda popped over here like this. Were we supposed to make an appointment or something? A careless shrug. I have no idea. Then I guess it doesn't matter. I'm Ochako Uraraka, and this is Midoriya Izuku. We're here to request some changes to our hero costumes. Hatsume, future head of Hatsume Industries. The girl introduced herself proudly. Then her eyes lit up. Hero costume changes. I can do that. Follow me, we gotta talk to the Claw Man first. The support lab appeared to be pretty advanced, despite the fact that it was made for the first years. Izuku couldn't name even half of the machines in the room. Only 2 or 3 students were still working on and building stuff, not including Hatsume. Claw Man turned out to be the excavation hero, Power Loader, a brilliant support and rescue hero. The man was entirely shirtless and wore a huge, claw-shaped helmet that covered most of his ginger hair. Interestingly enough, he tensed up as soon as he caught sight of the 3 of them. Hatsume, Power Loader started, his voice carefully controlled. Please tell me you aren't here to tell me about another accident. Izuku blinked. Not this time, Hatsume chirped back. The hero let out an audible sigh of relief. All right then, what do you need? Hatsume spread her hands wide, gesturing towards the 2 of them. 2 hero students dropped by for costume changes. Can you give me their designs? Power Loader nodded. Names, Uraraka Ochako, Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you. I'm Majima Higari. Feel free to come to me about any support-related concerns. A pause as he shuffled through papers. Here we go. Try not to blow anything else up. Hatsume took the offered packets with barely restrained glee and bounced over to one of the empty work tables. Izuku and Ochako exchanged a glance before following her. So support students are allowed to handle costume changes and adjustments? Izuku asked. That made a lot of sense, actually. Hatsume bobbed her head in affirmation. Yep. We don't actually get to make your costumes, that's up to the established companies that UA commissions, but we're free to work on them as much as we want. Her eyes skimmed over both of their designs at a rapid pace as she talked, intensely curious. Your quirk causes you some kind of nausea, right? Everything here seems to be built around that. Yeah, I have just the baby to help you, then. Achako's eyes went wide. Baby, yep, Hatsum agreed happily. It's a pretty common quirk drawback, so I thought up babies to reduce it months ago. Oh, she was talking about her inventions. What does this baby do then, exactly? Izuku asked. Hatsum took out an empty sheet of paper and started sketching, quickly drawing out what looked like a wrist guard. It was somewhat bulkier than usual, though, and shaped like some sort of giant blob. It has plenty of defense, see? And if you press a button here, the inside'll clamp down hard on your pressure points. I think I could build one to fit you pretty easily. Achako's bodysuit already pushed against her pressure points in this way, but with just a glance Izuku could tell that Hatsum's additions would be way more effective than anything the support company gave them. The weight could be an issue, but it'd be well worth it. Achako certainly seemed to agree. That sounds perfect, Hatsum-san. Thanks, Hatsum beamed back, her hands placed on her hips. Of course it does, I designed it. Just don't forget who worked on your costumes. Yeah, I've heard that second years can sign exclusive contracts. 4:19 p.m., Friday. Yagi Toshinori watched a blur of white, red, and blue zoom around the training room with an almost nostalgic sense of wonder. Nearly a dozen sidekicks were laid out on the floor in its wake, clutching at their sides in pain and gasping desperately for air. Within a minute, a single young man was the last one left standing, toned arms held high in a classic pose and a bright grin stretched wide across his face. Tower, known as the strongest UA student and already a pro hero in all but name. Many predicted that Tagata Mirio would break into the top 20 as soon as he debuted. The boy possessed an incredibly impractical quirk named permeation that allowed his body to pass through matter at will. Toshinori could only imagine how ridiculously difficult such an ability was to control and use in battle, yet despite that, Tagata had managed to turn it into something truly unstoppable over years of hard work and dedication. It was no wonder he was Mirai's protege. You see it too, don't you? Toshinori glanced over to see his old partner, the younger man's lean frame stepping to his side without a sound. Mirio has the most potential out of anyone in my agency, Mirai stated, his voice carrying a subtle yet definite note of pride. His technique is almost unmatched, his physical strength is comparable to those with power-based quirks, and his mind has quickly absorbed every piece of tactical knowledge that I have imparted to him. He certainly seems very impressive, Toshinori agreed. The two of them watched as Tagata pulled the downed and winded sidekicks around him to their feet, his booming laugh just barely audible from where they stood. None of the heroes who had just been taken down by a high school student seemed irritated by him in the slightest. If anything, they all appeared to look up to and admire the boy despite his younger age. The most important thing about Mirio, however, is none of that. It's instead in the kind of person he is. Mirai pushed up his glasses. Mirio is the perfect choice to become the next symbol of peace, Toshinori, both in personality and presence. He is exactly who we need to step up to the plate after I retire. Toshinori finished, forcing away the cough in the back of his throat and the bloody bile that had almost slipped out with it. His injury had always worried Mirai the most. Yes, Toshinori considered it. He watched the boy in front of him for a pensive minute, imagining the hero he would become and the hero he could become if he was the successor to One for All. What would Nana do? Who would Nana choose? Then Midoriya's words came to mind, and he quickly shut down that line of thought. No, this needed to be his and Tagata's decision, no one else's. 4:25 p.m., Friday. Toshinori waited until Tagata's training had concluded before approaching him. The boy glanced up immediately at the sight of him and put down his water bottle with a smile. Why, hello. I don't think I've seen you around here before. Toshinori gave him a small smile in return. This is the first time we're meeting. Yes, my name is Yagi Toshinori, and I'm an old friend of Sir Nightaye's. He's told me a lot about you. Tagata's eyes widened. A friend of Sir's? Huh. You must already know who I am, then. But I'm Tagata Mirio, also known as the pro hero Lemillion. Nice to meet you. The pleasure is mine. Why the name Lemillion? Toshinori asked. He'd been wondering about the number stamped across the boy's costume for a while now. I get that question all the time. I guess people are mostly used to seeing heroes named after their abilities. Nothing wrong with that. Of course, they're all pretty cool, too. But I chose this name because of my dream. It's impossible to save everyone. No one can be everywhere at once, not even All Might. But as heroes, we can save as many people as we can. Tagata grinned brightly, his knuckles pressed into his hips. And that's why I'm Lemillion, the hero that's going to save at least 1 million people. So this was what a true hero was. That's quite a remarkable dream, young man. But from what I've seen of you today, I'm sure that you can accomplish it. Thank you, Yagi-san. I have a long way to go still, though. Tagata let out a laugh, rubbing at the back of his neck. A bead of sweat ran down his forehead. Toshinori pressed into the opening. Young Tagata, as someone who watched the first sports festival, and knows just how hard you have worked to become strong with a quirk like yours. Do you think your dream would be any different if you had a stronger quirk? If you magically had the chance to gain even more power in addition to permeation, would you take it? The boy blinked twice, caught completely off guard. Then he looked down at his open palm, clenching and unclenching his fist as he mulled it over. His smile didn't fall. I wouldn't take it, Lemillion finally declared, confident and firm. My dream would be the same no matter what quirk I was born with. But I also wouldn't be the same hero I am today if I hadn't spent all those years training to master the one I got. I'm going to be Lemillion with nothing but what I was born with, no magical gift or extra quirk needed, even if I do accidentally go naked sometimes. And that was that. Kashinori smiled. I see. Thank you for giving an old man your time, Lemillion. No problem. 8:58 am, Sarah. Naomasa let out a hiss through tightly clenched teeth, letting his head fall into his hand as the phone call ended. 3 days. That was how long the Musutafu police force had managed to hold the ringleaders of the USJ attack Shigaraki and the currently unnamed warp villain in custody. The Nomu had been found hundreds of meters away from the school and promptly carried off to a lab when it became obvious that the monster with an exposed brain was, in fact, not human. Early reports showed that the Nomu didn't move or respond at all to any external stimuli outside of Shigaraki's voice, like some sort of terrifying attack dog, which was creepy as hell and all, but Naomasa could handle that. It wouldn't be the first time a villain had gotten a little too creative trying to kill his best friend. Then the next day they found out that the Nomu had multiple quirks. Not just one quirk with multiple functions or a dual quirk or even a rare case of 2 quirks in one individual, but at least 5 entirely different abilities in one body. And even worse, 5 entirely different abilities in one body that all countered All Might. There was only one villain that could engineer a monster like that. Naomasa immediately alerted the commission and gave the order to move both Shigaraki and the warp villain to a far more secure facility. But it hadn't mattered in the slightest as soon as he decided to break out his underlings, which turned out to be today. It was done. Both of the ringleaders of the USJ attack were missing, and Naomasa now had over a dozen guards who would never see their families again. The bastard had even drilled their skulls in exactly like he'd done to Toshinori's stomach 5 years ago to drive it all home. All for one was alive, recovered, and gunning for a rematch. And the only hero strong enough to stop him was weaker than ever. 10:39 am, Sare. It was almost like a dance at this point. He took a step forward, and she took a step back to match. He struck fast and precise, with hooks and jabs at her face and stomach that she only just managed to block. Kicks that would have toppled her over months ago were now carefully dodged and sidestepped. And then she countered, her hands lashing out at him like whips in an attempt to activate her quirk. He weaved through them with practiced ease, her padded fingertips grazing the edges of his clothes with every missed attack. She took a step forward. He took a step back to match. And so on and so forth they went, trading blows across the tatami mat. Izuku couldn't keep the grin off his face even if he wanted to. He won the spar a little over 53 seconds later, pinning her to the tatami mat in a move that'd make a pro wrestler proud. It was super tricky to beat Ochako like this since he had to restrain her in a way that prevented her from touching anything if he didn't want to suddenly find himself floating off the ground, but the challenge of it all only made his achievement that much more satisfying. Still riding on an adrenaline high, Izuku waited for Yagi to call the match. 1 second passed, then 2. Yagi did not call the match. Izuku looked up to see the hero completely out of it, so much so that he hadn't even noticed their spar had ended. His face was twisted into something that Izuku had never seen before. Burning blue eyes focused on something far beyond the dojo as his stick-like frame tensed up straight. Yagi-san. And then the look was gone, a thin smile taking its place on Yagi's face. My apologies, young Midoriya, young Uraraka. It seems that I zoned out a bit there. Who won your bout? Izuku-kun did, Ochako told him. Then she frowned. Are you feeling okay, Yagi-san? Perfectly fine, I can assure you, Yagi responded. Just feeling a touch tired. That's all. Getting a healthy amount of sleep is very important. You know, Ochako said slowly, even for people your age. Yagi's smile turned a bit more genuine. Why are you calling me old, young Uraraka? I would never. Izuku tracked Yagi's facial expressions as the man talked, watching him swiftly hide that small bit of something with the same mask that he wore as the nation's strongest hero. The only difference, though, was that his fake smiles were way easier to see through in his true form. But as much as Izuku tried, he couldn't match that expression to anything he had ever seen in his memory from Yagi, Toshinori, or All Might. He had no idea at all what his hero was feeling or how to help him. Yagi chuckled. Of course, maybe the man really was just feeling a little tired. Heck, the pressure and duties of the symbol of peace combined with the responsibilities of a teacher for one of the most prestigious institutions in the nation must be a lot to deal with every day. It was only natural that he'd feel kinda worn out sometimes. That must be it. 10:41 am, Sere. That definitely wasn't it. Ochako wasn't born yesterday. It took the emotional intelligence of a microwave to take a look at their tall skeleton mentor and realize that he was effing pissed at something. Not tired or whatever dumb excuse he'd given them, which was something she'd never imagined thinking before. All Might had been such a steady, unchanging image for peace and safety throughout her entire childhood that the very thought of him being angry was like impossible. Endeavor. Sure, All Might. Never. But of course, Yagi could get mad at stuff too. He was a real-life person, not just a cardboard cutout. He just rarely did because he was the kindest old dude ever. So it was all the more terrifying for Ochako to imagine what could possibly put that look on his face. If anything, I should be the one giving that lecture to you too, Yagi said. Being teenagers in your growing phases and all. I read somewhere recently that 13-minus 18-year-olds are recommended by experts to get a whole 9 hours of sleep every single night. At her side, Izuku tilted his head. That's an outdated pre-quirk era statistic. Actually, we really only need around 7 now. Still, that's quite a lot, is it not? Likely more than the amount required of a man of a slightly older age. Fair enough. Ochako felt her lips quirk up. You really are getting super into this teacher thing, aren't you, Yagi-san? Yagi grinned back. I certainly am. Speaking of which, how did yesterday's heroics go for you both? The Great UA Sports Festival training plan hasn't been too harsh on your class, has it? It's a lot, Izuku admitted. We have less than a week until the sports festival, so it makes sense to increase our training like this and all. But maybe you should go a little bit easier on them. I think Kaminari almost passed out last class. Young Kaminari. But he seemed perfectly alright when I ended for the day. Ochako couldn't help but snort. Even after decades of being a celebrity, it seemed like the man still didn't know how his fans worked. It's still pretty new to all of them that they're learning the actual #1 hero himself. Of course, Kaminari's gonna force on a brave face after surviving one of your classes. I mean, if me and Izuku-kun hadn't met you before UA, we'd probably be acting just like he is right now. I see. Ochako punched her fist into her palm with a satisfying smack in ready agreement. Yeah, though we're still working on Ochako's speech. All of that bravado left her in an instant, soon to be replaced by cold fear. Yeah, the worst part about knowing someone with perfect memory was that whenever you tried to forget about something, say, the incredibly important speech that you're gonna have to give to millions of people, they were always right there to remind you of it. Yagi chuckled at that. Public speaking. I still remember the very first time that I had to give a speech as a novice hero. It felt even scarier than the villain I had just defeated, which is saying a lot, considering the fact that said villain was as tall as a building, Izuku muttered, though you made the takedown look effortless anyway. I did have to speak English as well, since this happened in America. Ochako forced out a laugh. I'm glad I don't have to do that, at least. However, you are going to have an immensely larger audience than I did, young Uraraka, Yagi added after a moment. Hundreds of times larger, in fact. But I believe you can do it. Good luck. He flashed her a thumbs up, awkward yet oddly sweet, just like everything else Yagi did. 2:03 p.m., Monday. The real reason that Ochako and Izuku had been so quick to assure Yagi that he wasn't being too hard on his students was, of course, because Aizawa was infinitely worse. Unlike All Might, Aizawa had more than just a few months of experience training teenagers. He knew exactly how much they could take, exactly where their limits were, and exactly how to push them past those limits. Yet the man was still always fair. Everything that Ochako had seen him do the past few weeks had been to teach them to be smarter, more careful, to be better heroes, even though his classes were all super hard and scary. And today's lesson was shaping up to be his most terrifyingly fair class yet. Aizawa had the 19 of them change into their hero costumes as usual and line up in Gym Gamma, right next to a large circle outlined in red paint. You're all going to be sparring again, Aizawa drawled as soon as they were all there, with a focus on the hand-to-hand techniques that I went over in class last week. Think of this as a little test of your current combat ability. Being a class full of enthusiastic and mostly high-energy teenagers, his words instantly hyped everyone up. Ochako was right there with them, clenching her fists tight in front of her in excitement. Who'd she get to go up against this time? She really wanted to try out some of the new stuff she'd learned. Hopefully, Aizawa would let them pick partners this time so she could get that rematch against Anjiro. Yeah, you guys won't be pairing up with each other today, Aizawa continued after a moment, almost as if it were an afterthought. Instead, all of you are going to be fighting me, one by one. Ochako's smile slid right off her face. Hey, 1A's chatter died out in an instant. But instead of giving rise to much-deserved fear, like her, the 18 other members of her class only seemed to be feeling a mix of confusion and anticipation. None of them had even heard of the name Eraserhead until Izuku revealed his identity, after all, and most of them had been too focused on Present Mike and Kurogiri at the USJ to see the awesome moves their teacher pulled off on the villain army. Izuku had explained what Aizawa's quirk did to everyone already, but how many of them actually understood just how humbling the ability was? Finally, a chance to see what the damn hobo is really made of. Bakugo, stop referring to our teachers in such a rude manner. Shut the F up, Four Eyes. What a mad banquet of darkness. Aizawa recaptured the room's attention with a lazy wave of his hand and a single raised eyebrow. If you're so confident then, Bakugo, why don't you go first? Bakugo's face twisted into a grin at the challenge. I thought you'd never ask. Izuku and Ochako exchanged a glance as the blonde stepped up to the circle. He's F-Ed, isn't he? Yup, the rules are pretty simple. The match ends when someone surrenders or is knocked out of this boundary. Make sure you quickly move off to the left side once you lose to make space for the next student. All quirks and gear are allowed. Got it. Let's effing go already. Bakugo leaned forward slightly, placing his body's weight almost entirely on his front foot as his hands stretched out flat behind him. It was painfully easy for even Ochako to predict what he was gonna do next. Aizawa nodded, appearing almost bored in his all-black hobo clothes. He didn't bother reaching for the white scarf around his neck or even getting into a stance. Alright, then, go. Twin explosions instantly blasted Bakugo toward his teacher. The blonde lunged through the air with a right hook, his open palm aimed right at the older man's face. Two things happened in the millisecond before he made contact. First, Bakugo's entire face suddenly spasmed with a satisfying amount of shock as his reaching hand failed to release any explosion at all. Then, Aizawa sidestepped the strike with casual ease and performed a picture-perfect roundhouse kick to an airborne Bakugo's side. From the sidelines, Ochako watched with pure glee as the blonde hole went flying with the impact. Bakugo twisted in midair and thrust his hands behind him to counter his momentum with his quirk only for nothing to happen once again. The blonde ended up hitting the ground in a roll that nearly put him out of bounds. He pushed himself to his feet with a glare. So your quirk erasing bullshit's effing instant? Ha, correct. Aizawa nodded, his eyes glowing red. What are you going to do about it? Bakugo answered with another lunge. He seemed to still be pretty fast without his quirk managing to fake a second right hook just like the first before he feinted into a quick punch with his left. But Aizawa wasn't fooled. The real blow was caught firmly in his palm before the hero delivered a sharp counter to Bakugo's stomach, nearly knocking the boy clean off his feet. The blonde rushed in carelessly afterward only to take another strike, this one actually throwing right out of the red circle. Within seconds, one of the strongest members of their class had been taken down with almost no effort at all. Ochako mentally bumped down her chances of beating her homeroom teacher from extremely unlikely to non-existent. But that didn't mean she couldn't try, though. You're way too expressive, Bakugo, Aizawa stated. Your eyes and body language give away every single move you make. I don't think I need to explain why fighting like that is a bad idea, do I? Bakugo grumbled to himself under his breath and stalked off the mini-field. Aizawa glanced over at the remaining 19 of them who had suddenly developed a healthy amount of respect for him over the last minute. Who's up next? Kirishima bravely volunteered himself for the challenge. He went on to activate his quirk on his entire upper body as soon as his match started, only for his rock-like skin to fade back to normal instantly under Aizawa's gaze. Kirishima startled at every blow he took as he was forced out of bounds, probably never having taken a hit without his hardening before. Takoyami and Dark Shadow were both down and forced to surrender as soon as it became known that Erasure kept Dark Shadow completely restricted inside of his host. The bird-like boy didn't really seem to know how to fight without his shadowy partner. He really needed to work on his hand-to-hand combat, Ochako thought. There was a brief moment where she thought Ito was going to win from sheer speed. But apparently, Aizawa could still effortlessly react to the boy's attacks anyway. What the hell? Ajiro had burst out some super fancy moves with his tail, soon followed by a quick flurry of flips and kicks. He lasted the longest so far, holding out an impressive minute before Aizawa kicked him out of the ring. Ochako glanced over at Izuku as that fight ended to see his beautiful emerald eyes still focused on their teacher, tracking and analyzing every single move he made. His face was touched with something approaching pure wonder. What a fanboy. I'm gonna have to ask you for your memories of this, after, Ochako murmured just loud enough for him to hear. Sure, especially that bit where Bakugo got absolutely destroyed. That was effing hilarious. Izuku laughed softly at that. It was, wasn't it? I can't believe I used to be scared of that guy. Ochako grinned back at him. Me neither. He turned his attention back to the ring, where Shoji was rapidly losing. It was a weird sight to see a much smaller Aizawa easily overpowering the much larger, multi-armed figure in front of him. Ochako couldn't believe she was gonna get a chance to fight someone so strong. You're going up next, aren't you? Huh, how did you? Your eyes kinda light up when you're right about to do something exciting, Izuku explained quietly. It's impossible to miss. Ochako felt her face heat up in her helmet. They do. Izuku smiled at her. Yeah, they do. Good luck, Achako. She blinked back. What was she even supposed to say to that? Achako was almost glad when Shoji got thrown out of bounds a few seconds later and gave her an excuse to escape from the amazingly adorable existence that was Midoriya Izuku. I'll go next, sensei. Aizawa just grunted. All right. She bounced over to the red circle and met her teacher's eyes across the distance, forced to crane her neck up slightly as she did so because of the lanky man's height. Her fingertips tapped a quick rhythm against her sides, unable to contain the growing anticipation within her. She could do this. Go. Achako sprung forward, her boots launching her off the ground and propelling her far farther than normal. Her body felt weightless and free. There was a familiar glint of pink at the edge of her vision and an even more familiar swell of nausea deep within her stomach. This much usage of zero gravity was nothing to her now thanks to her training. And, well, Aizawa's eyes flashed red and she was suddenly weighed down by gravity once more. The ever-present tingle running through her hands and fingers vanished along with her body's pink glow. It wasn't like Achako was going to be using her quirk much in this fight, anyway. Since she'd been expecting him to use Erasure, the deactivation of her quirk didn't throw off her balance much. She landed smoothly on her feet, her temporary weightlessness getting her just close enough to throw a straight punch with everything she had. Heya! Aizawa casually deflected her attack off his arm, but Achako didn't stop there, aiming a second one directly at his face. Izuku had told her that his quirk forced him to keep his eyes open, so if she could only make him blink, this fight would be way easier. Unfortunately, her teacher seemed to be used to people trying exactly that. Her fist was caught squarely in his larger palm before his leg snapped up into her side. The exact counter that he'd hit Bakugo with. It was way too fast for her to block. But unlike Bakugo, Achako wasn't in midair when she was kicked, so she could grit her teeth in, plant her boots on the ground like an anchor, and just barely stop herself from getting knocked clean off her feet. Ouch! A flicker of surprise crossed Aizawa's blank features as she powered right through his blow to attack him once more. She swung at his face again. Then again, her bulky new wrist guards narrowly missing him with every pass, until Achako finally made a mistake and overextended, her fist shooting out a little bit too far on her next punch. There was only a split-second thought of OF before Aizawa grabbed her arm and launched her flying right over his shoulder. She was airborne and falling toward the edge of the circle before she could even blink. But then the reflexes born from years of experiencing zero gravity kicked in. She flipped herself in midair to face her teacher, reorienting herself in a practiced motion and pointing her arms straight out. There was a quiet click as she curled her fingers in to push a button on her costume. Twin pink grappling hooks fired from her wrist guards, only barely missing Aizawa as he leaped back to dodge, and embedded themselves into the floor. She pulled herself back into bounds with them just in time, landing in a crouch on the floor before the grappling hooks retracted back into her hero costume. Achako decided there and then that she effing loved these things. Thanks, Hatsum. She straightened herself up to go again, her fists held out in front of her in the boxing-like stance Izuku taught her. Her heart pounded in her chest. Didn't expect you to be using those so soon, Aizawa commented lazily. His red eyes were now bloodshot, little red lines streaking across his scleres. It was scary as hell. Those types of support items usually require a bit of practice. Achako grinned back, fierce. I'm a quick learner. HM. This time, Aizawa went on the offensive. The space between them was crossed within a single breath, her grin vanishing as a second burst of OF flooded her brain. This was no time to get cocky, Achako. She shot out both of her hooks only for him to somehow dodge both at point-blank range as he advanced, one flying past his jaw and the other grazing his baggy black costume. She crossed her arms just in time as a powerful punch crashed against her hasty defense. Achako ducked under the next swing but couldn't react fast enough to the kick that followed, nearly getting knocked off her feet a second time and granting her stomach membership to the rapidly growing Aching Body Parts Club. She stumbled back a step and yanked on her hooks, the long metal wires flying back past Aizawa to her wrists, and giving her a precious moment to think. Achako was completely and utterly outmatched here. He'd been coming at her for like 2 seconds and she was already screwed. What could she even do in this fight? She could barely keep up with his attacks while one of them struck hard enough to threaten instant loss. Achako wasn't even fast enough to hit him. But what if she didn't have to be? Aizawa lunged in with another punch and instead of blocking or deflecting or dodging it, Achako stepped directly into the blow. She could feel the man automatically pull back in that split second so that she wouldn't take it full force, but the strike to her sore stomach still hurt like hell anyway. But she'd gotten the opening she needed. Gotcha. Achako pushed through the pain once more and gripped the offending arm in front of her with both hands, trapping him in place, before she put all of her weight into a reckless tackle at the lanky man's center of gravity. Aizawa was way too close to react to the unexpected move and as a result toppled right over when her helmet smashed bodily into his chest, his eyes widening ever so slightly with the impact. His back slammed flat against the gym floor as she landed on top of him, her open palms swinging blindly up at where she thought his face was. The warm tingle returned to Achako's fingers as if it had never left. Before she activated her quirk on his entire body with a push, she looked up to see Aizawa's now glowing, weightless form float helplessly toward the edge of the red circle. A small glimmer of hope rose up within her chest the further away he flew. No matter how strong Aizawa was, he couldn't do anything while stuck in zero gravity. Was Achako actually going to win this? Then, as if he'd heard her thoughts, her levitating teacher proceeded to perform possibly the sickest move in human history. One of his arms reached up to grab the scarf around his neck as the rest of him leaned gracefully back into open air. And then he spun, so fast that he turned into a blur of black and gray, and slammed something into her helmet hard enough to make her see stars. What? Achako reeled backward in shock only to realize that she was held in place by the surprisingly sturdy cloth now coiled tight around her waist. When had that happened? Before she could even process it, she was already being yanked right off the ground and up towards her floating teacher. There was a single, surreal second where a wrapped-up Achako was finally pulled up to Aizawa's height. And the Ahole actually grinned at her, showing off way too many teeth. His eyes were their usual dull black and entirely dead of emotion as he did it, too. It was the most unnerving face Achako had ever seen. Nice try, kid. And then Achako was crashing down to the ground as he flung her away with his capture scarf. She tumbled against the gym floor for a bit, her helmet and bodysuit absorbing the impact, until she finally came to a stop several meters away from the red circle to stare blankly up at the ceiling. What the F? Achako repeated to herself in a winded whisper. So this was what fighting a pro hero was like. Holy shit, she wanted to do it again. Her quirk vanished again with the soft rustle of clothes. Achako lifted up her head to see Aizawa land gracefully within the red circle and walk up to her. His capture weapon hung back around his neck and his hands already stuffed deep into his pockets. That wasn't bad, Aizawa stated, sounding almost impressed as his eyes lost their red glow. Your quirk is incredibly useful in close combat, and you have clearly trained to make full use of that. The fundamentals aren't bad, though you definitely need experience. And that last move, that kind of unpredictability, is exactly what I want to see from all of you when you fight. He was using Achako as a positive example. Whoa, but you're way too reckless when you attack. And that makes you too easy to counter. That's illogical. Work on that. Okay. Aizawa only grunted in acknowledgement as he walked back over to the red circle. She just kinda laid there on the floor after he left, her limbs all heavy and sore. Then Izuku poked his head into her field of view, his curly green hair framing his upside-down face as he looked down at her. The overhead gym lights backlit the entire side of him and somehow made the freckles dotting his cheeks look extra noticeable. She had the sudden urge to poke them. You okay, Achako? My body feels like one giant bruise, Achako told him honestly. He chuckled. Yeah, I can't even imagine. Aizawa-sensei's strong, isn't he? Understatement of the effing century right there. But you did amazing against him. Anyway, Izuku continued. He beamed at her. You forced the Eraserhead to use his capture scarf. You've improved so much so quickly that it's incredible, Achako. Her fingers twitched a little against her will at the praise. Well, I've had some pretty great teachers. That could be a part of it. Could be, Izuku agreed. Can you stand? Achako wordlessly stretched a hand up in response and he took it in his, pulling her right to her feet. She wavered slightly where she stood for a second, still kinda dizzy from being spiked into the ground by an overpowered hobo, and held onto Izuku a little tighter for balance. He didn't let go of her hand after she was steady, despite the fact that it was probably really sweaty and gross right now. But then again, this was the same guy who'd put her through countless hours of exhausting training over the past 2 years. He'd definitely seen her at worse without caring before. The thought made her feel a little happy yet also kinda embarrassed. What a weird feeling. Are you fighting next, Izuku-kun? No, I'll be going last. Achako hummed. So that you have the most time to analyze him first, right? Izuku nodded. I'm going to need every advantage I can get against. A dozen meters away, Aizawa slammed Sato into the gym floor and held his massive form down until he surrendered. The poor guy practically sprinted away from the red circle as soon as Aizawa let him go. Achako couldn't help but wince at the sight. Is it weird that I'm more terrified of Aizawa-sensei than actual, established villains, even after fighting him? Especially after fighting him. Izuku laughed. A little bit, yeah. But I can't say that I blame you. Like, how the F is he that fast? Even Eda couldn't blitz him. He's just that fast. Bullshit. That is clearly superhuman speed. He probably trained like, super hard or something. And don't even get me started on his effing scarf. 2:48 p.m. Monday. Quirks worked in the human body thanks to a special something called the quirk factor. This mysterious extra gene turned humans into quirked humans, made superheroes and supervillains a reality, and completely changed the course of history. Achako's, like pretty much every other touch-based emitters, were in her hands. Her factor gave her finger pads that activated her quirks on contact and also changed her body in other more subtle ways to make zero gravity and reset function. Mutant factors were similarly easy to find most of the time, while transformative ones could be present almost anywhere in the body. There was almost no public information on Eraserhead, but from just what they'd seen in rare bits of video footage, it was likely that Erasure worked by directly shutting down the target's quirk factor itself. That was the only explanation for how he could trigger it, nothing but a glance, no sight of skin required. Pretty much the entire class ended up struggling against Erasure, even the kids with mutant quirks. She'd thought that they'd have a huge advantage since they didn't need to activate their quirks to fight and already possessed extra features, yet it turned out that disabling their quirk factor still affected them a lot. Ajiro found himself unable to lift his tail. Shoji couldn't make any new arms or move his stumps much. Jiru's earjacks lashed out in jerky, uncontrolled strikes to barely any avail. When Tsu tried to shoot out her tongue, it stopped short, only centimeters away from her mouth. Achako couldn't even imagine how weird it'd be to suddenly lose control of your limbs. Though despite the suppressing effect, Ajiro still had his extra tail under Aizawa's quirk, just as Shoji still had more arms than anyone else she'd ever met, and Jiru still had her built-in whips to poke people with. And Shoji and Tsu clearly still wielded the naturally enhanced strength in their arms and legs, respectfully, while Sero and his weird duct tape elbows weren't erased at all. Did Toru's quirk count as a mutant one? Either way, her invisibility had remained perfectly intact, meaning that Aizawa did need to see at least something to activate his quirk. She'd have to ask Izuku exactly how the science of it all worked later. He'd probably get super happy that she'd asked and jump at the chance to talk about something he loved, with some complex in-depth lecture that'd make her head spin. He'd be grinning wide with excitement the whole time too, his usual quiet manner completely gone as he broke down a subject that made actual scientists struggle with cheerful ease. Speaking of Izuku, he was going to be facing Aizawa soon. What would the man's quirk even do to him, anyway? Perfect Recall was a mutant quirk with some emitter-like features. Ajiro, Shoji, Jiru, and Tsu had just proved that mutant quirk factors could also be temporarily turned off by erasure. Izuku's quirk factor was part of his brain. Achako whirled to face her best friend, suddenly afraid. "It doesn't hurt me at all," he answered quietly, squeezing her hand once. "My mind just feels a little kinda weird for a while, and I can't bring anyone else into my memories while his quirk's active." "Oh," Achako took his answer in. "Well, that's good, then." "Wait a second." Her eyes narrowed in on him. "How many times, Izuku-kun?" Izuku held up 3 fingers and something deep inside her clicked into place. 2:50 p.m., Monday. Achako exclaimed. "No wonder you had that tissue ready for me this morning before I sneezed." It hadn't seemed weird at the time, since they were mid-conversation and she was distracted by, sneezing at the time and all. But now that she knew they'd reset, though, the moment was pulled to the front of her mind. "I thought I was subtle about that." Achako snorted. "You, subtle? Never." She didn't need to ask him why he hadn't helped her with her spar. She was already happy with how well she'd done against Aizawa-sensei. And while she definitely wanted a rematch sometime down the line, messing with today's achievement wasn't something either she or her future self wanted. And Izuku would have told her about anything urgent or profit-related as soon as they'd reset. That meant, "How close have you gotten?" "Not very," Izuku admitted sheepishly. "I really did mean it when I said I'd need every advantage I could get against him." Achako hummed. "But I think I've gotten a pretty good read on him now." A dozen meters away from them, Aizawa faced the final few members of 1A. Even after fighting so long, the man only seemed slightly winded, his movements no less fast or fluid compared to how he was at the start of class. Kaminari failed to activate his electricity before it was erased and took a quick loss. Todoroki showed off a surprising amount of hand-to-hand skill for someone who relied on his quirk so much before being eliminated as well. Toji put up a decent fight with his natural rock-like resistance before surrendering. And then Aizawa glanced directly over at them, expectant. At the only student in the class who hadn't gone yet. Izuku gave her a small smile and Achako flashed him a bright thumbs up in return. He let go of her hand and walked into the red circle with calm, even steps. It looked as if Aizawa asked him something, but the question was too quiet for Achako to hear. Izuku shook his head and only then did Aizawa shift his body into a combat stance. A stance that was a perfect replica of the one Izuku was already in. Their arms were in identical positions and their feet were planted a similar distance apart. The two of them had their body weight lowered in exactly the same way, and even their hand placement matched up perfectly. If it weren't for the height difference, Achako would have thought Aizawa was staring into a reflection of himself. A reflection that had bright green hair, a more elaborate costume, and a focused grin that completely contrasted the blank stare on Aizawa's face. She leaned forward where she stood, ready to catch every detail of the spar that was about to play out in front of her. This'd be a learning opportunity like nothing else. Izuku didn't look the slightest bit anxious. Actually, Ochako realized with an odd sense of wonder, even though he was about to fight a teacher. This was the same guy she'd seen stutter himself into submission upon meeting a pro hero. Aizawa had just sparred with their classmates for almost an hour. Izuku had lived through this class period 4 different times now, watching and observing and analyzing the hero. And when you added that to all the time he'd spent researching before UA, well, he had way more than just a pretty good read, didn't he? Go, erasure activated. Casting Aizawa's eyes in a terrifying red and floating up his hair as Izuku drew 2 seals from his costume with his gloved left hand, balancing one on the base of his index finger and grasping the other in the space between his middle and ring fingers. Wait, she'd seen him practice this move before. Izuku first flicked up his first seal with his thumb so that it flew high in an arc, as if he were flipping a coin, and then whipped his arm back to launch his second one straight forward. Aizawa was forced to respond to the direct attack first, catching the seal in his palm with an audible smack, and almost leaving himself open to Izuku himself as the boy attacked within that same moment. Izuku's right gauntlet crackled with electricity, flashing blue against Aizawa's all-black costume as the underground hero carefully dodged the strike. The student followed up with his left and the teacher gracefully stepped out of range, directly into the path of the falling first seal. It struck Aizawa in the shoulder from above, not doing much yet surprising him enough to make his eyes slightly widen. A hero as experienced as him would have instantly realized just how completely he'd been predicted. Izuku used the opening to lunge and again, and this time, Aizawa didn't retreat. The two of them clashed in a flurry of strangely similar punches and kicks, matching blow for blow and counter for counter in a dizzying dance that gave her a headache just watching it. A perfect memory combined with an awesome talent for analysis and a frankly insane drive to train meant that Izuku really effed up anyone who relied on hand-to-hand combat. He'd only memorize more and more of their attacks, movements, and habits the longer he watched them without some kind of combat quirk or gear to throw at him. You were quickly gonna get overwhelmed. Ochako knew that better than anyone. So despite Aizawa's years of experience, he was gradually getting pushed back by a first-year student using an almost perfect copy of his own fighting style tweaked for said first year's smaller build and also filled with a bunch of stolen moves from other heroes. And it didn't help that Izuku's electrified gauntlets made his attacks extra annoying to block. A minute of this passed before Aizawa's blank face finally shifted into that same unsettling grin from before. Only at the sight of it did Izuku tense up his body in anticipation, his emerald green eyes turning narrow and alert. Interesting. Aizawa's capture scarf whirled to life as that single word left his mouth, lashing out from his neck and just barely missing Izuku as he dove out of the way only for the gray cloth to somehow loop back around and catch him by the ankle anyway. He was yanked right off his feet in the next moment and flung towards the edge of the ring. The slight disappointment rather than surprise that flashed across Izuku's face told Ochako that this wasn't the first time this had happened. Something made even more clear when Izuku casually twisted his body to free himself from the hold in midair to land in a smooth roll inside the red circle. But that second of recovery was all the time Aizawa needed to close in. Izuku's gauntlet shot up to bat away 2 speeding strips of scarf before he ducked under a third, yet even he couldn't also deflect the kick thrown by Aizawa himself at that exact same moment. Bam! It struck Izuku hard in the chest and threw him back almost a meter before his iron-soled boots dug in to stop his momentum. Izuku let out a startled hiss after that, seeming to put all of his focus into ducking and weaving through endless strikes of cloth in a frantic effort to not be caught. Now that Ochako had the chance to actually see Aizawa's support gear in action for the first time, she could honestly say that the weapon made no sense at all. The scarf somehow floated off his shoulders in a set of concentric circles and then shot out its ends at high speed at the target like a mass of whips, but could also adjust said ends in midair to correct its own trajectory. If that wasn't enough, the various parts of the scarf also twisted and turned around in different directions and at different timings, as shown in Aizawa's ridiculous attack moments ago, making the weapon nearly impossible to dodge. The hero controlled the wild thing with delicate flicks of his fingers and hands as if he were a puppet master in an impossible feat of dexterity and skill. And yet he still had the concentration to run around and fight Izuku close up at the same time. It was absolutely ridiculous. Ochako couldn't even imagine how long it had taken to master a fighting style like that. No one could ever hope to beat someone like that in pure hand-to-hand combat, especially if they were alone. Anybody who tried would be ensnared by gray cloth from every direction and pummeled into the ground by a racerhead in the literal blink of an eye. Anybody but Midoriya Izuku, that is. Even as he desperately dodged and deflected the hero's attacks, Izuku's emerald eyes rapidly darted across his opponent. They captured every twist and turn of the capture scarf, trailing along the edges of the special cloth and where it met Aizawa. They captured Aizawa's fingers, hand movements, and every flick of his wrist, and added it all to what Izuku had already memorized about the hero's fighting style. A low swipe struck just a little too close and seemingly toppled Izuku over. He fell forward only to then push off the concrete with one hand to land back on his feet, catching another strip under his boot as he did. His gauntlets flew up to grab a third whip just centimeters away from his face. With that, he had temporarily immobilized Aizawa's capture weapon. Before a fourth one could be thrown, Izuku pulled hard on the scarf to yank the person attached to it towards him. Aizawa rose to the bait instead of pulling back, flowing with the momentum to throw a punch that was too fast to follow, only for Izuku to let go of the cloth and step right past the blow as if he'd already seen it coming. Aizawa reacted instantly, aborting his punch mid-lunge to aim a backhand behind him. Izuku blocked it with his own hand, and his right arm was thrown aside from Aizawa's superior strength. But that didn't matter, as his left was already reaching towards his opponent's face, the electrified gauntlet it wore gleaming bright with blue light. Aizawa forced his head back and the crackling electricity just barely missed his face. But he wasn't the target, Ochako realized at the exact moment the hero did, and closed around the capture scarf that hung tight around Aizawa's neck. Izuku stole the weapon right off of him, knowing exactly which direction to pull in to do so and exactly how to flick his wrist to perform the movement. Aizawa moved forward to stop him, of course, only to be stopped in that crucial second by Izuku's right palm as it shoved into the space between them. That was all the time Izuku needed to take a step back out of range and sling his prize snugly around his neck. The two combatants paused there, facing each other once again. Did our class president just steal Sensei's? I think he did. Holy shit, Madabro's insane. He is certainly far more adept at hand-to-hand combat than the rest of us, Yamomo admitted from where she stood, though it looked like it hurt her a bit to say. Bakugo let out an audible huff but didn't protest. But can he actually wield Aizawa-sensei's weapon well? Such an unusual, whip-like construction must require quite a bit of experience to use, no. Yeah, if I tried to use that thing I'd accidentally choke myself, Kaminari said. Jiru snorted at that. Same here, Izuku-kun definitely can. Ochako claimed confidently. Yaoyorozu glanced at her. I assumed he had some sort of confidence in his ability to do so, given the fact that he stole it in the first place. But what makes you so assured? Ochako smiled. You'll see. Aizawa took advantage of the brief breather to pull a tightly wound ball of gray out of his pocket, unfolding it instantly to reveal a second capture scarf and attaching it to his neck. Because of course the man had a backup one. His eyes didn't leave Izuku's once. You've got some surprises, kid. Izuku stared back as he settled into the exact same stance Aizawa was in. Just like at the start of their spar, this one had them lean further forward to fight more aggressively, their feet placed wide to leap and their hands positioned on their capture scarves. Thanks, sensei. Certainly a lot bolder than I thought you were, Aizawa said. Never had a student successfully steal my binding cloth before. Do I get extra C credit for doing it, then? Izuku asked. Extra credit, huh? Aizawa grinned. How about this? If you impress me with that thing, I'll teach you how to use it. Izuku's eyes lit up in adorable excitement at the challenge. There was no warning or call to resume the fight. Both teacher and student simply lunged within the same moment and the space between them became a blur of gray. The capture scarves met in the middle, lashing out at each other and tangling up into a mess as they canceled themselves out. Every time Aizawa's cloth twisted and turned to escape the deadlock, Izuku's was right there to match it. But Izuku was clearly a step behind in every clash. He was just a little bit too slow controlling his new weapon and was forced on the defensive as a result. He could copy every one of Aizawa's attacks nearly flawlessly and execute them just as fast. Yet his transitions between them were still delayed enough to see the difference. In a pure contest of weird scarf combat, Izuku as he was now would definitely lose. Luckily, he had far more than just that. Izuku closed the distance and brought the spar into hand-to-hand once again, melding his new scarf techniques with his variation on Aizawa's fighting style, the threat of his electrified gauntlets, his seals, and his favorite hero moves. Smash! Aizawa crossed his arms to block the straight punch and actually shifted back with the force of it, along with the classics, of course. And with all of that, Izuku could just barely manage to hold his own against Eraserhead while the man was genuinely trying. Her best friend really was amazing. He couldn't keep it up forever, though. As the minutes passed and more blows were exchanged, Izuku was tiring noticeably faster. His face was almost completely covered in sweat at this point, the slightest fatigue shining through the calculated grace of his movement. Ochako could see a little bit of exhaustion on Aizawa now too, despite how well the guy hit it. He'd been fighting for like an hour now after all. And then the two blurs of motion suddenly stopped, so abruptly that Ochako blinked at them in confusion. Aizawa's fist had frozen centimeters away from Izuku's face, and Izuku had stilled in realization as soon as the hero had. What happened? Ochako looked a little closer at the two of them, curious, until she saw it. Izuku's back foot had stepped just outside of the red circle after his last dodge. Izuku, along with Ochako and the rest of their class, had been so focused on the fight that none of them had even noticed that he'd eliminated himself. Aizawa chuckled, low and amused. She was seeing more emotion from the man today than in the past few weeks combined. Always be aware of your surroundings, Midoriya. That is one of the most important lessons in heroism I can teach you. 5:05 p.m., Friday. The weather was perfect today. No clouds, a beautiful blue sky, golden sunlight that felt warm, yet not warm enough to not make her overheat in her dress jacket and uniform, and a dozen super soft cats around her to cuddle against. Well, the last thing wasn't part of the weather, but it was definitely perfect. Ochako let out a little sigh of contentment as she burrowed further into the bed of fur, and the cats shifted to accommodate. She was so glad that they'd learned to trust her. This was pure bliss. It seems like our cats are getting along once again, Midoriya-senpai. Yeah, I've also noticed that yours has been a lot less stressed as of late, particularly concerning that major event that you two are set to participate in soon. I've noticed that too. Maybe she's finally realized that she's more than awesome enough to tackle that event. She felt her cheeks turn a bit red as she heard the smile in his voice. Must be the sun. I'm not sure, Nano replied, thoughtful. There was the soft sound of turning pages. That is quite a complex thought for a cat to have, isn't it? As much as I love them, critical thinking isn't exactly their forte. I would have thought that you of all people would defend feline intelligence, Izuku said. On the contrary, it is because of who I am that I am perfectly rational about the subject. How would you defend your cat's intelligence? There is an audible pause. Hey, Ochako peeked her eyes open, indignant yet unwilling to leave the soft blanket she rested on. You two do know that I'm not actually a cat, right? The two of them were cross-legged on the shrine stone path a meter away from her, a textbook laid out between them. Nano wrote in her notes as she talked, half focused on her work, while Izuku peeked over to point out any mistakes she made. Cats do not speak. Yes, Nano agreed, glancing over at Ochako. But you do have finger pads and enjoy lazing about in the sun just as much they do. Ochako blinked. You also blink exactly like a cat would. Come on, Nano-chan. A tap of pencil on paper. This question's wrong, Nano. You missed a step. Nano looked back. I had a feeling. How am I supposed to do it? Try the problem again first. I'll tell you if you still can't figure it out after that. You are a harsh taskmaster as ever, Midoriya-sensei. If Nano thought this was bad, she'd crumble like an underbaked cookie if he trained her to fight like he did Ochako. Cookies now she really wanted to eat one. Izuku just shrugged. Thanks, and I told you that you didn't have to call me that, didn't I? You did. But then you started helping me with math, and now it just seems terribly rude not to. Isn't it more rude to just ignore what I tell you to call me? And wait, isn't this worse than when you used to call me Midoriya-senpai? Nano tilted her head to the side. Her mannerisms were more cat-like than Ochako's would ever be. From my perspective, not much. And you only requested that I not call you Midoriya-senpai back then. You never specified what I should call you. The contract stands fulfilled. Ochako snorted. You'd make a great lawyer, you know. Thank you, Ochaniko-san. No problem, yes, Chan. Izuku laughed. I can't believe you just made an English pun. Mike-sensei would have been so happy to hear it. More like he'd never let me hear the end of it, Ochako said. She shifted slightly to get more comfortable as she talked, careful not to disturb any of the cats around her. You're lucky that you tested out of basically everything. Izuku-kun Mike's great and all, but if he makes us study one more meme I'm gonna lose it. Your English teacher, one of the most famous heroes in Japan, makes you study memes, Nano repeated, puzzled. Teachers get almost complete control over their curriculums, you see, so they have the freedom to do pretty much whatever they want. I told you about how Eraserhead kicked someone out of our class on the first day, right? Yeah, President Mike thinks that having his students study American memes is a good way for us to learn English. It was funny at first, but translating a message from a language you don't completely know is hard, especially when said message makes absolutely zero sense at all and has a ton of weird slang in it. Izuku frowned. Nezu doesn't show me memes. You're fluent in English, Ochako told him. Still, and this is the school you both want me to attend next year, Nano confirmed. Ochako sat up a little and exchanged a glance with her best friend. Yep, yeah, of course. Do business students still have to participate in the events like the sports festival? Sort of, Izuku replied. They're there to analyze the heroic students and scout out opportunities with influential people in the crowd, not compete. So most of them step out within the first round. Nano nodded at that, visibly relieved. She didn't share Ochako and Izuku's burning desire to become heroes. She was more than content helping them as she did while aiming for her own kind of future. Nano wasn't much of a fighter, anyway, and definitely would have hated the attention that came with the job. It's gonna be so awesome when you get in, Nano-chan. Ochako stretched her arms up at the sky, letting her padded fingertips trail through endless blue. You'll be our kuhai for real and get to hang out with us all the time. We'll have lunch together every day, Team Profit united at last. And when we enter our third-year sports festival, you'll be right there in the stands to cheer us on. That does sound very fun, Nano murmured quietly. I think I'd like that. Ochako smiled. Speaking of the festival, though, do you two have a plan for it? Are you going to use reset? Of course we are, Ochako exclaimed. We're gonna fight with everything we have, plus ultra style. How could I say that I've tried my hardest if I don't even use half my power? We'll have to be a bit careful though, Izuku said. If we reset more than a few times, my precognition might start to be a little obvious to the millions of people watching. You're not a very good actor, Ochako agreed. Izuku's lips twitched up. Good enough to fool you, though. Hey, that was only because I'll be watching you guys too, Nano interrupted, serious. With Inko-san and the cats. I won't fall asleep, so please do your best. Good luck. Ochako's smile widened. Coming from one Seika Nano, there was no greater honor than that. Thanks, Nano-chan. Thank you, Nano. Of course, 7:03 a.m., Monday. Even after so much time had passed, it still felt so weird to have a quirk that she'd never remember using. Ochako knew exactly how to activate said quirk and had even seen herself activate it through Izuku's eyes, but she'd never truly know what it'd be like to do so herself. Reset was a big red button that was always sitting right there in front of her, just waiting to be pressed. Only instead of setting off an explosion, it'd erase an entire timeline. It was awesome, yet also so very terrifying to constantly have that kind of power at her fingertips. The activation words for her quirk had become a taboo to her as a result, too dangerous to dare say out loud whether her hands were pressed together or not. With one mistake, Ochako could rewind the entire world or force a permanent bookmark on its progress. And to think that just a few years ago her biggest worry was making things float. Despite all of the worry that came with it, though, in the end, she couldn't deny how amazing her second quirk was. All Ochako had to do was press her fingertips together when the time was right, watch that soft little blue glow as it seeped out between her hands, and save. Monday, 7:03 a.m. 7:03 a.m., Monday. Let herself say the words. Then she'd immediately glance back up, ignoring the sudden drain on her stamina to meet the eyes of the one and only person whom her quirk seemed to affect. Izuku's lips lifted into a tired smile as soon as he came back to his senses. She also saw some pride in his face, along with a decent bit of something else that she couldn't make out. Ochako didn't think she'd ever get used to watching her best friend suddenly change in the blink of an eye. How was our first sports festival, Izuku-kun? It was a lot, Izuku said after a moment. But it was pretty fun overall. I have quite a bit to show you. Well, that sounded good. But first we need to, called Tsukachi. Oh, 7:14 a.m., Monday. Do you remember how you told me about the hero killer, Tsukachi-san? Whatever Ochako had been expecting him to start the call with, it wasn't that. She'd heard about the hero killer, of course, with how quickly news about him was spreading throughout the nation. But the villain hadn't made appearances anywhere near Musutafu yet, so outside of a request to look out for him from Tsukachi, she hadn't thought about him in weeks. Prophet calling about a guy with that title could only mean something horrible had happened. The audible pause on the other end of the line told her that Tsukachi had realized the same thing. Yes, I do. Did you see him? No, Izuku replied, not directly. But he shows up in Hasu today. I don't have an exact time frame, I just know that he ambushed Ingenium on his patrol and gave him severe, almost fatal injuries before making his escape. Tsukachi cursed, mirroring Ochako's thoughts. Okay, thanks for the heads up. I'll try to get some more heroes on him. Anything else, Prophet? Please save him, Tsukachi-san. With that, Izuku hung up. He put his modified phone on his bed and fell back into his chair with a sigh. Ingenium, Tensei Ida, their friend's brother. I'm so glad that I have this quirk, Ochako murmured quietly, speaking around its name as always yet endlessly grateful for it nonetheless. Yeah, me too. 11:42 a.m., Monday. The waiting room was filled with anticipation, quiet conversations, and the muffled cheers of the crowd that leaked in through UA. As thick stadium walls, Izuku seemed content to sit in his thoughts, probably thinking up some super tricky last-minute scheme or something as Ochako spent her few minutes of prep time talking to the others. Mina and Jiru were going on about how they weren't allowed to bring their hero costumes while reassuring Toru about her chances of being seen by pros with her quirk. It was pretty cheesy, but just being around everyone helped settle down the fluttering butterflies in Ochako's stomach. Despite the fact that she was about to, put everything she had into beating them into the ground, it was fun to compete against her classmates like this. They were all in this together and doing their best to win. She was jerked out of her thoughts when Todoroki stood to his feet and leveled a stare of steely determination at her partner sitting next to her. The dual-haired boy crossed the waiting room in long strides until he stood right in front of them, uncaring of how he'd gained the entire room's attention in the process. What was the strongest student in their class? The son of the number 2 hero, the scarred guy who hadn't spoken more than a few words to anyone in his entire time at UA. Approaching someone for, what was he going to say? Emerald green eyes met blue and gray ones in turn, expectant and unflinching. The way Izuku looked back at him almost felt cold, somehow, as if he was the one who could lower air temperature at a whim. Midoriya, you took a win against me during the battle trial, Todoroki stated. I acknowledge that you are extremely skilled in combat, even more so than I am. But in the face of pure power and training, it won't matter in the slightest. I am going to defeat you today and achieve victory. That wasn't the kind of speech you gave to a passionate rival for a fated battle between men, or to start a friendly competition with your classmate. There was genuine anger behind those words, anger that might not have even been entirely directed at Izuku. Ochako clenched her fists. Thanks, Izuku said, not sounding thankful at all. I don't care what you say, though you aren't going to win this festival, Todoroki. I won't let you. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. Didn't take you for the kind of guy to pick a fight, Todoroki, Ochako commented. If anything, I would have expected Bakugo to be the one throwing challenges around before we've even gotten inside the stadium. You got something to say, round face. You gonna deny it, Blondie? Bakugo scoffed. I don't need to challenge any of you worthless extras, cause I'm the strongest. None of you stand a effing chance, so if half and half's gonna be declaring war on anyone, it should be me. Man, did he even hear the words coming out of his own mouth? Ochako was suddenly glad that she'd scored first in the entrance exam. Can you imagine what kind of speech Bakugo would have given in her place? Yikes. Kirishima stepped in with his hands raised in an attempt to keep the peace. Well, there's no need to fight, guys. We're all classmates here. Todoroki was already walking away with that same quiet purpose that he'd approached them with. Ochako glanced over at Izuku to see him watching Todoroki's retreating back, ignoring the rest of them entirely. 12:04 p.m., Monday. To kick things off for y'all, we've got a speech from our very own first-year representative 1A's Uraraka Ochako. Showtime. The smile Izuku gave her as she left his side quelled the last of the nervousness that she felt, equal parts proud and warm. For all that her best friend idolized All Might, she thought, the symbol of peace's trademark grin really had nothing on his. She was completely calm by the time she stepped up to the podium and took the microphone from Kayama-sensei's waiting hand. She tapped her fingers against the deep blue of her gym uniform yet didn't float. Her feet stayed firmly planted on the ground, steady and unwavering. Ochako smiled. Hello everyone, and welcome to the UA Sports Festival. None of you are here to hear me talk except for my amazing family watching from home, of course, so I'll keep this short and sweet. I wish every student competing good luck in the coming events, and pledge to do my absolute best to win them myself. Plus ultra. The crowd roared back her school motto, and Ochako stepped off the podium with it still ringing in her ears. 12:30 p.m., Monday. The first event was the easiest, especially for Ochako, whose primary quirk made every single obstacle in this race meaningless. She could float right over robots, canyons, and minefields alike. The only real problem she faced was the competition. Without her grappling hooks and without much to kick off of, she couldn't build up much speed while in zero gravity. She might get through the race without much effort, but floating herself through everything would be super slow. She probably wouldn't make the top 10 in the end, while being a massive target for the other students the whole time. It was a good thing that she had a partner who could run faster than almost everyone else and memorize every future move that their competition would make. Do you need to see the memory again? Izuku asked, quiet enough that the students crowded around them couldn't overhear. Nope, I've got it, Ochako whispered back. Izuku nodded. Then he turned around and lowered himself slightly, just enough for Ochako to hop up onto him. Her legs wrapped around his back as his arms went under her ankles to stabilize her. Her hands landed on his shoulders to achieve full contact. Her stomach fluttered again, but this time the feeling had nothing to do with nervousness. This was the best way to play to both of their strengths, as Izuku's memory of their first loop had shown, but holy shit was it embarrassing. She couldn't believe she was about to piggyback her best friend on national television. 10 seconds, Izuku said. But she'd promised her best mere minutes ago, and she was damn well going to deliver on that. 3, 2, 1, start. She activated her quirk just as President Mike's voice boomed through the tunnel, and Izuku leaped into action. He cleared the crowd of students within a second, soaring above their heads while they were still starting to move. Her hair grazed the top of the tunnel as they flew. They burst out of the choke point and into open air before anyone else, both of them glowing the same bright pink. Ochako held onto him a little tighter for balance and pressed her fingertips together. Release. Izuku took most of the impact, but she still felt the jolt as his feet hit the ground. He landed smoothly into a sprint with the momentum, long since accustomed to the effects of her quirk. What's this? It looks like Uraraka and Midoriya have broken through the crowd first, working together to get a lead on the rest. Mike announced. I didn't think I'd see any listeners would be working together at this stage. It's only logical to, Aizawa said, sounding much calmer than his counterpart. How'd they even get him to be a commentator, anyway? Especially with quirks like theirs. Ochako heard sharp pops behind her, along with the odd crackling sound of cement freezing over. They aren't alone though, folks. Todoroki, Bakugo, and Ida are right behind him. One slip up and that first place spot is up for grabs. Man, one sure seems to be a cut above the rest. Class 1 has survived villains and fought in real combat. They share a sense of drive and urgency from experience that their competition just doesn't have yet. Sounds like you're real proud of your kids, Eraser. But we're about to see just how much they've learned with our first obstacle, the Rockin' Robo Inferno. A few zero-pointers came alive in front of them, massive monoliths of deep green that rose up to a height taller than most buildings. Dozens of red eyes bore down in obvious threat. Ochako grinned up at them. Over or under, Izuku-kun? We went over them last time, Izuku noted idly. Let's see if going under saves us a few seconds. She activated her quirk again, but this time, she made sure to only float herself along with Izuku's uniform and shoes. The added weightlessness gave him a huge boost in speed while still keeping them grounded. He cut a path through the staggered statues, running under gigantic robotic limbs and weaving through the maze of metal with the bold confidence of someone who already knew exactly where to go. The lurching robots didn't even come close to touching them as they passed the first obstacle, her weightless form clinging awkwardly to his back all the while. I feel like a baby koala, Ochako muttered. Izuku laughed, and she felt his shoulders rise with it. He was barely out of breath. Don't worry, Ochako, you'll be the one carrying me through the next round. That's totally different, Izuku-kun, and you know it. It only took Izuku a few well-timed jumps to dodge Todoroki's frost as it nipped at their heels. The show-off had frozen every single zero-pointer in place behind them with a single attack. He'd even ensured he did so while the robots were off balance to F over everyone else. Their lead increased as they reached the second obstacle and proceeded to fly right over it in a gentle glide. Bakugo passed Todoroki here with his own explosive flight as Ida adapted surprisingly quickly to slide along the ropes connecting the cliff. It sure was strange, Ochako thought as they flew, to live through something you had already seen memories of. Longer memories like this really hammered that feeling in. Izuku had made frequent glances over his shoulder in the first loop even as he memorized the incoming obstacles, so Ochako knew exactly when to float them over threats coming from both in front of and behind them. She also knew that all of 1B was being super passive in this stage in order to gain an advantage later on because Takage Setsuna possessed a transformation quirk that split her body into fully functioning parts that she controlled through a type of telekinesis that was rather perfect for this, and Honuki Juzo possessed an emitter quirk that softened. Ochako shut her eyes tight and forced away the sudden burst of analysis, the beginnings of a headache stirring in her brain. Cool as they were, Izuku's memories always came with way too much info. How's your nausea? Izuku asked. Still fine. How much of a break do we get before the first event? Only around 10 minutes, Izuku said, turning his face slightly towards her. But when you add in the time it took for Midnight to explain the Calvary thing and to get everyone into teams, it's more like 15. Ochako hummed. That's long enough for me to recover. I'm good to float us over the minefield too, then, unless you want to. Yeah, that's our best bet. I didn't see where all the mines are last time. And Todoroki's going to attack as soon as we drop into his range. Something about the way he said the boy's name made Ochako frown. What's the deal with you two, anyway? I didn't think you cared about the battle trial that much. Did something else happen? Izuku hesitated a second too long. She suddenly wished she'd asked him that question when she could see his face. Kinda. We talked. It got pretty personal. I learned a lot about him. And then I got pissed off. Ochako blinked at him. What? Oh, what's this? It looks like Todoroki has made a sudden comeback in the middle of the third obstacle, passing Ida in the blink of an eye. Mike declared. His ice sure is versatile, huh? He is now head-to-head with Bakugo and fighting fiercely with him for balance over our minefield. Who will triumph in this elemental clash? And ahead of them, we have Uraraka and Midoriya ... who just glided over the finish line. They don't even look like they're paying attention to us. Well, flight quirks have a bit of an advantage in this stage, Aizawa pointed out mildly. We should really do something about that. Huh, yeah, 12:42 p.m., Monday. Except for our first place winner, Midoriya, who's worth a special 10 million points. Midnight smirked, cracking her whip against the ground. You know what they say, heavy is the head that wears the crown. Every student turned towards Izuku with those words, realizing that his headband was the only one they needed to win the second stage. Izuku just watched them back. You have 10 minutes to get your teams ready, everyone. Good luck. Are we gonna go with the same team as we did last time? Ochako asked him. That worked out pretty well. They'd ended up in 4th place, sure, but the 4 of them had made it past the second stage despite the massive bounty on them. Hatsume's gadgets and Takoyami's dark shadow were a huge help. Izuku shook his head. Nope, we're trying something new. Can you go get Kaminari? I'll bring Yaoyorozu. All right. Ochako found Kaminari and his bright yellow hair almost immediately. It looked like he'd just missed Jiru before she joined Hagakir's group. Hey, Kaminari, wanna join up with us? He whirled around at the sound of her voice. Uraraka, that'd be Oz. Wait, you're with Midoriya, right? Yep. Kaminari scratched his cheek, suddenly uneasy probably because of Izuku's 10 million points. Couldn't really blame him for that. Don't worry, we've already got a plan to win this, Ochako reassured. Not that she actually knew what said plan was yet, but Izuku definitely had one. We'll get to the third stage, no problem. Kaminari glanced over at Izuku. Then he looked back at her with a tentative smile. Okay. Izuku was talking to Yaoyorozu as they returned, his hands gesturing wide to describe some kind of object as she nodded in understanding. He brightened up when he saw the two of them approach. Oh, Ochako, you got him. Nice. Yaoyorozu blinked at Kaminari. Suddenly, some of your requests make far more sense, Midoriya-san. Do you think you can make all of them? Izuku checked. I believe so. Make all of what? Kaminari asked. Midoriya gave me a list of chemical formulas and structures, or, to put it more accurately, he implanted the memory of them directly into my mind, Yaoyorozu explained. And the pure detail within ... When did you even have time to design all of these? It's even labeled for convenience. They're just a few ideas I had, Izuku stated simply with a smile. Feel free to use them in the third round, too, when we get there. But there's a reason I'm giving you this, Yaoyorozu-san. Creation forces you to carefully recollect formulas in order to make things, meaning that your biggest weakness is speed. Emitters that require more complex operation and increased mental strain to use properly often adapt their user's brain as well to keep up. I bet that you've always been great at short-term and even long-term memorization of simple strings of information, despite that sort of enhancement bearing no direct relevance to your actual ability. This adaptation still doesn't compare to legitimate memory quirks. You probably still need to regularly study your formulas to maintain total mastery, but it's definitely something. I can't even imagine all the precise changes to your brain chemistry and overall biology needed for it all to even work. Not to mention whatever the hell you're doing with your lipids and energy conservation. I'm totally lost, Kaminari muttered. Ochako coughed lightly, trying and failing to suppress a smile. The point, Izuku-kun. Right. The issue you face is that your mental adaptation by itself isn't fast enough to keep up with active combat. I've noticed in class that it takes way too long for you to run through all of your quirks options in the face of a threat, choose one of them, remember its exact composition, and then create it to respond to said threat. You'll probably get faster at it with training. But for now, that method is just too inefficient. An opponent can rush you before you even finish a single item. Yaoyorozu stared at him. Her shoulders had hunched in some time into the thorough and accurate breakdown of her and her capabilities. Yet the heiress still held her head high. What do you suggest, then? How many rooms does your house have, Yaoyorozu-san? Izuku suddenly asked. 208. Yaoyorozu tilted her head. Why? She didn't seem to register the shocked looks Ochako and Kaminari threw her way. Holy shit, rich people were crazy. What did they even need all that space for? Izuku pressed on. And how many of those are you intimately familiar with? 183, Yaoyorozu said with a small smile. I was a rather adventurous child growing up. Right, okay, now form your house in your mind, really build it around you in your mind's eye. Start with the inside structure and work outward, filling in all the details you can remember. What do the walls look like? How cold is the air within? What do the hallways feel like when you walk through them? Fit each of your 183 rooms exactly where they go and then hold this mental image tight in your mind until it burns into your memory. A minute passed. Got it. Yes. Pick out 15 of your rooms, preferably ones located near each other, and place one of the designs I gave you in each of them. You can do this however you want, maybe a poster of bright text on the wall you see when you walk in the room, or a notebook laying open on the furniture. It doesn't matter as long as it's something tangible that you can visualize and remember. Now, whenever you want to remember something, I want you to imagine yourself running to the right room and instantly having it at your fingertips. Organize everything you need like this so you'll never have to stop and look for anything again. Yaoyorozu's eyebrows furrowed in concentration. I never thought of methodizing my memories in such a way, though it may take me a while to get used to. This process will make me far more efficient. Thank you for teaching me it. Is this how you use your quirk, Midoriya-san? Yeah, and you're going to be our main offense and defense in this stage. So really, this is partly for my benefit. There's no need to thank me. Damn, you really weren't kidding about that quirk analysis thing, huh? Kaminari said. Nope. Izuku smiled brightly. Want me to do yours next? Kaminari's face twisted into a grimace. My quirk is fine. Electrification is pretty strong and also kinda useful for other stuff. The problem is me. No matter how damn hard I try to control my electricity, it just doesn't work. Sorry, I'm like the worst person you could have chosen for this event. If you guys are anywhere near me when I light up, you're gonna get shocked too. I don't know how much of a help I'll be, Midoriya. Yaorazu-san, can you make the first 2 designs, please? Kaminari paused mid-sentence, confused, as the mentioned girl proceeded to hand Izuku a large white sheet and a long narrow rod. I know about your weaknesses. That's why I had Yaorazu make these, Kaminari. This cloth, he held up the sheet she'd given him, is super resistant, so it'll keep us safe while you go wild. And the rod's the opposite, so you can direct your quirk through it to shock exactly who you want to. Kaminari blinked twice. Then he looked down at the simple items Izuku held in pure awe. Something to direct my quirk through ... Why didn't I think of that? I have a dozen things I want to say about your quirk and its side effect. Not to mention other ways to possibly control your voltage, but unfortunately we don't have the time to get into it right now. I'll save that for later. He turned to her. Now, last but definitely not least. Ochako grinned at him. You, Izuku agreed. I've already given you enough lectures for a lifetime on zero gravity, not that I'm done analyzing it yet, mind you. Of course, so we can skip that. Your job is gonna be floating all 4 of us with your quirk. We'll use that mobility to escape at first, and after that, I guess we do our best to guard my headband. Our position will be much safer once we steal some of the others in the process. Any questions? None? Nope. No. Then let's get ready. 12:46 p.m., Monday. They got into position. Just like Izuku said, Ochako was the one carrying him this round along with Yaorazu and Kaminari at his sides. Their headbands were all tied tight and secure around Izuku's forehead. The insulated sheet was held by Yaorazu and angled so that she could cover herself, Ochako, and Izuku when needed, and Kaminari already had his copper stick leveled at their enemies. You have less than 60 seconds left until we begin. Everyone, make sure you're all nice and comfy. The weird horse formation team Midoriya was in wasn't exactly comfy, but they could hold it until time ran out. The bigger problem, in Ochako's opinion, was the way every other team was leering at them like lions waiting to pounce, ready to swarm them from the start. They wouldn't get the chance. Are we all ready? Izuku's voice sounded from above her. Yeah, yup, yes, jump in 3, 2, 1, begin, Midnight yelled. Now, Ochako activated her quirk on all 4 of them, their clothes and handheld items before they leaped up as one. In an almost exact replica of the obstacle course, Team Midoriya escaped into the air from the very first second. Several things happened within that same moment. The concrete and dirt liquefied below them, softening as if they were mud. Thick, thorny vines struck at the spot where they had just been, soon followed by tethers of tape, purple balls, globs of glue, and a huge hail of horns. Holy shit, Kaminari breathed at the sight. They really want your headband, man. Well, they aren't getting it, Ochako shouted. The 4 of them slowly floated up above it all, glowing bright pink and probably looking ridiculous as hell. Kaminari and Yaorazu hadn't even experienced her quirk before this. She was glad that they'd managed to hold on. It looks like Team Midoriya has managed to dodge the initial swarm. But how long can they survive against this onslaught? Zero gravity allowed them to dodge the first wave of attacks, including that tricky softening quirk from 1B. And the longer they stayed up here, the more likely the enemy teams would focus on each other instead of them. But there was a single enemy in particular that had both a very strong grudge against Izuku and the capability to still reach him. Since Team Midoriya didn't have any way to actually move once they got into the air, they were a wide-open target for Deku. Bakugo screamed. Shield. Yaorazu complied just in time, and Izuku raised the newly formed shield in front of his face, already knowing exactly where the rabid blonde would aim. The arm-length steel construct was built extremely thin, letting 1A's vice president create as fast as possible, yet also curved inward to deflect the heat of an explosion. And since they were currently under the effect of zero gravity, Bakugo's attack actually knocked Team Midoriya flying away from him when they blocked it. Where the F do you think you're going, Deku? Away from you, Izuku called back cheerfully. Bakugo blasted after them with a scowl, rapidly crossing the new distance between them. Apparently, just launching yourself dozens of meters away from your team in the middle of a cavalry battle wasn't against the rules. What now? Kaminari asked. There's no way that's gonna work twice. Yeah, Izuku agreed. But it doesn't need to. Kaminari, jab him as soon as I give the signal. Keep a tight grip on your end of the rod and focus on pushing your electricity through it. Yaorazu, you've got the perfect creation to spring on him in the opening. Bakugo might have abandoned his team, but they still had theirs. Wait, what's the... Izuku chucked his thin shield at the approaching blonde like a frisbee, and the gleaming metal cut a straight path through the air. Bakugo carelessly batted away the projectile and lunged in with a smirk, only to jerk back at the very last second as Kaminari's electrified rod brushed his uniform sleeve. And then, before he could even register how close he'd come to being shocked, Yaorazu's net expanded right in front of his face. Ochako grinned. A triple threat that not even Bakugo Katsuki could dodge. What the F? Get this city thing off me. A weighted net was the perfect counter to him. It was large enough to cover his entire body, durable enough to resist his desperate explosions, and heavy enough to drag him back down to earth. If Bakugo's remaining team members hadn't managed to catch him just before he hit the ground, he would have been eliminated right then and there. It worked, Kaminari exclaimed happily. None of you guys got hit by my quirk, right? I have not, Yaoyorozu confirmed. Nope, Ochako replied. She'd felt a little worried when she saw him light up, but the insulated sheet sure worked like a charm. Great job, guys, Izuku said. That'll keep him down for a while. A familiar thrum reached Ochako's ears, the sound of some kind of robust machinery, yet nothing like the droning of her parents' machines or Ida engines. She furrowed her eyebrows. Where had she heard that before? Ochako, drop us. Ochako didn't hesitate. Release. Team Midoriya fell out of the sky, losing their pink glow all at once, and a swarm of white horns flew right above their heads. The horns were very clearly directed at Izuku, more accurately, the very expensive headband tied to him. Their newest challenger swooped into view behind the barrage. Hatsum, Ochako blurted. Hey, a 10 million. Hatsum beamed at them. Her goggles were lifted up to expose her scope-like eyes and rested just under her headband. Two 1B students were at her sides and lifting her up into the air with the help of two rocket boots, her signature jetpack, and a swarm of flying horns. She had all the same inventions and gear on her from the last loop. The horn girl was Tsunotori, Izuku's memories told her, and the guy with all the sharp edges was Kamakiri. All the eyes are on you, so I'm here to steal all them off you. Horns, do the thing. Shit, landings were tricky with her quirk. Ochako had to let go of everyone and then catch them again just before they hit the ground so that she could release a second time afterward to finally touch down. Doing this with 4 people and accounting for all the stuff they were wearing and carrying took some serious focus. Doing it all while dodging a bunch of horns was tough. Yaoyorozu's quirk reflexes and shields were the only reason they didn't immediately lose the 10 million upon landing. And said shields were being knocked away faster than Yaoyorozu could make them. So close, Tsunotori exclaimed in English. Ochako activated her quirk on her entire team for the 4th time in rapid succession, making her gut twist with the sudden rise of nausea inside of her. And since her hands were busy holding onto Izuku, she couldn't even clutch her stomach or pressure points. She pushed through it anyway. Hold on to him, guys, Ochako called. This time she floated only Izuku and everyone's uniforms, leaving the team far lighter, yet still weighed down to the ground. Then they sprinted away from their attackers. Hey, get back here, Hatsum yelled. I still need to show off my babies. Kaminari and Yaoyorozu weren't that fast. Ochako realized, even with her quirk, most people didn't run every day like her and Izuku. Hatsum only had 2 teammates in this loop, too, so she was even more mobile than when she'd been on their team. Team Midoriya couldn't outrun her jetpack and rocket boots for long. Go straight for now, Izuku told them. Then in a few seconds start curving our path to the right. Got it, Midoriya? But wait, that route will take us closer to the center of the arena, Yaoyorozu protested. Ochako sighed. Of course it will. We'll be swarmed instantly. Nope, Izuku replied cheerfully. We won't. See, we're on the ground now, so. She felt the ice before she saw it. The chill was painfully tangible in the air around them as it pressed against her skin. Her gym uniform could barely suppress it, and by the way Yaoyorozu and Kaminari were shivering, neither could theirs. But their shoes were all far worse off. In fact, they'd just been completely frozen solid. Wow, what a crazy show of power, President Mike exclaimed. In a single second, Todoroki has rooted every other team in place. Incredible. Every other team but one, Aizawa pointed out. I gotcha now, 10 million, Hatsum shouted in triumph. Her scope-like eyes gleamed as she closed in on them, her jetpack humming behind her. She stretched out a hand to pluck her prize, and from the other side came Team Todoroki, dashing towards them with single-minded purpose. Ada's engines let them cross the arena in no time at all as Sato's strength easily carried them forward. Maybe they could fend off Hatsum, but there was just no way Team Midoriya could deal with both of them at the same time, especially while stuck like this, so they didn't. Oh shao! In a single motion, Ochako threw Izuku's weightless form away from her as hard as she could. She launched him straight up into the air mere seconds before Hatsum reached them. Every point they had still firmly tied to his head, and all eyes in the stadium tracked him as he sailed farther and farther into the sky. If Bakugo could do it, why couldn't they? It looks like Team Midoriya has gotten rid of their rider. He can't fly, can he? He can't, Aizawa confirmed warily. Her stomach did a frantic front flip. She forced it back down. Don't let go, don't drop him, don't throw up, don't let go, don't drop him, don't throw up. Team Hatsum swerved upward for Izuku, not interested in the 3 of them. Ada's engine screeched as he abruptly came to a halt as well. Yaoyorozu quickly formed a net gun and fired it to stop the support student, only for Kamakiri's blades to slice it apart before it could reach her. Shit, we have no way to help him from here. Kaminari said. Why'd you throw him, Uraraka? How's he gonna? Tsunotori's quirk, horn cannon, allowed her to detach and shoot the horns on her head. Since she could grow a new pair almost instantly, she could spam it to fire off a whole storm of the things. Sounds like a pretty strong ranged quirk, right? And Izuku was just floating there aimlessly. At first glance, he has zero chance of dodging dozens and dozens of horns. Not to mention avoiding Hatsum and Kamakiri as well once they flew up to him. The thing was, though, that Team Hatsum didn't care about attacking Izuku himself. All they wanted was his headbands. Hatsum wanted the spotlight to show off her babies, while Tsunotori and Kamakiri wanted to guarantee they made it to the next round as hero students. In sharp contrast to Bakugo, none of the three were really aiming at her best friend. Horn cannon didn't just shoot horns. According to Izuku's perfect memory of the last loop, Tsunotori could also telekinetically control them after launch, yet only up to 4 at a time. If Izuku knew both exactly where his opponent would aim and how many projectiles they'd send, then, well, Ochako would bet on him getting out every single time. A dozen horns shot towards a weightless Izuku only for him to twist his body into a sort of horizontal spin midair, executing a copied move that'd make a master trapeze artist faint. He tucked his head full of headbands and kept all their points safe as Tsunonori's projectiles pierced the air past him. His blue uniform gained several new cuts. 4 horns broke off from the pack and looped around as emerald green eyes tracked their path. The first one was batted away by his hand and the second grazed his cheek, both extremely close to just ripping the points off him. But Izuku's spin lined his sneakers up perfectly with the last 2 approaching horns, letting him kick off them to propel himself far away from Team Hatsum, once again escaping free with the help of his opponent's attacks. Get out of that, Kaminari finished, stunned. Going straight down to reach for his own team would have put Izuku within range of Todoroki, and going up would make him an open target for the team with a jetpack. So Izuku instead shot himself at an angle towards the other teams, namely, the ones that were still frozen by Todoroki and unable to get free. Come on guys, let's go, Ochako urged quickly. We've got to catch him. A few slashes of a created blade got what was left of their team free of the ice and running after him. She watched her green missile strike Team Hagakure first. Neither Kota, Hagakure, nor Jiru had any defense besides the latter's jacks, so their headbands were snatched right off their invisible rider as Izuku flipped forward, landed on Koji's shoulders, and launched his weightless self off again. He flew right by the closest team to Hagakure, Shishida and Rin from 1B, and took their headbands as he passed as well. Unlike Bakugo, Izuku couldn't fly. He needed to calculate exactly where he would bounce off next and what to use to kick off for every single movement he made, with the only objects in this flat field being other competitors. And if he touched the ground even once, their team was screwed. His luck ran out with his third target. After watching the weightless wonder blitz 2 teams, Kendo, the orange-haired president of 1B, had more than enough time to react to his approach. Her giant hand swatted him aside like a bug and knocked him flying away before he even got close. At the same time, her telekinetic teammate Yanagi reached for the headbands Izuku had just stolen and pulled 2 out of his hands before he even realized what was happening. If Ochako hadn't so carefully tied their points to his head, he probably would have lost them right then and there, too. Of course, Izuku's only reaction to being countered and slammed that hard was pure delight at the sight of 2 new quirks, even while he had zero control of his current momentum. He was now flying off to the left and moving even further away from Ochako, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari with every second. Sure, that meant he was also further from Todoroki and Hatsum, but it still put him at more risk, especially since the only team in that direction was. Gotcha. A massive tape abruptly stopped Izuku's flight and snared him in a bundle of white. Nice catch, Shiro, Mina exclaimed. So manly, Kirishima said. Shiro grinned. Thanks, there's no escape now, Deku. Bakugo barked. Reel him in, duct tape. I told you, it's not duct tape. Yeah, like that isn't even the right color. Doesn't matter. Izuku's trapped form was yanked helplessly toward Bakugo's team. Mina reached out first, her eyes fixed on the most expensive headband in the arena. Her hand closed around the 10 million, brushing against his forehead in the process. And then the pink girl let suddenly go of the headband. Her eyes went wide and unfocused as her usual perfect balance vanished from 1 second to the next before Mina toppled backward where she stood, nearly taking her whole team with her. Whoa, Mina, what are you doing? I have no idea. What the F did I just? Tisk, get it together, raccoon eyes. Izuku used the confusion to stretch his hand out and tag Shiro's elbow with a second memory. With Shiro now also falling over, Kirishima was forced to use all of his sturdy steadiness to stabilize the team. Bakugo managed to land a single blast on Izuku's arm, actually provoking a wince from her friend, but in turn, Izuku managed to twist free of the tape and escape. His eyes met Ochako's across the field, and he kicked off towards the rest of Team Midoriya, his aim and balance slightly off thanks to his own quirk. 1 minute remaining. Mike announced. Grab all the points you can, y'all. Now was their chance. With no rider and most of their stuff still weightless, Team Midoriya rushed towards their airborne leader. Hatsune was too far behind to stop them. Their biggest obstacle was the team running in front of them, Team Todoroki, who were just too damn fast thanks to Ida's engines. They'd gotten between the members of Team Midoriya the second they realized they were trying to unite. Flashlight, Izuku yelled in midair. Takoyami leaned forward and dark shadow shot out of him in a dark blur. The sentient quirk lunged for Izuku to intercept. Yaoyorozu pulled out her newly formed creation with her signature sparkle and flicked it on, casting Team Todoroki in a sudden spotlight. The flashlight was tweaked for maximum power and only designed to be used once, making it so blindly bright that the four humans had to shut their eyes in the face of it. Dark shadow instantly shrank back into Takoyami, and Todoroki's icicles missed Izuku completely. It was a little tricky, but working together, Ochako, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari managed to catch a weightless Izuku and stabilize him on their horse formation once again. That was so effing cool, guys, Kaminari cheered. That was ridiculously reckless, both of you, Yaoyorozu scolded them. If a single team had managed to knock him down. Izuku laughed, sheepish. It was, wasn't it? But it worked, though. A little warning before you yeeted me would have been nice, Ochako. Ochako grinned up at him. I knew you'd be fine. Izuku had managed to keep the 10 million throughout the entire event, with less than a minute on the clock. Everyone was about to get a lot more desperate to change that. Pretty much all of the other teams had already broken free of the ice and were now eyeing Izuku's 10 million head. It'd guarantee them victory no matter how few points they had right now. So just like the start of the Calvary battle, every other team rushed straight for Team Midoriya. They came in from all sides, and this time, not one enemy was underestimating them. Hatsune, Tsunotori, and Kamakiri's approach from above meant that they couldn't even escape into the air like they'd done before. Good thing they still had one triumph card left. Kaminari, do the thing. Kaminari was clearly running on fumes at this point, but his eyes lit up anyway as he prepared to use his strongest move. Here goes everything. Indiscriminate shock. Yaoyorozu covered them all tightly in the insulated white sheet as the competition stepped into their trap. 1.3 million volts. Bright yellow electricity raced out across the ground to cover almost the entire area, shocking every single team around them in a single, brilliant flash that almost matched Todoroki's earlier strike. Every student was stunned in place as their muscles locked up from the current. The only two teams spared were Hatsune's, as she desperately swerved her jetpack out of range, and Todoroki's as his insane reflexes had made an ice shield just in time. No, my babies. What? I can't move. Oh, sit, what the F? They had a move like that this whole time. Great work, Kaminari, Izuku said. Unfortunately, the dude was too dazed from his own quirk to respond. The whirl of engines rose above the sounds of shocked students as Team Todoroki stepped out from behind their ice shield completely unharmed. Ida said something and then his legs started to glow a bright, brilliant blue. I'm counting on you, Ida declared with determination. His legs started to glow a bright, brilliant blue. Hold on tight. Recipro. Ochako blinked. Burst. A sudden gust of wind rustled her hair and brushed against her skin, and she opened her eyes to see that Team Todoroki had suddenly reappeared behind her. Sato looked dizzy on his feet. Takoyami and Dark Shadow's eyes were wide. Ida's engines were smoking up a storm, and Todoroki Shadow was staring down at his empty hands in disbelief. And that brings an end to our Calvary battle, everyone. Mike's voice boomed throughout the stadium. Stop the horses, cause we've got a clear winner. Team Midoriya takes first place by a landslide with 10,570 points. 1 p.m., Monday. Release. All of the nausea Ochako had been suppressing came rushing back with vengeance as soon as she deactivated her quirk. If she hadn't been bracing for it, she would have lost her breakfast then and there. Shit, she'd definitely gone past her limit this time. Way past it. Her stomach felt like it was about to crawl out of her throat and die. We actually did it. Yaoyorozu exclaimed. We got first place. Kaminari flashed two thumbs up from next to her in his brain-fried state. Way, yeah, we did, Izuku said. Great job, everyone. Emerald green eyes landed on her and widened in realization. But me and Ochako need to go take care of something real quick. Yaoyorozu, make sure Kaminari doesn't fall over. Ochako barely registered the next minute as Izuku hurriedly led her off the field, lost in a haze of nausea. Hallways went by in a blur as the noise of the crowd faded away. The next thing she knew, she was bent over a toilet and puking out a waterfall of rainbows. Urgh. Her arms were hanging listlessly down at her sides. The bathroom stall was big enough for both of them, thanks to UA's accommodations for mutant quirks. One of Izuku's hands rubbed circles into her back as she hurled, while the other gently held her hair out of the splash zone. Ochako knew that she could have gotten a way worse side effect to zero gravity, maybe even something harmful, but feeling this sick and awful and gross every time she pushed her limit seriously sucked. She flushed the mess down, took a deep breath in, I still don't get why you vomit rainbows. Izuku's voice sounded from just behind her, and then let out a surprised laugh. Are you still on about that? He let go of her hair as she turned to face him. None of her disgusting rainbows had ended up on her or her gym uniform. It just doesn't make sense, does it? The quirk makes you nauseous based on how long and how much you make things float, yet also transforms your stomach contents into sparkling rainbows. It's bizarre. Thanks, Izuku-kun. Ochako interrupted softly. For helping me again. You really didn't have to. Izuku tilted his head to the side. Of course I did. But he really didn't. Any normal person probably wouldn't have helped her like this every single time her quirk did this, which was a lot much less always noticed when she needed help. I know I've thrown up in front of you like a million times by now, Ochako continued on in a ramble, words now tumbling out of her mouth instead of rainbows. But it's still gross to me, so I know it's gotta be extra gross for you. You've been training me for 2 whole years, and yet I'm still so bad at managing it. Vomit is pretty gross, Izuku agreed, but so are tons of quirks. This guy in my middle school class could pop his eyeballs out of their sockets, and I already told you about that villain I met who was literally made out of sludge. Even cooler abilities like Asui's have weirder aspects. Her frog-like physiology can make offensive use of her unique mucus and stomach acids. Really, she'd have to ask her about that. You can't help your quirk's side effect, Ochako. It's a part of you. Izuku paused, then bit his lip. If anything, it's my fault that you had to force zero gravity this far in the first place. What? I had an entire day to think this through, Izuku said, and yet we still relied on your quirk way too much. Ochako frowned at that. But going plus ultra in the last 2 rounds was my decision, too. I should have planned it all better. I should have been able to handle it. No, you were amazing. You kept 4 different people weightless until the end with consecutive quirk activations. No, you were brilliant. You outsmarted every single other person there like it was nothing. The 2 of them abruptly cut themselves off to stare at each other. Emerald green eyes met her auburn brown ones. Wait, what were they even saying? Ochako couldn't help it. She found herself laughing harder than she ever had before right there in that bathroom stall, probably loud enough to be heard throughout the entire stadium. All of the stress and insecurity that she'd been feeling seemed to vanish into nothing. Her shoulders shook with the emotion that bubbled freely out of her throat, something so much sweeter than rainbows and words. She looked up as she finally regained control of herself to see Izuku's eyes wide with wonder and his lips parted open to match, before they stretched into a smile big enough to pull at his freckles. His cheeks were tinted red. We're both pretty silly, aren't we? That we are, Izuku-kun. I think the stress of the festival might have gotten to us a bit, maybe a little. This, didn't happen last loop. I could tell. You always can. Somehow, Izuku scratched at his cheek. I didn't mean to tell you about my theories on Asui's mucus. That might have been something personal. Ochako bit back a smile. Do I want to know how you figured that one out? Probably not. Glad that you finally found something more interesting than my vomit. We still need to get you lab tested, Ochako. No thanks, Izuku-kun. My magical rainbows are going to stay a mystery forever. You're a nightmare to doctors everywhere, says the guy who threw himself out of a 5-story building. It was the only option I had at the time. There are no windows to jump out of today, Ochako murmured, nor are there any giant objectives to tag. Yeah, Ochako knew that she'd be fighting Bakugo in the tournament. She was at a pretty big disadvantage against him in an open field. As much as she hated to admit it, Ochako wasn't sure she could beat him. But Izuku's matchup was even worse than hers. What are you going to do? Honestly, I have no idea, Izuku admitted quietly. There probably isn't even anything I can do. But I'm not going to let Todoroki win this thing. Because of what you 2 talked about? Ochako asked. Something like that. The story there is a bit more personal than Asui's mucus. That just made Ochako even more curious. Well, no matter the reason why, do your best. Izuku-kun, Ochako held out her fist. Show that frosty boy who's boss. And everyone else, too. Izuku bumped it lightly with his. Sure, as long as you, show Katsuki who's boss. Ochako grinned wide. Oh, you bet I will. Can you imagine how awesome it'd be if we took first in all 3 events of the sports festival? That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? 1:12 p.m., Monday. They were given a much longer break between the 2nd and 3rd rounds. Izuku had taken that into account when planning the cavalry battle. There was more than enough time for his best friend to recover from any nausea she might get, so he'd relied on zero gravity a little too much in both loops. And it worked. Ochako had pushed her limits to keep up said quirk limits now so much higher than the day they met, and then went above and beyond them. They flew through the race with ease and successfully evaded all of the other cavalry teams. Don't worry, Ochako, you'll be the one carrying me through the next round. She really was amazing. If it weren't for her, Izuku probably wouldn't have even made it to the tournament. In the first iteration of the cavalry battle, Izuku tried and failed to recruit Ida, who of course ended up going with Todoroki. The dual-haired boy also got Yaoyorozu and Kaminari. so Izuku's team instead consisted of him, Ochako, Tokoyami, and Hatsume. The support student had rather enthusiastically approached him for the attention of the 10 million points, and well, there was no reason not to accept when she came with her own jetpack. Her quirk was pretty cool, too. Zoom allowed Hatsume to focus her eyesight and see clearly across up to 5 whole kilometers. It also boosted her kinetic vision, which was a nice ability to have in a chaotic cavalry battle. Hatsume's jetpack meant that their zero-gravity given mobility was even higher, allowing them to get around the field at incredible speed. Unfortunately, though, mobility was really all their team had. Tokoyami gave them a bit of offense and defense. But Izuku and Ochako were both touch-based while Hatsume had zero combat experience, so they struggled to keep any of their headbands under pressure, only barely managing to pull through in the end thanks to Dark Shadow. 4th place was cutting it too close. In the second and current loop, Izuku traded off Tokoyami and Hatsume in favor of Yaoyorozu and Kaminari, directly stealing Todoroki's plan to use electricity for his own. It was pretty much impossible for the dual-haired boy to lose the Calvary race, anyway, no matter who was on his team. As a result, they'd taken first, Team Todoroki had gotten second, Katsuki third, and Team Shinsu fourth before 2 of his members quit to be replaced by Shizaki and Tetsu. Izuku looked up as the new tournament bracket flashed on the big screens to see almost exactly the same bracket from the last loop, with Shoji taking Hatsume's spot. That meant that the matchups were random and independent of the cavalry battle. Language, Shiro-san. I mean, can you blame him? Looks like we're up against each other, eh, Yama-kun? Indeed we are, mademoiselle. What a mad banquet of darkness. 3, 2, 1. Midoriya. Anjiro stood in front of him, serious. Can we talk? Sure. 1:31 p.m., Monday. Izuku stepped out of the waiting room and into the light. He'd already been out in the open for most of today and yesterday, but something about the tournament made him even more conscious of all the people watching him. He took in a deep breath and then let it go. The cheers of the crowd around him faded away. Thanks for waiting, everyone. It's finally time for our first match of the tournament. From the left side, we have Midoriya Izuku, our reigning champion who's taken first in both previous events. Emerald eyes met purple ones across the arena. And the right we have our Shinsu Hitoshi, our mysterious dark horse from the general education course. Shinsu was tall and lean, with wild hair that spiked out of his head and matched the color of his eyes. He was in class 1 degrees Celsius, had an incredibly interesting quirk, and carried eye bags almost as deep as Aizawa's. I'll steal your spot right out from under you. Consider this a declaration of war. And he wanted to be a hero. Begin. So you're Midoriya, huh? Shinsu struck first, the president of the oh-so-mighty Class 1A. I've gotta admit, winning both the race and the cavalry battle is pretty damn impressive. I can't even tell what your quirk is. His head tilted to the side. Some kind of enhancement type, I bet. An emitter with agility, speed, and strength, maybe? How far off am I? Izuku held eye contact and didn't reply. 1 second passed, then 2, before Shinsu's face twisted in realization. His hands shoved deep into the pockets of his gym uniform as his features settled into a sharp scowl. Property of Izuku Midoriya. Quirk name, brainwashing. User, Shinsu Hitoshi. Ability, emitter. By asking a question and receiving a response from another person, the user can then grab the consciousness of that person in a form of mind control. Once the quirk is activated, the user can order the person to perform actions. The person can't resist the effect and does not seem to retain any memories from when they were under it. Observed use. Controlled a group of students to make them carry him through the obstacle course. Controlled Anjiro, Shota, and Aoyama to get him through the cavalry battle. The 3 of them seemed to be capable of dodging, running around as a team, and making complex movements despite their collective lack of consciousness. Possible applications. Perfect for hero work, can instantly subdue villains without risking any property damage or harm to civilians. Brainwashing could also be used to calm down panicking victims during a rescue. With careful use and a specialized license to practice, the quirk could be invaluable in helping patients suffering from mental and psychological issues. A different kind of license could let the user of the quirk conduct extremely productive interrogations with the police. Drawbacks. The fact that the quirk requires a spoken response means that it can be countered very easily if the target knows how it works. The actual drawbacks of the quirk and the exact biology behind its use are currently unknown. Additional notes. There are no visible mutations to go with the quirk besides the unrelated purple hair. Shinsu's voice does seem to sound slightly different while brainwashing is active, but more audio samples are necessary to confirm this. The ethical concerns over the use of the quirk could probably fill the next few pages of this notebook. Izuku shrugged, casually. It was a little easier to hold in the instinctive urge to defend his classmate this time. Ajiro hadn't told Izuku that much in either loop, but learning that the tailed boy's memories had instantly ended as soon as he responded to a question and then watching Shinsu blatantly mind control 8 different people had given him a pretty clear picture of the quirk anyway. Izuku took a step forward, and Shinsu immediately took a step back to match. Of course he did, Shinsu said, bitter. Not only are you blessed enough to carry a heroic quirk, but you even get to know my secret before you step into the ring. Are all hero students disgustingly lucky? I bet you haven't had a single hard day in your life. That monkey, too. Izuku took another step forward and Shinsu took another step back to match. The boy made no attempt to gain back the space he was losing or get into any kind of fighting stance. That monkey, too. I still can't believe that he just threw away his spot like that. Shinsu's voice overlapped with yesterday's memory. Honor, what a dumbass. A third step, then a fourth, and Shinsu was already left with nowhere to run. His back foot stopped at the very edge of the boundary line as his body tensed up like a cornered animal. Shinsu scrambled for more words, desperation growing with every passing second as the distance between them decreased. But I guess you wouldn't know anything about honor, would you, Midoriya? You didn't even bother responding to my challenge that day, letting the arrogant blondie talk for you, and today, you aren't going to even acknowledge my existence. Are we general students that worthless to you, just because we can't destroy a few city robots? Look at me. You're cheating your way to the top off of other people's hard work. Izuku stopped still. That was new. Across the field, Shinsu grinned wide as he finally got a reaction. No wonder it looked so easy. That girl with the flight quirk has done everything so far for you. She got you through both the race and the cavalry battle. How'd you get her to help you? Threats? Blackmail? Don't worry, Ochako. You'll be the one carrying me through the next round. I had an entire day to think this through, and yet we still relied on your quirk way too much. She really was amazing. If it weren't for her, Izuku probably wouldn't have even made it to the tournament. But Izuku already knew how much he trusted and relied on Ochako. He'd accepted it less than half an hour ago. If Shinsu thought he could make him feel bad about that, well, he was out of luck. Even if Izuku didn't appreciate the idea that he would ever threaten her. How completely useless of a hero student must you have to be to get manipulated by someone else like that? I deserve that spot way more than she does. I deserve that heroic quirk more than someone that weak. Something inside Izuku burned and he clenched his teeth against it with all he had. He'd never wanted to shout anything back at someone like he did at that moment, to tell them they were wrong to their face. But he couldn't. He couldn't let himself speak a single word, no matter how much he wanted to, or it would all be over. Do your best, Izuku-kun. The impulse faded away as the seconds passed, and Izuku was left stunned in its wake. What was that? Izuku had his mom's temper, or, more accurately, her lack of one. He could count the times he'd actually yelled at someone on 2 hands. One of which was when a literal villain was trying to murder his class. So he thought fighting someone who'd be taunting him would be easy, and it had been easy. Yesterday, when he'd walked up and knocked Shinsu out of the ring in under a minute, he could care less about what other people said to him. He'd remember, obviously, but it'd all harmlessly slide off his skin like raindrops against an umbrella. That's how it had always been before. That's how it was with Katsuki over the past decade. That's how it was with Shinsu 2 loops in a row. He would rarely bother to correct them. So why, he wondered, why was it so different when the words were about Ochako? Why did those raindrops suddenly pierce clean through the polyester and into his heart? Shinsu probably didn't even mean half the things he was saying to him. He was desperate to win and was just saying whatever he could to get a response from him. Izuku likely would have done something similar if he was in the same position. You would have even cracked the top 10 otherwise. I mean, look at you, just standing there, speechless. Shinsu was still talking, but none of it meant anything. It was all just words. But while it was easy to ignore words about him, Izuku realized, and tricky to ignore words about his classmates, it was impossible to ignore stuff said about Ochako. He'd have to figure out why that was, exactly, after this was over. Are you even listening? Stop ignoring me, you piece of shit. That instant of anger was long gone now, but Izuku still felt the urge to do something. He wanted to tell Shinsu that he was wrong about her, that she wasn't useless, weak, or undeserving. He wanted the boy to understand, even if he had only insulted Ochako in the first place to get a reaction from him. Even if the boy hadn't meant it, how could he do any of that without talking to him? Oh, that's how. Izuku kicked off the ground and ran towards his opponent. Shinsu didn't even have time to get another word out before Izuku was in front of him. Emerald eyes met purple ones once again as Shinsu's hands left his pockets and his arms raised to defend himself. But the movement was so slow, reaction time so sluggish in a way that spoke of total inexperience in combat. The memory of Izuku's very first time at the dojo pricked the back of his mind from all those years ago, and he shoved it away in favor of the memories he wanted. Knuckles met skin. Izuku watched from the monitoring room as she effortlessly fought 2 powerful hero students all by herself, attacking with incredible grace and precision. The floor shattered as she slammed Kirishima into the ground. Izuku watched her weave through a storm of fists, deflecting everything she couldn't dodge off her wrist guards. The grin on her face never faded as Shoji was forced to take one step back, then another, and then another. Izuku watched her fight against Eraserhead and forced the best hand-to-hand fighter he knew to pull out his weapon. He didn't want to show Shinsu anything important or anything too precious to him. This should be enough. What the? Izuku's fist crashed into Shinsu's forearms and then kept going until it struck his chest, piercing through the hasty defense as if there was nothing there at all. Because all of the boy's limbs were skinny and thin, devoid of muscle in a way that Izuku hadn't been since the day he first decided on his dream. The boy's stance and balance were just as lacking. A single punch knocked him right off his feet and out of the ring. Ochako had been way stronger than this 2 years ago before she knew any martial arts or even how to fall correctly. Back when all she had was quirk control and some strength from lifting construction materials. Shinsu wanted to be a hero. When Izuku figured out what the boy's quirk was, in the first loop, he'd thought that he was just like him. Someone doing their best to be a hero. To be strong despite being born with an ability that wasn't heroic or powerful enough. Someone who struggled against robots despite all the effort they had put in beforehand. The boy looked up at him from the ground, laid out on his back in defeat and eyes wide from the vision he'd just seen. No anger or bitterness was remaining in his face. All that was left was complete and utter confusion. Baby Shinsu would become someone like that in the future. But right now, he was just his quirk. Nothing more and nothing less. That was she. Just those were your memories. You showed me your memories. That's what your quirk is. But no, that doesn't make any sense. That's a mental quirk. It can't do any damage and is barely even heroic. And yet you're a hero student. You're still strong. How? Shinsu demanded. Izuku walked off the field without a word. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.